Welcome to LitRPG Realm. One world, one system, endless power.
Chapter 1. I groaned as I pushed the door shut. I was exhausted. Today had been my monthly compulsory education download, and those always took it out of me. No matter how many times I sat in that metal chair and let them stick those awful leads to my temples, the sensation never got any less jarring or uncomfortable. Still, it was better than the alternative. Rumor had it that back before the download was perfected, the conglomerate had forced everyone at or under majority to sit in cramped rooms all day and learn everything through rote memorization. That sounded like torture. Luckily, the download didn't actually hurt. It was just tiring and annoying to sit through. I called it a win, in any case. I dropped my wallet and scan ring on the table by the door as I slipped off my shoes and headed inside. The lights were on when I got there, but that didn't mean much. I raised my voice to call for my uncle. "Hey, Zeke, you here?" Zeke didn't respond, but he could get a bit wrapped up in his work, so I headed back to his workshop to double-check. The door was unlocked, and pushing it open, all I saw was an empty workbench full of creepy painted masks. As usual, I shrugged. He didn't seem to be home. I headed back to the kitchen and popped a matchstick into the materializer. I selected the meal I wanted, pressing the button, then left the food to construct. Slumping onto the couch, I called out a command to the scan box on the table. A floating screen of light identical to the one that appeared over my scan ring when it was in use appeared above the table. I instructed the box. "Local news, let's see what's going on today." The scan box brought up the local feeds. Scan tech was incredibly intuitive, a sort of amalgamation of old-style AR and hardlight tech pioneered about a century ago by an ascendant who went by the name of Dr. Radical. No one was quite sure why he called himself that, but mad scientists tend to be even weirder than most ascendants. Even the heroic ones were usually pretty nuts, as suggested by their label. Still, their creations made up about half of today's commonly used technology, and that was hard to dismiss. Sadly, few people in the conglomerate shared that attitude, as mad scientists were part of a select group of ascendant powers at high risk of corruption. Any potentially corrupt power was treated with suspicion and scorn, and that was one of the many reasons heroic mad scientists like Dr. Radical were an anomaly. It was a shame, too, because they were damn useful. So many of them got driven off the heroic track and ended up specializing in weapons because of all the disdain, though. The feed today was pretty standard. Some heroic ascendants from the Unity were going up against one of the local criminal gangs. Most heroic ascendants in the city ended up working for the Unity. Their training centers were really the only place to get an introductory course on powers after ascending. Other places used to give tutorial classes on power use, but over time they'd all been uncovered by the Unity as being villain-affiliated. The Unity wasn't all bad, though. Zeke hated them with a passion, but I was pretty impressed with some of the executives. I wasn't sure how ascendant powers worked, since non-ascendants weren't exactly allowed to be in the know, but they could do some amazing things. Plus, the girls were pretty universally attractive, so what was there not to like? My personal favorite was Nightstrike, who was probably the youngest of the executives based on her costume. Some people even claim she was 18, like me. After watching a light-type ascendant newbie from Unity named Captain Polaris bounce a couple of goons, I ordered the scan box to open my email and started sifting through all my messages. I figured it was unlikely that Zeke had bothered to tell me he wasn't going to be home, but it was always possible. I scanned through the messages looking for his name, but I didn't see anything. I was about to close the client when a name jumped out from the list. Elijah Wyndham. I frowned. My dad never bothered to message me, and I hadn't seen him in years. I rarely even heard from him. Still, I was curious enough to open the video message. When I clicked it, my father's face popped up on the screen. His sandy blonde hair and bright green eyes were only a few of the many features we shared, but despite being much taller than average at 6'3", I lacked the gravitas my old man projected, even on screen. His piercing gaze locked onto me as the message opened, almost like he was staring right into my soul, and I swallowed nervously. He always had that effect on me, and everyone else, I was pretty sure. His voice flat and composed, he spoke to me like I was a business acquaintance. "Hello, Shane. Apologies for the delay, but I wanted to wish you a happy belated 18th birthday. I realize I'm a week or two behind, but I've taken the liberty of sending you a token of congratulations via courier." I almost fell off the couch. That was wildly out of character. My dad didn't give gifts, not for birthdays, Christmas, or even special events like weddings. He felt they implied obligation in one way or another, and he despised the concept of favors owed. My father insisted that life was a series of transactions, and that if something was given, an equal price should be reciprocated. I was flabbergasted that he would even think of something like a birthday present. I wasn't really sure how to take that. His clipped voice continued speaking as if he had read my mind. "This token is not a gift. It is a form of repayment for my years of absence and my failure to enlighten you on certain subjects which will later become apparent to you. I felt this was only fair, as this will be the last time I take the initiative to contact you. You are an adult now, and my messages, as few as they may have been, were an attempt to engage with a child." His voice was hard, but not cold, as he stared out of the screen sharply. I didn't know what to think. He was just cutting contact with me? He'd never been a great parent, but this was abrupt, even for him. His eyes softened slightly as he finished his message. "Our family is a harsh one, Shane. You need to be strong to survive being a Wyndham. If you can't gain that strength and come to find me, never speaking to you again is more of a kindness than you can imagine. For what it's worth, I hope to see you someday, son. Goodbye." The message vanished. In fact, it was literally deleted from my inbox, and upon further inspection, I found that all the other messages my father had ever sent me were also gone. I kept them in a saved folder, but now the emails and the folder itself had disappeared. None of the searches I did brought up even a mention of my father's name. I was floored. Not only had I never expected this, but my birthday had been over a week ago. The email was from today, and my father did not make a habit of being late. I walked over to the materializer and took out the hot steak sandwich I had set to construct earlier. I took a bite, trying to focus and figure out what the hell had just happened. A knock at the door startled me from my thoughts, making me drop my sandwich on the hardwood floor of my living room. I cursed and picked it back up, checking to make sure it wasn't visibly dirty before wiping up the mess on the floor with a napkin. I shrugged it off. I was hungry, and the wiper unit cleaned the floors while we slept at night, so no muss, no fuss. I took another bite, found it was still just as good, and headed to the door. Whoever had knocked hadn't bothered trying again, and had apparently left immediately because I didn't see anyone in either direction down the hall, only a single, unobtrusive box lying on the doorstep. I assumed this was the token of congratulations my dad had mentioned. I picked up the dark wooden box with my non-sandwich holding hand and carried it inside, kicking the door closed. I brought it into the kitchen and set it down on the counter before scarfing down the rest of my sandwich. Then I washed my hands and carried the box to the dining room table. Opening it proved simple enough. It had a brass cipher lock like the ones my father used to test me on when I was a kid, a series of shiftable rings surrounded a brass dial. I turned the rings to make a labyrinth, shifting the dial in between turns to extend a metal wire along the path, threading it through the rings to the outside of the lock. This particular lock had 12 rings and was unusually complicated, but I'd done enough of these to figure it out after some trial and error. After about a half hour, I finally pressed the dial button. A short electric charge traveled from the dial to the rim of the lock, popping the latch and opening the box. I nodded with a smile. I'd always felt pretty proud of myself after I did one of these. Even my dad was usually impressed. That thought wiped away the smile, though, reminding me he'd just cut ties with me completely. I opened the lid and looked inside. Inside the box was a rolled-up piece of old yellowed paper. I frowned but figured he wouldn't send me something useless. As I unrolled the paper, a small point of metal, something like a needle, fell out from the paper and pricked my finger. Cursing, I dropped the paper, and it rolled itself out flat as my blood dripped onto the yellowed surface. My blood didn't soak in, though. In fact, the paper did the opposite. It caught fire. A wave of purple flame rolled across the parchment from my bloodstain, and I stared in slack-jawed amazement as it scrawled out a phrase that was meaningless, yet somehow filled me with trepidation. Welcome, young Wishmaster. It's finally time to begin. Chapter 2. Now, one might think that the purple flaming piece of paper that seemed to swallow my blood would scare me. That would be wrong, though, mostly because I recognized the name printed on the paper. It belonged to someone even I had heard of. Callus, the planet I lived on, was a pissant backwater production planet on the outskirts of the conglomerate. We were probably the poorest planet in the solar system, if not the entire galaxy. We were barely hooked into the conglomerate news media, and still, I had heard of the Wishmaster. He was a universe-level criminal, considered one of the top 3 on the list of the 13 most wanted criminals in the universe. Exactly where he fell in that top 3 was a hotly debated matter, especially since the Wishmaster was a legacy title that had changed hands multiple times over the centuries. Whoever currently held the title of Wishmaster always had a spot in the top 3. The Wishmaster wasn't ranked so high just because of raw power, but because of his personal force, the Wish Curse Palace. The Wish Curse Palace was a sort of universal black market. The overseers were known for their strict adherence to contracts and for being the most reliable source for legal goods in all of the known universe. The Wish Curse Palace might not have the manpower of the Empire, the Fairyland, or the Conglomerate, nor did they have the fanatical reputation of the Church of the Red Revenant or the Black Sorrow Cult, but they were hands down the richest of the known factions. They had eyes and ears everywhere. For unknown reasons, no one had ever betrayed the Wish Curse Palace. Every attempt to infiltrate them had failed spectacularly, leading to a terrifying reputation that gave even the major powers in the universe pause. Even to a hick from nowhere, that was common knowledge, which only underscored how absolutely terrifying it was that I was holding something that belonged to the Wishmaster. Does my dad work for the Wishmaster? Did he steal this somehow? Is he the Wishmaster himself? The third option was the only feasible choice, but I couldn't bring myself to believe it. My dad was competent and terrifying in his own way, but being the head of a force that stood equal with the Conglomerate? The Conglomerate and the other members of the 5-faction alliance, including the Empire, spanned millions of worlds. How could my father be involved with something on that scale? Unfortunately, those questions would have to wait. Words kept appearing as the paper continued to list more information. Wishmaster candidate status. I rank. Ability. Minor wish. 3 times a day, grant a minor wish in return for proper compensation. Wish must be feasibly achievable by the candidate's own effort within a 3-day period with current statistics. For the purpose of wishes, treat all stats as 3 times the base value. Might 1, Impact 1, Fantasy 1, Vitality 1, Focus 1, Perception 1, Creation 1. That was a lot. First of all, an ability was what made someone an ascendant. I'd even seen the occasional reference to might or vitality before, and those were definitely words associated with ascendance. I was, presumably, an ascendant now. I might not have believed it, but purple fire was a pretty convincing method of delivering news. The message also said candidate, which meant I was, possibly, one of multiple people who had been given this particular ability. However the hell that worked. So maybe Dad isn't the Wishmaster? Maybe he just knew the Wishmaster. But he had mentioned our family, so maybe we were related to him? My fucking brain was hurting. This was too much, too fast. I looked everywhere for the pin that had shed my blood, but couldn't find it. I rolled up the paper anyway. It was obviously important, so I wanted to put it somewhere safe for now. As I slipped it back into the box, however, I found a black metal card with nothing on it but the etching of the logo of the Wish Curse Palace. I recognized the old-style lamp with a skull emblazoned on the front from the various tags that had been painted across the seedier parts of the city. I was pretty much out of fucks to give at that point, so despite being sure this card would be useful for me somehow, I simply shoved it into my pocket, placed the scroll back into the box, and clicked the lid shut. I grabbed my scan ring from the front table, put the box under my arm, and headed back to my room, slipping off my ever-present scan ring before I did and leaving it behind. I'd originally planned to read, so I left my ring out front so I wouldn't be tempted to game tonight. The weekly Doom Sovereign Challenge was happening, but I'd already lost more than enough credits betting on myself to enter the finals. I was semi-addicted to the wide-scale RPG that pitted players against each other in massive elimination tournaments. I wasn't bad, but I wasn't in the top 10% even for this planet. Considering the game's fan base that spanned the universe and numbered in the trillions, getting into the finals was a long shot. The elimination tourneys usually went by region, though, so I'd tried my luck to make some cash and gotten cleaned out when I realized I wasn't as good as I thought. I wasn't interested in Doom Sovereign right now. I was looking to get in contact with my best friend, Benny. I fired off a request for a video call, trying to decide what I should even tell him, since discussing any of this directly would get me killed or thrown in prison for sure. The conglomerate monitored all means of communication. My dad may have been able to circumvent that shit somehow, but I most certainly couldn't. Within 30 seconds, Benny answered, and his smiling, olive-skinned face appeared on the screen. Benny's sparkling green eyes glowed with amusement as he smirked at me from the screen floating above my extended hand. The call interface generated by the scan ring was as clear as if I were looking at someone 2 feet away. "Shane, didn't think I'd hear from you today. You lost so badly last week. I expected you to spend all day sulking in your room in the dark like a Luddite." Ignoring the validity of that prediction, I rolled my eyes. "I still kicked your ass, so don't be too smug. But I'm not calling about the game. I need to talk to you in person, somewhere private. Can you get away?" Benny's parents were much stricter than Zeke. My uncle was a sloppy and unreliable drunk, but he was also an affable guy who mostly let me do my own thing. Benny's parents, on the other hand, were heavily involved in local politics, his father being the leader of the planet's miners' union. The miners' union wielded insane amounts of power on our production planet. Outside the local branch of the Unity, Benny's dad, Hector, was probably the most powerful person on our planet. He was generally pretty easygoing, but Benny's mom, Amber, was a total tight-ass about image. I suspected she let me hang out with Benny because it looked good for her precious boy to spend time with a down-on-his-luck local like me. Despite that, she was incredibly strict about when and where he was allowed to go. It was almost sundown on a Friday night, so there was a decent chance he wouldn't be allowed to leave. To my relief, he just waved me off. "Nah, Mom and Dad are at some kind of charity gala the Unity is putting on. They won't be back for hours, and Maria already took off with her boyfriend. Even if they came home early and somehow caught me, I could just tell them I was out with you and throw her under the bus. You know how much they hate Zach." Benny's 16-year-old sister was in her rebellious phase. Her boyfriend was a local street thug our age who did odd jobs for the Queen of Hearts cronies. Zach liked to act like that made him hot shit, but he was mostly just a sniveling little creep. He avoided Benny and me like the plague because Benny was Maria's brother and I was much bigger than most people. So we did him the courtesy of leaving him alone as long as he didn't get Maria into any real trouble. Besides, Maria almost never went anywhere without security, so even if he did get her into a situation, she would be fine. I shot my best friend a grateful smile. "Okay, meet me at the park near your place." I paused, unsure of how much to say over this line. I figured there was at least one thing I could share without any danger to either of us, since I was planning to visit one of the intake sites tomorrow to get a tutorial anyway. I swallowed hard and shot him a conflicted look. He paused, his smile faltering as he picked up on my discomfort, and I forced myself to tell him. "I got an ability." His eyes went wide. "Holy shit, man, really? That's awesome. I'm so jealous. I wish I'd gotten one. I've been drinking those disgusting gene excitement tonics for years now, and nothing. You weren't even trying and you ascended. Damn, man, some people have all the luck. So, what did you get? Is it something cool? Can you shoot lasers out of your eyes? Manipulate fire? Can you fly? Shit, I've always wanted to be able to fly." I shot him a quelling look, and he shut up, his face serious. "Right, you want to talk in person. No problem, I'll head to the park." Based on his mood shift, he had apparently picked up on my discomfort and assumed I got one of the powers people didn't like to talk about. Something people would assume would push me toward corruption. People could be huge assholes about that kind of thing, and if I'd gotten one of those, it would seriously mess with my future. That said, I wasn't sure I had. The whole Wishmaster candidate thing didn't seem like something that would show up when I registered, and Minor Wish didn't sound like an evil power. Then again, it was related to the Wishmaster, so for all I knew, it would get me thrown in prison. Wincing, I got up, then shoved the box into a spare bag I had lying around and put on my shoes. I needed advice, and Benny and I had been as close as brothers since we were kids. I'd met him at one of the compulsory download buildings when we were 5, and we've been inseparable ever since. He even transferred to the local childcare center I'd been in before I turned 13. Zeke was too lazy to raise a kid, but he did have the money for private care. If there was anyone I could trust with this, it was Benny. Now I just had to hope he had some idea of what to do. The trip to the park was both too quick and agonizingly slow. I took a bus to get there, mostly because I'd blown all my credits on Doom Sovereign. At least I'd had the presence of mind to buy a bus pass at the beginning of the year when I still had some money. The bus was pretty empty at 6 o'clock on a Friday night, so I sat by myself and thought over my options. I decided to wait a day or two before doing the intake process for the Unity. If I went now, I would probably get thrown in prison or tortured for information I didn't have. I needed a way to disguise my ability, and I was pretty sure I knew where to find that. I reached down to touch the black metal card in my pocket, tracing the faint engraving of the lamp and skull. The Wish-Curse Palace was the place to go for that, but in order for that to work, I had to get some money first. Assuming this card could let me buy things, I would still probably need thousands, if not tens of thousands of credits for an ability disguise. Still, having some kind of plan was better than panicking, so I felt more optimistic when the bus stopped at the park. Benny was waiting in his usual spot, sitting under a tree in the back of the park. For a rich kid, Benny tended to dress down, and the usual torn jeans and hoodie over a beat-up t-shirt made me smile. As usual, Benny's messy brown hair, wavy and too long, peeked out from under the hood, somehow managing to fall into his eyes even with his head tilted back. I called out, and he jerked to attention, looking around for me. When he spotted me, he sighed with relief and climbed to his feet. "Oh, thank the gods!" He pulled me into a fierce hug. "After that cryptic-ass message, I thought you might have been hauled off by the cautious men or something." Fear flashed through his eyes as he mentioned the conglomerate's Ascendant Identification and Apprehension Task Force. The Unity handled big-name criminals, but everyone had heard horror stories of newbies being snatched up by the cautious men. It was one of the main reasons people were so quick to do the intake, despite being railroaded so hard by the Unity. I squeezed him back, then pulled away with a laugh. "No, thankfully, though I wouldn't rule it out for the future. The stuff that's been going on has been kind of nuts." I gestured for him to sit down by the tree, and started filling him in on everything that had happened. I didn't withhold anything. Despite it only having been an hour or so, I felt like the news had been weighing on me for weeks. When I finished, I felt unburdened and smiled, leaning back against the tree, just happy to be free of the responsibility of doing this alone. Benny whistled. "Holy shit, man. That's heavy. I know your dad hasn't always been around, but for him to literally disown you like that. Plus, it sounds like he might have been involved with the WCP the whole time. That's pretty nuts." He bumped my shoulder with his. "But hey, at least you got this cool new power. I mean, granting wishes sounds fucking awesome. Can I be your guinea pig?" His eyes were alight with curiosity and excitement, and all the drama aside, I had to admit I understood why. I laughed at his enthusiasm. "I guess so. If there's one person I trust to grant a wish to, it's you. So, shit, how do I do this?" I considered taking out the scroll, but it seemed like this Wishmaster thing wouldn't exactly be secret if people were walking around with burning pieces of paper. Narrowing my eyes, I looked at Benny and said in a clear voice, "Minor wish." I waited. Nothing happened. "Grant minor wish." Again, nothing happened. I rolled my eyes. "Okay, maybe we're doing this wrong. Make a wish in front of me." Benny shrugged. "Okay, well, you said it has to be within your capabilities within the span of 3 days, but what does that mean? And you mentioned stats too, so do those affect it somehow?" Whatever, I'll just ask for something big, and we can see what I can get away with. He bit his lip. Okay, I wish for an ability. A charge ran over my skin as he spoke, a light rumble of static rolling across my arms, making all the hair stand on end. I felt my power roar up from inside me to answer the call. Wish detected. Grant wish? The words wrote themselves across my vision in purple fire, and judging by his lack of reaction, Benny didn't see it. I mentally tried to confirm the wish, but more letters rolled across my vision. Insufficient stat points to grant wish. Requirements: 50 fantasy, 10 creation, 25 impact, 10 vitality. I blinked. So that was what being able to accomplish a wish in 3 days meant. 3 days basically just referred to a 3 times multiplier for my stats on any wish I granted. The phrasing probably had something to do with where the multiplier came from, but I had no clue how the hell skills worked. Still, the fact that I could even give someone powers was fucking insane. I told Benny what the message said, and he cursed. He bit his lip. Damn, kinda makes me want to wait, but there's no rule you can only do 1 per person, right? I shook my head. He grinned. Cool, then I can do something small now and we can go from there. I wish I had a steak dinner. The tingle returned, less intense this time. I assumed that meant this wish would be easier, but it still took up a ton of my attention. Once again, it asked if I wanted to grant the wish, and once again I confirmed. Stat points sufficient. Requirements: 1 fantasy, 1 impact, 2 creation, 2 vitality. Compensation required. I blinked. The scroll had mentioned fair compensation. I turned to Benny. Says I can do that one, but we need to agree on fair compensation. What would be fair? He shrugged. I scowled, thought it over, and decided to ask for something more ephemeral, since this was clearly some kind of magic bullshit, something he wouldn't miss. How about your Doom Sovereign skills? Benny snickered. I'm not sure you can really call them that. I'm not even as good as you are, but I don't enjoy the game that much anyway, so sure, you can have my Doom Sovereign skills. He grinned at me, gesturing for me to get on with the wish granting. As soon as I confirmed the wish, that electricity on my skin sparked up to insane levels. The power felt like it was about to tear me apart. I saw a purple flash in Benny's eyes, then there was another flash in front of us. Suddenly, we were sitting next to a table, fully laid out with a juicy ribeye and all the fixings. What felt like 16 hours of nonstop sprinting hit me at once, bowling me over. I fell to the ground, gasping. Across my black-spotted vision, those same purple flame letters danced. Skill acquired: Minor Doom Sovereign Mastery. Synergy with existing skills detected. Merging. Skill acquired: Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery. New memories slammed into my brain. Nothing crazy, just hours of Doom Sovereign I'd never actually played. I felt reflexes I didn't have engraving themselves into my head. Benny was up and at my side in a flash. Holy shit, man, are you okay? That really took it out of you, huh? He helped me up, sitting me in the chair that had appeared next to the table with the steak. It was a tiny square table with a white tablecloth, and the chair was cushioned and comfortable. Next to the juicy ribeye on the plate was a nice steaming pile of mashed potatoes and a bed of crisp asparagus. There was a dish with bread and a pat of butter, along with a full salad in a bowl. Next to that was a glass of what looked like root beer. I shook off the exhaustion and chuckled. I'm good, man. Shit, it's just tiring. Still, you got your wish. Take a bite. See how it tastes. It smelled fucking amazing, and I suddenly felt ravenously hungry. I guessed that the closer I went to my limits, the more tiring the wish granting would be. Still, it was amazing I could make something out of nothing like that. Apparently, creating a table with a steak wasn't a huge deal, since it only required a single point of fantasy and impact. I was assuming creation was what made the process work, and vitality was probably what made it nutritious. Benny looked like he wanted to argue, but I shook my head, backing away from the table. He rolled his eyes, knowing I wasn't going to eat any of it. I suspected if he'd realized how hungry I was, he might have pushed me to at least take a bite. He sat down at the table, scooted the chair in, and picked up the knife and fork. He cut off a small piece to pop in his mouth. I was struck by how weird this probably looked from the outside, and I was glad we'd always come to this park, where there were no cameras. Benny was paranoid about his parents checking up on him. Since no one had seen me conjure the meal, it would just look like some guy had brought a table here to eat. I shook off the thought and focused on Benny. His eyes lit up as he chewed, and he swallowed the bite of steak with relish, picking up the glass to sip some root beer. He moaned with joy as he swallowed. Okay, that's the best thing I've ever tasted, man. If I hadn't needed to pay with literal memories from my head, I would eat like this all the time. Wait, do I need to do that? Can I pay with credits? I mentally consulted my power, which seemed to be happy to answer questions now that I was using it, and nodded. He could pay in credits, though the price was exorbitant for anything other than basic conjuring like this. He grinned at me. Well, then I think I have the answer to your little money problem. If I can pay for food with credits, then so can other people, and they can pay for other things too. If we're careful, we can get you enough cash to pay for that identity masking you wanted. He paused. Though, actually, we should probably go see what that would cost. He cut off another piece of steak and popped it into his mouth, not bothering to swallow before asking his next question. You feel like going shopping tomorrow? I had to admit, even knowing I couldn't buy anything right now, the idea filled me with excitement. I was going to visit the black market. Chapter 3. The Wish Curse Palace did not, oddly enough, move. It was ostensibly hidden, but asking around near where I'd seen the symbol tags got us concise directions. It turned out that none of the 5-faction alliance were quite willing to piss off the secretive force of fanatically loyal spies and assassins who lived hidden among their civilian populations. Go figure. Because they weren't willing to wage an all-out war, and they themselves benefited from the place, they didn't try shutting down the WCP branches. We made good time the next morning on the bus to the local branch. On the way, we discussed the actual plan. Benny was, of course, excited. I can't believe we're going to the WCP, he whispered excitedly, somehow speaking louder than if he had said it in his normal tone of voice. I glanced around frantically, but didn't see anyone staring, so I just glared at him. He smiled sheepishly and lowered his voice. Sorry, but still, I've never been. I wonder what they have there. Despite his borderline bad boy appearance, my best friend was actually kind of a goody-goody. I was the closest thing to a tough guy he spent time with, and I was an introverted video game nerd with limited social skills. He liked to think of our friendship as rebellious, but he was basically the equivalent of those kids who looked both ways to make sure no one was watching before saying a curse word, then dissolving into fits of giggles. He never did anything too bad, and this kind of thing was a major rush for him. It kind of was for me, too. I was just distracted by other issues. I kept my voice pitched low, but didn't actually whisper. We're looking for the prices for a masking program or artifact or whatever the hell. I don't know, but we need to at least figure out a price for it. I gritted my teeth before asking the next question, hating myself for bringing it up because I knew Benny was uncomfortable about money. Did you bring any credits? He opened his mouth, and I hurried to add, I can grant you a wish for however much you have to spend. I wouldn't ask to borrow cash for nothing. He rolled his eyes. Relax, man. I'm not going to bitch in circumstances like this. I appreciate you being mindful of my money, but shit like this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I've never been to the WCP, but I hear you need an invite to attend. I have 100,000 credits in my savings, and we can use that, though I won't say no to a wish if it'll get me another meal like that steak. He bit his lip. Or should I ask for something else? Shit, we should do it while we're on the way, right? So you have the credits when we get there? He looked around slowly, making sure no one was watching. His brow furrowed as he considered what to ask for. I wish I was a master haggler. I'm willing to offer 100,000 credits. I winced as he decisively offered his entire savings, but I made a promise to pay him back once I had the money. I should be able to earn it back pretty quickly once I got this all figured out. I had a few ideas already, though I admit a not insignificant part of me wanted to bust out my new Doom Sovereign skills at next week's tournament and clean up on bets. The purple flames wrote themselves across my vision. Wish detected. Grant wish. I mentally confirmed. Insufficient stat points for skill Master Haggling. Requirements: not applicable, master level skill beyond the capacity of minor wish ability. I blinked. That was new. I frowned, but then my eyes lit up. Right, master must be too high level. My ability is minor wish, but I have a lesser skill. Wish for that. He tried again, and I accepted. Insufficient stat points for skill lesser haggling. Requirements: 30 focus, 10 impact, 10 perception. I cursed. Shit. That one is too expensive. I guess I can go up a rank if I need to, though, so that's good to know. But how is giving you a lesser skill on the same level as giving you a fucking superpower? What level is lesser? I thought back to when I got my Doom Sovereign Mastery skill. My power could take almost anything as payment as long as it was worth the value of what it gave, but flat out creating things was harder. I did remember something, though. Okay, try wishing for a minor skill. That should be doable. Minor was weaker than lesser, so try wishing for that. Another wish, and I accepted again. Stat points sufficient. Requirements: 3 focus, 1 impact, 1 perception. I felt that same tingle in my skin, and I accepted. Tiny purple sparks played over the surface of my flesh and leapt toward Benny. His eyes once again lit up purple before rolling back in his head. I started to freak out slightly, but I felt my scan ring buzz. When I flicked up my display, I saw a deposit of 100,000 credits. I exhaled slowly. Okay, if my power completed the wish, then he was fine. I could feel that it wouldn't work if he couldn't handle it. Still, that had been terrifying. And what the hell was with those requirements? The stat requirements from minor to lesser increased tenfold. If that pattern held true, what the hell would master rank skills cost? Judging by the way my power phrased it, master wasn't just 1 rank above lesser, probably not even 2 or 3. What the hell were skills? It couldn't just be knowledge, not at that kind of price. What do they do? My introspection was interrupted by a quiet groan from next to me. Benny was coming out of his trance, fugue. Either way, he was waking up. He rubbed his temples. Wow. That sucked. A lot, like, more than most things. He blinked his still faintly glowing eyes. The light faded as his brain integrated the new skill. He looked at me in awe. Holy shit, Shane. I know so many things now. Shit I never knew before. I know how to read people's expressions and body language, how to tell when someone is willing to fold and when to take the deal, how to detect uncertainty in someone's voice. Damn, man, this is wild. Like, I'm not a genius at haggling, but it feels like I've been doing it for years, and I'm pretty damn good. His voice was tinged with shock, and I made a promise to myself to test out my new Doom Sovereign skills tonight when I got home. I'd been too excited last night and gone right to sleep so I could wake up early. Apparently, there was a skill for literally anything. I wondered what they were for. What do they do? I couldn't imagine what a skill past lesser even did. However, I shook off the thoughts as our bus pulled up outside the building we had been instructed to visit. I looked at Benny, and we grinned weakly at each other before heading off the bus to make our way into the massive building. Much like the rest of the city, the skyscraper in front of us was massive. Architecture had advanced considerably thanks to the creation of hyperalloys and various inventions of mad scientists around the universe. Valen City, where we lived, was a thriving metropolis, and most of the buildings were absolutely towering monstrosities, packed close together and filling the sprawling land inside the ring of mountains the city used for its various mining and resource-gathering needs. This particular building was completely run down, though obviously not in actual danger of collapsing, or they would have torn it down. We nodded to each other and headed inside. I expected to find a guard or some indication of an entrance. The inside of the building was empty. Not empty as in the place didn't have any people in it, but empty as in there was no furniture or objects of any kind. There was just an expansive atrium with nothing except an empty marble floor. Benny bumped me with an elbow. I think that's where we're headed. He pointed to the opposite end of the room, where a set of brass double doors led to an elevator. The symbol of the Wish Curse Palace was engraved across the brass. I raised an eyebrow. Subtle. Benny snickered, and we set off across the atrium. Each step felt like an eternity as we drew closer and closer to the doors. Then finally we stood right in front of the elevator. The elevator panel next to the door had two buttons, despite this being the first floor. The lower button, which showed only the WCP logo, had a card reader beneath it. I pressed it. Nothing happened. I pulled the black metal card from my pocket, slid it into the reader, and pressed the button again. The button lit up, and I pulled out the card. As I was stowing it again, a loud ding made me about jump out of my skin. Benny snickered at me again, and I rolled my eyes at him as we climbed into the elevator. Strangely, the elevator had no buttons on the inside, as if the WCP button belonged only to this special elevator, which admittedly was possible given the WCP's resources. I played with the card in my pocket. What the hell was it? Some kind of membership? I got the feeling it was supposed to be a big deal. Benny bumped my shoulder with his. Credit for your thoughts. You're spacing out, man. Gotta keep your head on a swivel. Things are bound to get crazy. I gave him a small smile. Sorry, just a lot going on. I'm good, though. 100% focused. The door closed, and the elevator began to move. Not down as expected, but backward, literally moving away from the doors for what felt like 20 feet before coming to a stop. I heard a slight shifting, though I barely felt a tremor. Then it felt like we moved to a different elevator shaft and began descending, which was weird. I guess the main shaft didn't actually go to the WCP, and the real one was probably protected up the wazoo. As we descended, I braced myself for what I was going to see. This was my first real step into a new world, the first time I would interact with a powerful force that might help me make sense of what was going on. An energy ran through me, not the electric tingle of my wish power, but a sense of excitement, of adventure. I couldn't deny I was enjoying myself. As the elevator slowed, I exhaled deeply. We'd been traveling downward for a while and at a decent clip, from what I could tell. We were obviously deep underground. It didn't surprise me that the Wish-Curse Palace could manage something like this, but still it made me more excited for what we would see when we got there. When we came to a stop, I stepped forward, brimming with anticipation as the doors opened slowly. Regardless of what I found down there, I knew nothing would ever be the same. This was a whole new world. The doors opened to a scene I couldn't possibly have imagined. I'd expected a cave or underground room, but this was so far beyond that. Almost a whole city, granted a very small city, was down here, stretching several miles in every direction. The elevator must have moved insanely fast to get us this deep so quickly. I inched out onto a graded catwalk, my shoes causing a slight tremor in the metal as I took my first step into the Wish-Curse Palace. Benny was right behind me, also gaping as we looked over the side of the tiny catwalk, which felt like it could barely hold our weight. Below us was row after row of buildings, some large, some small. The outer sections of the city were clearly smaller and looked cheaper. They were mostly single-story buildings, some without fronts, basically shells with tables set up inside. But we couldn't get down. We had to head to the end of the catwalk to find a way to reach the underground town. Luckily, at the end of the catwalk, we found a platform lift we could stand on and activate by swiping my card. We climbed on, and slowly and steadily, the lift descended toward the floor of the cavern. Benny was in awe. Holy shit, man, this place is crazy. How do they even make this? Dad controls half the miners on the planet, and he wouldn't be able to get a cavern like this built without being noticed. How long did this take to make? What tools do they use? I wasn't actually interested in the whole construction aspect, but it was impressive. The lift platform reached the bottom, and we stepped out into a semi-crowded street and looked around for the nearest building. Other than knowing it needed to keep me hidden from the Unity when I did my intake, I had zero idea what we were looking for. I stopped at the table beneath the first overhang and looked over what they had. It was all pretty interesting stuff, weapons, gadgets, and even a few skill crystals. But those weren't useful to me right now, and everything impressive was well out of my price range anyway. After scanning through the items in the first shop, we headed to the next building down. This one was more useful, with lots of disguise items and stealth tech, all out of my price range and not quite what I needed. I decided to actually ask the proprietor, since the stuff here was on the right track. I approached the counter to speak to the owner, a tall man wrapped in bandages from head to toe with only his eyes, mouth, and long, greasy black hair showing. When he grinned, he exposed pitch-black teeth that gleamed like a beetle shell. "How may I help you, friends?" His voice was rough and low, like he was a heavy smoker who used to be a baritone. I offered him my most confident smile, which, in all honesty, probably wasn't that confident. "Hi there, I was hoping you could help me. I recently ascended, and I was going to do my intake interview, but my ability is one that people might assume is a bit prone to corruption. I'd really like to avoid the stigma. Is there anything I can buy to keep my power on the down low?" I tried to keep any sense of urgency or need from my voice, since not showing how badly you want something was buying shit 101. The man snorted. "Huh. If you want an obfuscator, you're looking in the wrong part of town, boyo. That's high-end goods. I happen to know a place that has one, which is lucky because usually you need to buy them at auction. I can point you to the place, but you'll need to buy something first. I ain't running a charity for eye-rankers." I winced, mostly because literally everything here was horrifyingly expensive. At least he wasn't charging me for the info. I would get a new toy to play with and some information at the same time. Perfectly reasonable. I started to look around. I wanted to pick something and go because I was getting a weird vibe from this shop. Little signs under the products told me what they did, but they were mostly at the I grade, with 1 or 2 H's. I focused on things I would find useful. Invisibility was neat, but not necessary. Disguise was good, and I could see it being key once I did my intake, but considering how low-level this stuff was, I guessed anyone from the Unity would see through the illusions. I liked the look of a few other neat things: a pair of glasses that let the wearer see through low-tier objects, and a pair of gloves that could stick to walls. But I finally settled on a kind of niche item. It was only about 40,000 credits, practically cheap by the standards of this place. The small black ring could hold a single object that I could pick up. I handed it to the man at the counter. "Good choice. Spatial items are almost always higher tier than this and are usually much more expensive. No one has purchased it because it only holds one item, but it's a prototype for a line of smuggling rings the creator is working on. The object inside is undetectable to anyone under C rank. It probably would have sold anyway, but it bonds to the item put inside, so after it's used, it'll only hold that object." I nodded, not caring much. I planned to use it only to store my scroll, anyway, so the fact that it would only hold one object wasn't a downside. I passed the seller my black metal card before using my scan ring to send the money. "It takes a few seconds to get things in or out," he said as he wrapped it up. "So it isn't much good for weapons, but once something is in there, almost anyone you meet will overlook it. Most people won't even be able to tell it's a spatial ring." He passed it to me, and I put it away, looking at him expectantly. He smiled unpleasantly, exposing his beetle-black teeth. "A deal's a deal. Up the road about a mile. The Wick and Candle. Tell them Yvonne sent you." We nodded and headed out, and when we got farther away, I pulled Benny aside. "Should we get out of here, man? I think we'll need a lot more money to get anything good. I'm kind of curious what the obfuscator costs, but I'm almost positive we can't afford it. We can just come back and check for it when we have more cash, or wait for an auction, like he said." I didn't want to stay down here too long. I was getting nervous. It might just be the normal nerves when doing something a little out of bounds, but I doubted it would hurt to leave and come back with more money. The extra 60,000 credits would be enough for some Doom Sovereign bets. Benny looked pensive. "I mean, the thing you want is right down the road, man. No way we have enough for it anyway, but we should at least know what to aim for, right? Otherwise, we might save up for like weeks and come back and not have enough, or spend months earning money only to find out we had enough the first day. Come on, we can just dip in and look. We won't even talk to the counter guy, so he won't know there's a reason to pay attention to us. As long as we don't actually tell him that Yvonne sent us, we'll be just another random pair of guys." I bit my lip, but I knew he was right. I was being silly and letting my fear control me. I smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, man, you're right. As long as we don't mention Yvonne, we'll be just another couple of kids. But I don't want to ask about the obfuscator." Yvonne seemed to get more interested when I brought it up. For all we know, they kidnapped uninitiated ascendants down here. We just look around the shop to see if it's out and what it'll be worth, and if we don't see it, we can look up the name and do our own research, so we know a ballpark amount to bring next time. With that settled, we both made our way up the street, looking for the Wick and Candle. Farther in, the buildings were nicer and less crumbling. As we'd seen from the catwalk, the best facilities were in the middle of town, and the lesser shops radiated outward. From looking into windows, I got the impression that we were leaving the area where H and I grade stuff was common. The equipment we were running into looked fancy enough to be higher grade. We finally found the Wiccan candle at the edge of what looked like a demarcation in the ground. The quality of the cobblestones on the road had a marked improvement, and even the floor of the cavern along the sides of the road had been polished smooth. The Wiccan candle sat just outside that line, like it was waiting to get into the nicer part of town. The building next door was actually much nicer than any of the others, conforming to that line of improvement. Despite that, the Wiccan candle really was much more upscale than the other shops we'd seen, which made me a bit less worried about going in. I still decided to stick to my plan of staying low-key. When we stepped up to the door, however, I stopped. Something felt off. At first, I thought it was the shop itself, then I realized it was the sense of being watched. I'd actually had it since we got here, I just hadn't been able to put a name to the feeling. I turned slowly, looking behind us. There was nothing there, and I let out a relieved sigh. I was just being paranoid because I was in a new place. I turned back to the shop door and reached for the knob. I opened the door and slipped in as quietly as possible, Benny on my heels. We browsed around for a while looking for an obfuscator, but I had no idea what I was looking for, and nothing had that label. Before I could decide what to do, a text arrived on my scan ring. I barely ever used that function, but a message scrolled across the band. "Come over to my office." I showed the text to Benny, who looked as confused as I felt. It was from Zeke. That was strange because Zeke had a workroom, not an office, and if he was home, he should know I wasn't there. I was getting creeped out, so I turned to leave and bumped smack dab into a pair of men in suits wearing very familiar painted masks. It didn't take long to understand what my uncle's text meant, as one of the suited goons growled out a command to me, not Benny. "The Deacon would like to see you." Huh. So that's why Zeke is never home. Fuck it. Time to get some answers. Chapter 4. The trip to my uncle's office wasn't long, but because none of us spoke, it seemed to take more time. I was trying to come to grips with the fact that my drunk uncle was a deacon of the WCP. Even out here in the boonies, we knew what a deacon was, the strongest person of the branch and the leader of that particular wish-cursed palace. I didn't know what rank was required to become a deacon, mostly because I didn't know much about ranks. Considering how powerful the WCP was, I was betting it wasn't low. I considered the text message. I was convinced he'd only sent it because he knew I would recognize the masks anyway. I'd been seeing those things in his workshop for years. Painting them was basically all he did when he was home. And looking back, he wasn't there nearly as often as he should have been. I'd always just figured he was out at a bar or something, but to realize he'd been down here lording over a small city full of superpowered criminals was crazy. The two masked goons led us to a sturdy wooden door in a building much farther into the city. They stopped, then gestured to the door, but when Benny and I went to walk inside, they each put out an arm and blocked Benny. The taller of the two spoke. "The deacon requested only you. He stays." I opened my mouth to argue, but was cut off. "He stays. Don't worry, he'll be safe out here with us, and you can meet back up with him when you come out. The deacon isn't someone you can see just because you feel like it. You have an invite, he doesn't." His voice was firm but not unkind, so I just nodded, looking uncertainly at Benny. My best friend leaned against the wall and booted up his scan ring. "Don't worry so much, man. It's fine, go on in. I'll just chill out here and catch up on my emails, maybe play some tower defense games or something." He winked at me reassuringly, and after a brief pause, I nodded and turned to open the door. I half expected them to get it for me. The door looked so expensive I was hesitant to even touch it, but the two goons just took up positions on either side of the entrance, facing outward. I opened it myself and headed inside. To my surprise, the space inside was familiar. Not in the sense that I'd been there before, but rather that it reminded me of somewhere I'd visited many times. It was like a much bigger and more lavish version of my uncle's workshop. A workbench stood off to one side, and a plastic mat that would catch wood shavings or drips of paint before they fell onto the plush dark red carpet. The bench itself was covered in hanging masks that were drying or just waiting to be used. In the opposite corner was a large dark wooden desk, and my uncle, familiar and rumpled, sat behind it. A bone-white mask sat on the desk in front of him, with no eyes or mouth. The Wish Curse Palace logo was painted across the front. When he saw me, he gave me a lazy nod and gestured for me to take the seat across from him. Seeing him in this setting was jarring. Zeke was not what anyone would consider a leader. He was a relatively good-looking guy in his early 30s, with a permanent 5 o'clock shadow, messy black hair, and bags under his blue eyes. His clothes were almost always wrinkled and distressed, though never actually dirty, and he usually smelled of whiskey and cheap pipe tobacco, though I literally had never seen him smoke. When I sat down, he gave me a pleasant smile. "Hey, kid. Little late to the party. Guess Eli was really dragging his ass on this one. Still, better late than never. I'm guessing you have a lot of shit to ask. Might as well get that out of the way." He gestured for me to ask my questions, and I froze. There were so many, but I knew the one I had to ask first. I braced myself for the answer. "Is my dad the Wishmaster?" Despite my own powers and the craziness that had ensued, that was the question that had been on my mind constantly, because it was just so unbelievable. What were the chances that my father would be an arch-criminal who ruled over the entire universe, or at least a portion of it, without me ever knowing? Was I that dense? Even though I was a kid and never saw him, you would think I'd have picked up something, some sign or hint. Zeke grinned. "He said you would ask that first. Short answer is no. Long answer is also no, but he was a candidate, like you are now. Elijah was one of the top contenders for the position, and his cousin Aiden ended up getting it. Aiden gets his ability from both sides. That happens sometimes, dual abilities, but it's stupidly rare. The current Wishmaster is considered a monster, even by the standards of the palace. Most people think he's the strongest we've ever had." I didn't know exactly why, but the answer dragged a sigh of relief out of me. Criminal I could handle, but I didn't think I could deal with having missed my own father being one of the unlucky 13. "So, the candidate thing, does this mean the WCP will provide me with anything I need? Like, I know that black card doesn't make anything free, but does being in the, what exactly, the line of succession, does it give me a discount or anything?" If I could get that obfuscator for nothing, I would be pretty psyched for it. Even more so if I could do the same thing with other things I needed. Zeke just laughed. "That's always one of the first questions candidates ask. No, if we did that, it wouldn't be a competition between candidates. It would be a competition between the branches. Being a candidate does give you access others at your level wouldn't have, but you still have to pay for everything. If you can't build your own reserves with a wish power, you don't deserve to inherit the palace. As both your guardian and a deacon, I am entitled to intervene if your life is in danger, but only against threats more than 2 ranks above you, and only until you reach rank E or leave the planet." I cursed. Yeah, that would have been too easy. But I had to ask, what if I don't want to win? Like, this whole thing is kind of presupposing that I have any desire to be the Wishmaster. What if I decide to just bow out now? Is there some sort of rule forcing me to participate? What happens if I lose? Not that I was sure I wanted to quit. I'd had more fun the last 2 days than I remembered ever having in my life, but I also wasn't a fan of the idea of being forced into competing. Another thought occurred to me. Also, why aren't you competing? Zeke just shrugged. "If you lose, you lose. Your old man was a strong contender, and he's fine. You can always quit if you like. There's no real downside to it if you don't want to take over the palace, though I will say you'll lose your access level, and working your way up the hard way will take ages. As for why I'm not competing, I'm not part of the palace bloodline. Your dad and I were best friends growing up, sort of like you and Benny. He brought me up with him as he ascended, and left you in my care because he trusted me." I should have been shocked that my uncle wasn't a blood relative, but it was honestly the least surprising and least relevant thing I'd learned lately. Zeke had raised me, and not having the same bloodline didn't change that. I sighed heavily. I think I want to try. It seems like it could be amazing. So, what do I need to know about this competition? Are there rules, objectives? Because they didn't state any on the scroll or whatever. And what was the deal with that? Did it give me powers? Zeke seemed pleasantly surprised by my quick acceptance. No, it didn't give you powers, just awaken the ones you already had. People's abilities can awaken at any time. Some get them young, some when they're older. The Wishmaster contract just uses a spark of the current Wishmaster's power to jumpstart your abilities. The rules are simple. There's nothing you aren't allowed to do except change your power enough that you can't grant a wish. Abilities can be altered a few different ways, but if you lose the power to grant wishes, you lose your qualification. He laughed at my shocked expression. I won't get too far into it. It's not something you need to worry about at your level. There are two major ways to change a power. In order to rank up, you need to hit a stat cap. For I rank, the stat cap is 10. However, the specific stats you gain those points in can affect how your power evolves. Doing it that way, you always get a version of a wish power, just a more personally tailored one. You can also synergize skills with your power to fundamentally change it. That doesn't always make it incompatible with the wish archetype, but that's another conversation. I opened my mouth to ask more, but he cut me off. No more. I can't give you too many answers on how to progress, partly because it would be an unfair advantage, and partly because it'll just distract you. Worry about rank-ups later. Just take my advice, and don't synergize any skills for the first few ranks. Give yourself time to figure out how the system works before you try to reinvent the wheel. You can always change it later. Just go out and work on granting wishes. Your power is your biggest asset right now. Use it. I nodded, understanding from his tone that we were done. Zeke wouldn't budge. The conversation was finished. I got up with a sigh. So many more questions I wanted answered would need to wait until later. As I turned to walk out, Zeke called for me to stop. By the way, I can't give you the obfuscator, but reserving it is no problem. It'll cost $5 million, and we'll hold it until you can afford it. Good instincts to come looking for one, by the way. More than a few candidates get killed or imprisoned because they didn't think to hide their power. With that, he turned in his chair, effectively dismissing me again. I strode out through the door, nodding to the two goons as I passed. I walked right out onto the street, and Benny caught up, clearly sensing my mood and not bothering to talk. He walked next to me in companionable silence. Sometimes having a best friend was pretty great. As I walked, my brain whirred through everything I'd been told, everything that had just happened. I had so much to learn and so much growing to do. Despite the craziness, though, I had a direction, and I couldn't help but smile. Time to go grant some wishes. Chapter 5. The next step was to find a few people to grant wishes for, but I was somewhat worried I would end up screwing myself over if word of my powers got out, so I had no idea how to begin. Benny, to my surprise, had an easy answer ready. Doom Sovereign. I stared at him blankly. Is there any reason you need to be physically standing next to a person when you grant a wish? He asked. Like, is that stated in the rules? I opened my mouth to respond, but then paused to think. It wasn't. The wishes had to be within my stat allocation for 3 days, but nothing in the contract said I had to be next to my target. I blinked. Holy shit, okay, that might actually work, and with Doom Sovereign as a medium, no one would know who I was. Complete anonymity. We were on the bus headed back from the WCP. I had been trying to figure out how the hell I could use my power safely and make the money for my obfuscator. This would definitely do it, if it worked. Benny grinned. Hell yeah, man. I can imagine it now. Secret rumors of a shadowy in-game figure who makes deals that give you whatever you want for the right price? Very cool. We just need to figure out a character name. I gave him a blank look because he'd lost me there. I already had a character. He rolled his eyes. Your current character has been associated with you for a long time, man. There's registration to your scan gear and all that stuff. No, we need to set you up with a new ID, something clean and untraceable. Luckily, my sister bought a new scan box for her degenerate boyfriend with concealment protocols installed. I can convince her to give it to us. By that, he meant blackmail her using his knowledge of her escapades, but I wasn't in a position to be picky. We agreed to split up so he could go get the box. You could technically play Doom Sovereign with a scan ring, which was basically a scaled-down version of a scan box, but the ring would render less of the game. A decent scan box could create an AR hardlight representation that covered a whole room. A scan ring would only do a foot or so in any direction. Playing a game while only seeing a foot ahead wasn't appealing. I got off the bus and headed for home to take apart my setup so we could install the new box. The scan box in my gaming room was set up in a dedicated cradle that supplied power and kept the connection stable. It didn't take long to remove the box, then I just waited for Benny to show up. When Benny arrived, he looked sour but handed me the box. I had to promise to help Maria sneak out for a concert next week, so thanks for making me an accomplice. I shrugged and set up the box. My gaming room, contrary to the image one might have of a room with game in the name, was a big empty space with a scan box in the middle. The lack of furniture made the hard-light construct of the AR interface easier to project. We fiddled with the settings for a bit, getting the new avatar set up. Finally, it was time to boot up. I hit the button on the box, and the room shifted, becoming a hard-light representation of a small fantasy village. Doom Sovereign spanned more than a few genres, but I tended to prefer the fantasy segments, and my target audience would be here too. The next several hours were an exercise in frustration. Aside from having to grind up a new character, I also interacted with some other players, trying to get them to make a wish. Turns out, aside from anonymity, because it was a game, Doom Sovereign made it nearly impossible to convince people I was serious about granting their desires. I was dismissed as a crackpot or a troll by every person I met. Benny had left a while ago. Since he couldn't do anything but sit and watch, he decided to try to join up and convince people from his end. On the upside, my new skills were impressive. Lesser skills might not sound like much, but I was absolutely crushing every quest and battle I came across. If nothing else, maybe once I had ground up some levels, I could convince some people to wish for something. I kept putting the word out and grinding, enjoying myself as my new skills helped me crush my enemies. Eventually, though, I got a friend request. Priscilla_Penguin has invited you to her friends list. Accept? I didn't have any reason to refuse, so I confirmed the request. A split second later, a buzzing sounded from my pack. I got out the communications mirror that everyone got as a starter item in Doom Sovereign and accepted the call. It was a base model, and players could get much higher level ones, but this was a new account. I didn't need the increased call times, so I hadn't bothered. My character design was as bland as I could make him, and about age 40 in appearance, since I figured that would help sell my gravitas. When I activated the mirror, an image of a girl appeared, with my own image projected back to her. She was tiny and pretty cute, very thin and gaunt, but intense. When she saw me, her eyes lit up. "Hi? Are you the guy?" I raised an eyebrow at her, and she huffed impatiently. "The guy who can grant wishes or whatever? I mean, I know you probably can't, that's crazy, but I'm desperate. So, are you the guy?" I nodded, and she sighed with relief. "Cool, so here's the deal. I'm up for a scholarship in my university. I won't say which one because I don't know you." She seemed somehow sheepish and dismissive at the same time, which was new. She kept talking. "This girl keeps beating me on all our tests, and I know she isn't as smart as me. But tomorrow is the cutoff date for the scholarship, and if I don't ace this test, I'm going to lose it. So, I wish I knew all the answers to today's test." She finished talking in a bored sort of resigned tone that told me she legitimately didn't believe this would amount to anything. Wish detected. Grant wish? My skin tingled, and I grinned as the familiar purple flame words rolled across my vision. "Well, I can do that for you. The question is, what are you willing to pay?" I tried to keep my voice from sounding too smug, because I was more than aware that I looked like a 40-year-old guy and this girl was in college. My vibe couldn't be too creepy, or it would sound like I was hitting on her. "What kind of things are you good at?" I asked. "Maybe a skill or something you don't use or care about anymore? I can trade for that." She looked confused. Okay, that's a weird price to ask, but I guess? How would that even work? For skills, I used to be really good at piano, I guess. I was going to pay with money, though I guess I don't really have much, so maybe that's better?" She sounded skeptical, but honestly, that was ideal. I decided to do a skill transfer for a few reasons. I'd assumed she wouldn't have cash, and asking for skills instead proved the mythical nature of my powers. Doing something impossible would spread my reputation faster. As soon as she accepted the terms, I granted the wish. The tingle on my skin was as strong as ever. Stat points sufficient. Requirements: 1 focus, 1 impact, 1 perception. The girl on the other side of the mirror swayed, and I felt the same crash of information Benny had mentioned as a ton of information hit me all at once. Skill acquired. Minor piano mastery. It was less intense than my Doom Sovereign skill upgrade, most likely because it was only a minor skill, but it still felt insane knowing all these things I hadn't known before. I knew how to read sheet music and how to play scales. I had memories of practicing a few basic songs over and over again until my fingers ached and putting on a recital in a blurry room I couldn't see. On the other side of the mirror, Priscilla_Penguin swayed as the purple glow of my power faded from her eyes. She looked at me in absolute awe. Seeing the sense of shock and wonder in her eyes felt pretty amazing, like I was a god or something, and I couldn't help but smile. Her voice shaky, she said, I know all the answers. Some of them were about things I was out sick for or hadn't really understood. What are you? I just smiled blandly at her. She swallowed hard. Thank you. She bowed formally to me. I'll tell other people about you, recommend they come to you. Not sure how many will believe, but I know some who will. Her lips split into a manic grin. This is a dream come true. I have to go. I have to get ready. My test is soon. Thank you so much. Her voice was trembling with glee, and I was glad to have a satisfied customer. The connection closed, and I exhaled as I slumped to the floor. That had really taken it out of me. According to the scroll, I only got 3 wishes per day. Hell, I didn't even know how to get stronger. The purple flame words cut off my thought. Tales of your exploits have begun to spread. You have done a great deed, and whispers of your power are circulating in the ether. Fantasy +1. My eyes widened as I hurriedly pulled out my Wishmaster scroll. I unrolled it and looked for my stats. Sure enough, I found 1s across the board except fantasy, which was now at 2. I swallowed hard. So, reputation would increase stats. That made sense, actually. The emphasis on impressive feats explained a lot about the way the Unity did things with all the costumes and showmanship. My fantasy stats had probably gone up because granting a person's deepest wish had a fantastical vibe to it. Now I just had to keep going. I also considered getting a piano to test out my new skill, and I had to admit it matched the whole devilish Wishmaster aesthetic. As I mulled over my power and how to best use it, I got another friend request on Doom Sovereign. Grinning, I accepted. It seemed like that girl had called a friend right away and told them to contact me. I wouldn't complain about that. More wishes meant more skills, more money, and more power. Basking in this feeling, I could totally understand what had led the first Wishmaster to create the WCP. This was addictive, and it just pushed me even more toward winning this competition. I had so many more wishes to grant. Chapter 6. The next few days saw me going over my gains. 500,000 credits and 5 minor skills: guitar, singing, swimming, gymnastics, and cooking. While that was absolutely amazing, I was forced to face the fact that Doom Sovereign wouldn't be enough. I scowled at my account. 540,000 credits would put a dent in the cost of my obfuscator, but that wouldn't pay it off, and few customers could pay cash. People willing to make a wish to a mysterious game character were desperate and usually broke. I needed to approach clients in a more physical sense, but going out without a disguise of some kind was dangerous. Making my new Ascendant identity now might help me avoid getting caught, but it would also draw attention. I wasn't sure why exactly people used cape identities, but it seemed like all the Ascendants I'd seen did, so there should be a good reason for it. I assumed it was something encouraged during intake, so I would likely learn more about it then. Still, I needed a way to pass myself off as someone else. Wait. My eyes widening, I hopped up and bolted from my game room. I ran down the hall to Zeke's workroom, found one of his unfinished masks and snatched it up. When my fingers traced over the smooth white porcelain, I could feel the faint stirring of power, but it faded away quickly. I had suspected that would happen, which was why I had picked one that wasn't finished. I didn't know what these masks were, but my uncle's goons and the Wish-Curse Palace enforcers all wore them. I could only assume the masks did something impressive. I bolted back to my room and dug through my closet to find a suit before heading to the bathroom to get changed. 5 minutes later, I stood in front of my mirror, staring at someone who looked a lot like a WCP goon. It was perfect. If it went out like this, I could operate freely without impacting my cape identity or getting hassled by local thugs. Anything crazy I did would just be chalked up to WCP weirdness and wouldn't come back to bite me later. Big forces like the WCP had resources normal people couldn't dream of. Doing amazing things was par for the course for them. Before I headed out, I decided to double-check my stats. I had noticed another boost, but then again, I wasn't always paying attention. Better safe than sorry. Wishmaster candidate status. I rank. Ability, minor wish, 3 times a day, grant a minor wish in return for proper compensation. Wish must be feasibly achievable by the candidate's own effort within a 3-day period with current statistics. Might 1, Impact 1, Fantasy 2, Vitality 1, Focus 1, Perception 1, Creation 1. Skills. Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery, Minor Piano Mastery, Minor Cooking Mastery, Minor Gymnastics Mastery, Minor Swimming Mastery, Minor Guitar Mastery, Minor Singing Mastery. Unfortunately, I found no new stat points, but hey, a 2 in Fantasy meant I could grant wishes that required up to 6 in that stat, which was pretty good. Any boost to my other stats represented a doubling at this point, so hopefully I would see more of them go up when I operated in person. I still wasn't sure specifically what raised stats, but from what Zeke had said, it was a good thing whenever any of them went up. Fantasy seemed like a solid place to focus for me too, given what my powers did, so I was off to a good start. I considered calling Benny, but I kinda just wanted to go out now. I figured I would catch him up on it later. I headed down to the bus and made my way to the night market. As most people knew, the night market was a kind of lesser version of the WCP. Getting into the WCP required an invitation, and being an ascendant. Normal humans need not apply. The night market was the attempt by the local common criminals to make something similar for themselves. The market was endorsed by the 3 big crime lords in the city, the Queen of Hearts, the Nobody Man, and Mr. Jacktastic. Most of their underlings were normal people, only a few ascendants were on their payrolls, so they conducted most of their business at the market, selling illegal goods and fencing stolen items. Unlike the WCP, the city did not ignore the night market, so it moved often and was raided even more. Luckily, Zach, Benny's sister's scumbag boyfriend, was a member of the Queen of Hearts gang, and I had his number. A quick text was enough to find the night market's location and to confirm it had moved recently. Normally, the authorities took a few days to bust the market after it relocated. With that confirmation, I took the bus to the edge of the downtown warehouse district. On the bus, I got a lot of strange looks, mostly because WCP enforcers were an uncommon sight on public transport. I decided to hoof it for the last leg of the journey in the interest of preserving my mystique. If potential clients saw me get off the bus, they might not take me seriously. As I got closer to the meatpacking factory hosting the night market, I had to admit I was getting nervous. The WCP was one thing, but to an extent, that was a controlled environment. They did scary things there, sure, but they also had rules for the most part. And I'd been with Benny. My best friend could be a flake, but he always had my back when I needed it. This time, I was alone, and the night market was run by some of the craziest criminals in the city. Granted, Valen was only a first-grade city, one of about a dozen on Callus. The local WCP branch would have been much lower quality if Zeke didn't live here with me. Thinking about it, given how absurdly strong he was, it seemed obvious that he should have been at least running the branch in the capital, but I was so used to only thinking about Valen, I never questioned it. Regardless, my current disguise should protect me while I was there. I just had to focus on finding clients and granting some wishes. When I finally reached the market, I looked around to see where I should start. The market was divided into 3 sections. On one side, the Queen of Hearts goons were dressed in suits and masks, like me. Unlike my current porcelain mask, theirs were mostly carved, with only a splash of paint. It occurred to me that they might have based that look on Zeke's masks, since he was clearly a big deal in the criminal underworld. The difference between us was still obvious at a glance, and I felt several uneasy gazes on me as I entered, while the masked goons were ignored. The nobody man's nobody men all wore gray hoods and drab gray clothes, and they occupied a decent chunk of the middle section of the market. They stood oddly still, only turning their hooded heads to scan the surroundings. The last faction was the Jacktastic Jerks, which were considered a threat despite how stupid their boss's name was. Not that anyone was willing to mention it after what he did to the first person to bring it up. They all wore tight black leather pants and no shirts, with big eccentric letter J's hanging from garish gold chains around their necks. They had mohawks like their leader, each dyed a different bright color. They covered their faces with bandanas that matched their hair colors. Without acknowledging any of them, because I'd never seen a WCP enforcer care about petty local gangs, I made my way to an empty table. It was in the Queen of Hearts section, since I figured sharing the mask shtick would make them less likely to mess with me. The table, one of dozens that had been set up around the outside of the plant, was probably meant for someone who hadn't arrived. Since I was playing the badass, I ignored that and just turned on the adjustable lit sign hanging from the front. I carelessly scrawled "Wishes for Sale" across my touchpad connected to the sign and sat back in the folding chair behind the table as my message was broadcast to the entire market. I tried my best to look bored and confident while my eyes roamed around behind my mask, looking for threats. Zeke had somehow altered the porcelain so I could see despite the lack of eye holes. I wasn't sure if that was a native feature of whatever material he'd used or something Zeke did with his painting, but it clearly wasn't what these masks were supposed to do because I felt a fizzle when I put it on. So I sat and waited and waited and kept waiting. And just when I was almost positive the Wish Curse Palace's reputation was too fearsome and I'd accidentally shot myself in the foot with this disguise, someone finally came up. Two people, actually. The tall, beefy man with purple hair wore the signature outfit for the Jacktastic Jerks. The other was a small girl with red hair and freckles, wearing a midriff-bearing top and a pair of low-slung black jeans. Even though they both looked nervous as they approached, the big man put on a macho attitude. "Hey, you one of those wish curse guys? I didn't know you guys did the wish thing in public. You say for sale. What kind of price we're talking here?" His voice was fast and intense, as if he was trying to rush through his pitch to avoid sounding nervous. When I didn't respond, he swallowed, clearly flustered. "Well, my girl here, Maddie, she's been sick lately, lung rot, but she don't have the cash for the fancy medical cabins they used to treat it. We've been saving, but we can pay you what we have if you can fix it. So, I wish her lungs were healed." Ascendant wish detected. Grant wish. Compensation may be paid in stat points. I blinked. Wait, fucking what? I swallowed hard. That was kind of a big deal. I'd only gotten one stat point so far, and from what I learned while searching online, raising stats was hard. Zeke implied that was how people ranked up, which meant being able to simply charge stat points was crazy. I focused on the wish. Stat points sufficient. Requirements: 3 vitality, 3 impact, 3 creation, compensation required. My pulse racing as I thought over what to do, I nodded to him. I tried to make my voice sound flat and intimidating, like the guys at the WCP when they had brought me to my uncle. "I can help her." I kept my voice low. "But to save a life, life must be exchanged. Not a full life, but a portion. Will you sacrifice a portion of your life to save hers? You will recover in time." I figured vitality would be the best bet for something like this, since that was the only stat I actually understood, or thought I did. Life force, right? And this huge-ass guy had to have a bunch. He swallowed again, but nodded, and the electric charge tingled across my skin. I loved my powers sometimes. As I confirmed the wish, I felt myself change. Fantasy, whatever it did, didn't interact directly with my body, but vitality did. It didn't make me feel stronger or tougher, but it made me more alive. I had more energy, more life force. It felt fucking awesome. I'd never experienced anything remotely like this, and I loved it. As I was having my little revelation, the purple static on my body grew to an insane level. Then the building energy discharged with a burst of light. Maddie's eyes flashed purple, and she inhaled sharply before doubling over and vomiting up a torrent of black sludge. She heaved about 10 times, and judging by the volume, There was no way she'd actually had that much sludge in her lungs. By the end, the vomit became clear bile, and her breaths were deeper and faster. The beefy guy with the purple hair had panicked at first, but when the puking went on and the sludge started to thin, his eyes lit up with glee. I couldn't see his mouth because of the purple bandana around his face, but I knew he was smiling. At the same time, he gently swayed on his feet. Most likely, losing a point of vitality had sapped his energy, which made sense, but I could tell he was happy with the deal. He turned to his girlfriend. "Hey, Mads, how you doing?" His voice was gentle, and he slipped an arm around her shoulder to help steady her as the dazed redhead recovered from her ordeal. Her eyes were unfocused, but some of that pallor of her skin seemed to have been replaced with a bit of a red flush, which was probably a good sign. She smiled up at him brilliantly, her green eyes tearing up. "I feel amazing. I can breathe, like a real deep breath without coughing at the end." She closed her eyes and took the biggest, deepest breath she could, before exhaling into a laugh. Her eyes turned to me. Thank you so much. I can't even tell you how terrible it's been. This feels so amazing. I don't know how to repay you for this." I shook my head. "You already paid. All transactions are non-refundable. No further compensation is required." I suspected she didn't know the value of what her boyfriend just paid. Otherwise, she might not have been so quick to shower me with praise. Still, I thought he could gain it back later, so I wasn't going to beat myself up about it. It had been fair compensation, and both sides were happy. Before she could respond, though, a new voice cut in. "Well, if it isn't Violent Vinny and his little red-haired whore." The sneer in the voice was obvious, and I flicked my eyes to the new jacktastic jerk who had walked up to the table. His eyes were focused on Maddie and the beefy purple-haired man. If Vinny was big and beefy, this asshole was a mountain. His skin was pale and grayish, and his body bulged with so much muscle it looked like he might split open like a grape if he flexed wrong. His hair was an angry bright red that matched his mask, and he was easily 7 feet tall and probably 4 feet wide at the shoulders. He was a fucking monster, and he looked really pissed at the other two. Vinny, who was still reeling from losing his vitality in the deal with me, did his best to appear menacing as he stepped protectively in front of Maddie. "Hey, watch your fucking mouth, Marky. I ain't afraid of you, even if everyone else is. Maddie ain't interested in you, and you gotta get over it. She ain't even sick no more, so you can take your offer and shove it up your ass." The red-haired menace turned to look at me in a decidedly unfriendly way. "Is that fucking so? I take it we have a new friend here to thank for that. That would happen, big man? You stick your fucking nose in my business where it didn't belong?" He stepped up, grabbed the corner of the table, and flipped it sideways like it was made of styrofoam. I was beginning to regret not bringing a friend with me. Despite the menacing mountain of meat bearing down on me, I sat still, pretending to be unconcerned as I desperately thought for a way out of this. Vinny cried out in surprise and stepped up to grab Marky's arm. "Sweet Revenant, Marky, are you crazy? He's with the WCP. You can't just smack him around because you feel like it. You're gonna get us all killed." His voice was tense as he glanced at me worriedly. Marky just laughed cruelly and backhanded the still wobbling man, sending him flying. "Fuck off. I ain't afraid of some Nancy boy in a suit. I don't care where he came from." He smacked his chest like an ape. "Mad Marky ain't afraid of fucking nobody." His glare landed back on me. "How about you, Nancy boy? You afraid of anyone? You gonna tell me how your big bad boss will kick my ass later? How scary your pals are?" His eyes were shining with a genuine madness that made his self-proclaimed nickname seem pretty fucking accurate. And I knew that no matter what went down, I was about to get into a fight. That was a problem because I had absolutely zero fighting skills. I'd never thrown a punch in my life. I could fuck up a guy in Doom Sovereign, but that was with combos and special skills I didn't have here. Still, I did have my new vitality point and a minor gymnastics skill that should help me dodge. Since I was about to get my teeth kicked in anyway, I might as well try to boost my rep while I did it. I stood up unhurriedly, brushing imaginary dust off my suit as I stared down the angry thug in front of me. "After I crush you, I'd prefer if you didn't whine about not having enough room." I gestured to the empty parking lot. "Shall we take this somewhere a bit more spacious?" Marky bared his teeth in an expression that only someone with a whole lot to gain would possibly call a smile. Well, look at that, Vin. Looks like the little Nancy boy here isn't as much of a little bitch as you are. But don't worry, I'll work you over when I'm done with him. Maybe I was too nice with my offer before. Wonder how many of your bones I gotta break before your bitch gets in line. If I'd known you were this weak, I'd have done that from the start. He turned and swaggered over to the parking lot as Maddie rushed to help Vinny up. He had a forming bruise over one eye. I winced. If he hadn't lost that point of vitality, he might not have been smacked around so easily. Having part of their life force ripped out would make anyone fumble. Vinny wanted to say something to me, but I just shook my head and handed him my coat before following the other man into the parking lot. As I walked, I took note of my skills. Most of them were artistic or involved some form of entertainment. I had minor gymnastics, which should at least help me dodge, but minor skills were just a peak-level skill for the subject area, from what I could tell. Like a local guitar genius level playing, for instance, as opposed to some legendary virtuoso. But that left me with one skill I didn't really understand. Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery. Based on my observations, minor skills were damn impressive, which meant lesser skills should be above a normal human's reach. But what the hell did that mean when talking about a video game? Sure, Doom Sovereign was a VR game, but having superhuman skills with Doom Sovereign didn't seem to translate into real-life skills. I wished I could use one of my Doom Sovereign combat styles, but I didn't have the physical skills for that. Even if I had, I didn't have any of the combat assist overlays that help with fighting in the game. My normal in-game style was pretty agile, so minor gymnastics probably would have helped. Then I stopped thinking, because I felt something. Minor gymnastics and lesser Doom Sovereign started to resonate with each other. The resonance alone didn't seem like it meant much, but then the 2 points of fantasy sort of flexed itself. I felt a slight strain of exertion in a part of my soul I hadn't realized existed, and the world just shifted. I'd walked out to the parking lot after Marky, and I took up a spot right across from him. As I looked over at the man, my vision shifted. The combat overlay from Doom Sovereign shimmered into being around him. I didn't see any of my in-game skills, but intricate paths and attack patterns were laid out in the air. I knew I could follow those patterns with my minor gymnastics skill. My eyes widened as I stared in wonder at the new ability. It wasn't anything crazy, just some vague instructions, but it was a hell of a lot better than what I could do on my own. I hadn't realized skills and stats could work together like this, and it made me wonder what my other skills might be capable of. The skill crystals back at the Wish-Cursed Palace had been expensive as hell, and I'd figured that was just because the sellers were greedy. Now, I wasn't so sure. Marky was looming over me, a smug, cruel gleam in his eyes as he glared down at me. But for the first time since he'd gotten in my face, I wasn't worried. In fact, I was excited. I'd done this in Doom Sovereign so many times before. Sometimes I won and sometimes I lost, but I always made the other guy work for it. Now I could see a way to do the same here. I might get my ass kicked in this fight, but I wouldn't humiliate myself. That was what mattered most. I started forward, hands at my sides as I walked casually toward the big man. The combat layout shifted with every step I took, showing me new routes and methods of attack and predicting how the muscle-bound asshole might respond. Each step shortened the number of moves in the chain, making the attack patterns simpler and less flashy, condensing them into more and more dangerous strategies for inflicting damage. Finally, when I was about 6 steps away, I found what I was looking for, an opening in his guard. And I attacked. My style of combat in Doom Sovereign was quick and brutal. It depended on agility and required lots of jumping around. It also involved lots of skills, but beggars couldn't be choosers. When I got close enough to Marky, the overlay shifted and turned green. In Doom Sovereign, a red overlay meant no options for a hit, a yellow overlay meant it would be blocked, and green meant an opening. An opening didn't necessarily guarantee a hit, it just showed a gap. Still, it was the best attack point I was going to get, so I went for it. The beginning of the attack required me to close the distance quickly and in a way that wouldn't be predictable, so when I got within range of Marky, I stopped and glared at the big mook. I twisted my foot out of my shoe so it was dangling from my toes loosely and my heel was hanging out the back. He grinned under his bandana. "What's the matter, Nancy boy? Getting cold feet?" I honestly couldn't think of a better line than that, so I just made my next move. I kicked my shoe at his smug fucking face. My shoe flew up right into Marky's face and he flinched, not because he considered me a threat or was afraid, but because people flinch at least a little when things fly at their faces. His flinch provided me with a second to act. I fell forward, dropping into a roll on my shoulder that carried me down and forward into the blind spot created by my shoe traveling toward his face. All of this happened in the split second it took him to reflexively bat away the shoe. So when he looked at where I'd been standing when I kicked my shoe, it would seem like I'd suddenly vanished. I would have been incapable of this level of timing and action without the overlay and my minor gymnastics ability. When I came out of my roll, I was right inside his guard. Using the momentum, I sprang into the air higher than probably should have been possible. I did a full front flip over the 7-foot man, still hidden by the arm he used to smack the shoe aside. I landed silently behind him on my bare foot. Then all I had to do was follow the overlay. I bent my knees, wrapped my arms around his waist, and bent my back into a bridge, suplexing the motherfucker into the concrete of the parking lot. Now, I was a big guy. I wasn't 7 feet tall, but I was 6'3", and though not exactly buff, I wasn't weak. Combined with the 7-foot bulk Marky was packing, that was a lot of force coming down on a small area, relatively speaking. Marky was very obviously an ascendant, and likely a physically focused one, but he was low level, or he wouldn't be here. He wasn't built for taking that kind of impact. The overlay had guided me into the position where I could do the most damage, and every ounce of force had focused on Marky's neck, forcing his head in toward his chest as our combined weight slammed down on the base of his skull. I stepped away, letting him fall to the ground as I smiled smugly under my mask. That had been insane. It shouldn't have worked, but my vitality had given me more energy, and my 1 point of might had fueled my jump as I pushed off the ground. I'd enjoyed multiple stats and skills in that one attack and executed it flawlessly. I started to saunter away, but stopped after a few feet when I heard a sound. My stomach clenched with fear as I turned around and watched a very pissed-off Mad Marky climb unsteadily to his feet, eyes blazing with rage as he glared at me. The overlay wasn't gone, which meant the fight wasn't over. I cursed internally. As I stared at the enraged behemoth in front of me, he glared down at me hatefully, eyes promising his wrath. Then, Vinny hit him like a Mack truck. The slightly smaller but still huge member of the Jacktastic Jerks had regained his senses a while ago, and Vinny hit him low, taking his legs out from under him. Once Marky fell to the ground, Vinny went to town on the larger man. I understood why they called him Violent Vinny. It was hard to equate the howling lunatic raining punches into Marky's face with the nervous guy who wanted to help his girlfriend, but there was no mistaking that purple hair. Marky, caught completely off guard, didn't get a defense up in time, and Vinny's blows caught him square in the face and temple, dazing him badly. The combat overlay faded. I was a bit shocked. I'd been hoping to put him down myself, but honestly, Vinny deserved it more from what I'd seen. That crazy acrobatic neck slam had most likely made me seem more mysterious and powerful than any 15-minute fight where I barely won by using the overlay. I called this a win in terms of reputation. The universe apparently agreed because those familiar purple flame words scrawled across my vision. Tales of your exploits have begun to circulate. You have done a great deed, and murmurs of your prowess are on the lips of your enemies. Might +1. A threshold has been reached. Begin rank up. I blinked, staring at the message in front of me. I slipped off to the side without confirming the rank up to get away from the gathering crowd, to consider what had just happened. 10 points. I'd hit a total of 10 in my stats with that last point of might. That was faster than expected. Still, I wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. I was far from done. I still needed to get the money for my obfuscator and register with the Unity so I could start official cape work. Still, 10 points wasn't crazy. I decided discretion was the better part of valor and spun up a call to Zeke on my scan ring. He picked up pretty quickly. "Hey, kid, what's up?" He sounded the same as always, lazy and generally in a good mood. I was standing out of the way of everyone, being ignored since I'd walked away from Vinny still wailing on Marky, but I decided to find somewhere more private. Even though I was out of earshot, I kept my voice low but not at whisper levels as I spoke. "Hey, Zeke, I had a question about that, homework you gave me last time we talked." I finished it early. Should I turn it in now or wait until I get everything done? I figured that was the closest I could get to asking without saying anything too incriminating. Zeke would know what I meant, since our last conversation had been about me ranking up. He paused briefly. You can turn it in now, and we can discuss it when I get home. You got it done sooner than I expected. I thanked him and said goodbye, confirming the rank up. I was expecting some kind of grand explosion of light and sound. Instead, I just felt a sensation similar to what I'd felt earlier with vitality. I'd probably felt it with might, too, but I'd been distracted by my other notifications and hadn't noticed. Once I finished out my scroll. Wishmaster candidate status. H rank. Ability, lesser wish. 4 times a day, grant a lesser wish in return for proper compensation. Wish must be feasibly achievable by the candidate's own efforts within a 3-day period with current statistics. Might 2, Impact 2, Fantasy 2, Vitality 2, Focus 1, Perception 1, Creation 1. Skills, Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery, Minor Piano Mastery, Minor Cooking Mastery, Minor Gymnastics Mastery, Minor Swimming Mastery, Minor Guitar Mastery, Minor Singing Mastery. I blinked. That's it? My rank up had just granted me 1 point of impact. To be fair, I'd never seen that stat rise before. I still had 3 stats that had never risen, but impact felt different. With another point in the stat, I felt more solid, more real. Might made a person strong, vitality made a person alive, but impact made them more. I also felt tougher, but that was beside the point. The more I focused on the feeling that had come with my rank up, the weirder it felt. It was like I was denser, but not. Conceptually heavier instead of physically. I suspected that impact rose on rank ups and was one of the main reasons higher ranked ascendants were regarded with such awe and fear. I shook off my daze and headed over to where Vinny sat next to a very fucked up Marky. The red-haired jerk had been basically destroyed, his face a bloody ruin visible even through the red bandana. His eyes were swollen shut, his nose looked broken and deformed, and I could see bruises across his upper body. He was still breathing, though. Vinny saw me and nodded. Thanks, man. I owe you one. That asshole had been trying to put the moves on Maddie for a while. When he found out she was sick, he tried to use her medicine as leverage, but she wasn't having any of that shit. Honestly, I think he wasn't sure he could take me, so he waited until he saw I was weak from whatever that wish did. I mean, I'm sure he was pissed at you, too. He's nuts. But it wouldn't have gone there if I wasn't fucked up. He sighed and climbed to his feet, holding out a fist. In the old days, that was a gesture of brotherhood or solidarity, but in modern times, it had another meaning. I bumped my scan ring against his, transferring our contact info, and he nodded again. I owe you one, man. Give me a call if you ever need anything. I nodded back, and he turned to see a smiling Maddie, then put his arm around her shoulders. I glanced down at Marky and kicked him once for good measure. Gotta love a happy ending. Now it was time to head home and talk to my uncle. Chapter 7. The trip home felt shockingly slow. With so much new information forthcoming and all the action I'd just gone through, my adrenaline was singing. Sitting on a bus like a chump and waiting was basically torture. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath to center myself as the bus pulled into traffic. I'd taken my first big step down the path of an ascendant, but I still didn't know what that meant. Finally, after what felt like hours, but was probably more like 20 or 30 minutes, I slipped into my apartment. I had to avoid being seen, mostly because I doubted Zeke wanted this particular outfit noticed by the neighbors. Luckily, I knew a back way through the alley, and going up the fire escape made getting in unseen totally feasible. Stripping off my jacket, I made my way down the hall from the side window to Zeke's workroom, then took off the mask before I knocked on the door. Zeke called from inside. Come in. I stepped inside, and he started talking to me without looking up from his work. You made decent time. I have a teleport relay to this place, but you took the long way. Good hustle. The sight of him like that, sitting and painting casually, seemed so familiar, and at the same time, so very alien. He'd done this for as long as I could remember. I'd always thought making the masks was a hobby, and knowing they were part of a huge underground world felt surreal. I walked over and set down the mask I'd taken. He glanced at it out of the corner of his eye but kept painting. Still, he must have seen something amusing because he smiled. Wow, good instincts. None of the finished ones here would have actually hurt you, but they might have ruined your day. Taking that one was a smart call. You got lucky. It was one of the ones with the sight enchantment completed. He finally stopped painting and looked over, his eyes taking me in. Yup, H rank. Not bad, even for a candidate. Most don't run into another ascendant that early. I walked to the other side of the workbench, grabbed a stool, and dragged it over to the spot next to where he sat. Really? Seems like it would be pretty easy for someone with my powers. I can grant plenty of wishes that people would find useful. I bet any of the other candidates could have done the same. My powers seemed pretty open and shut. I wasn't sure why there was even a competition. Wouldn't we all progress at the same rate? He chuckled, shaking his head. Let me see your contract. I didn't hesitate. Zeke was a total beast. Besides, if he wanted to hurt me, he wouldn't need to ask. I handed it over, and he read through it with a smile and handed it back. Thought so. Now, I can't tell you too many things because it would compromise the trial, but since you ranked up, I can give you some basic information. Finally putting down the mask he'd been holding, he turned to face me. Now, your first mistake is not knowing what an ascendant is. You aren't an ascendant because you have a power. You have a power because you're an ascendant. The prerequisite for being considered an ascendant is very simple. You have to have at least 1 point in the impact stat. He gestured to me. As I'm sure you can feel, impact is extremely important. In fact, it's the most important stat. Impact is a measure of how much your presence and actions affect reality. The higher your impact, the harder you are to hurt, and the more impressive your power can be. It's one of the reasons the wish power is considered so scary. Being able to grant wishes that span 3 days' worth of power essentially triples your effective impact. Then why do ranks matter at all? I asked. Wouldn't someone in H rank with 100 impact be untouchable even to someone in B rank as long as their impact was lower? I got a point of impact for ranking up, but if it's just 1 per rank, that completely invalidates things. I mean, there has to be some other way to get impact, like I bet I could get it by granting wishes. Zeke smiled widely. I told you there's a reason the Wishmaster is such a big deal. But you're missing a few things. First of all, you don't get 1 point of impact per rank. What you need to understand is that rank I isn't really a rank. It's a designation for someone who has powers but hasn't ascended yet. H is the first legitimate rank, and as such, ranking up past that gives you 10 impact. The next rank gives you 20, and so on. I tried to ask another question, but he cut me off. Second of all, you can't grant any wishes anytime soon that will allow you to charge a point of impact. Your power works off fair compensation, and you're nowhere near powerful enough to do anything that would be worth that price. Anything that raises impact is insanely valuable, and it gets progressively harder the higher it goes. It's why ranks matter, like you said. I shook my head. This was all good info, but I couldn't help but interrupt. Okay, fine, but we're getting off topic. What does impact have to do with why I was able to reach H faster than other candidates? I only had 1 point of it, and I only have 2 now, which from what you said is pretty standard for someone at my rank. Once again, I would think any of the other candidates could do the same. Zeke just rolled his eyes. As usual, you don't listen to anything that comes out of my mouth. I just told you that what makes someone an ascendant is having a point in impact, nothing else. Most ascendants have maybe 1 or 2 stats to start, impact included. That massively limits the type of wishes most candidates can grant. Without vitality, you can't grant wishes involving life, healing, or even food. Without creation, you can't make objects. Without focus, you can't affect the mind. My eyes widened. Wait, then why the fuck do I have a point in so many stats? I paused. Is this all the stats? He nodded, and I exhaled, relieved if only that I didn't have more things to keep track of. So why exactly do I have so many stats? I assumed having 1 in everything was just standard. You said that the stats you pick can change how your power works. Wouldn't only having specific stats steer people in one direction or another? He gave me an approving nod. Very good. Yes, but not too heavily. You don't pick stats. You gain them based on great deeds, as I'm sure you've seen. You can do a deed that will get you a point of might without having a might-based power. It's just harder. If you want to gain points in a stat you don't have, it can be tough. But there are ways. Most people end up being guided by what they have, though. As for why you have a point in everything. There was genuine hesitation in his eyes for the first time since the start of our conversation, but he eventually sighed and kept talking. A person's stat allocation has a lot to do with who and what their parents are. Your father is in the A rank, which gave you a solid chance of getting at least 1 point in all his highest stats, but those are all mental or ethereal stats. Your mother, however, has a physical power, so you got your points in the other stats from her. I gaped at him. Wait, Mom had powers? I paused, thinking back. You said has. Mom was alive? You told me she was gone. You said she was in a better place. I glared at him. If you tell me you meant she was literally in a place that's better than this one, I'm going to shiv you in the kidney. What the actual fuck, Zeke? Who says something like that to a kid about his own mother? My uncle sighed, rubbing his temples. He looked genuinely tired. Your mother is complicated. Let's leave it at that. Treat this like one of those things you aren't strong enough to know yet. I opened my mouth and he cut me off sharply. No arguments. This is an order from your old man, and I'm not going to gainsay him. She isn't around. She specifically doesn't want to be around for reasons I can't say are entirely wrong, though not all are her own. Leave it at that for now. You can find out more later. That was bullshit, and I was genuinely pissed about it. But I also knew Zeke well enough to know that he wouldn't tell me if he said he wasn't going to. Arguing would just make both of us angry. I would find out more about my mother on my own, somehow. The thought that she was alive was mind-blowing to me. I'd made peace with her death as a kid, so having the wound poked all of a sudden wasn't exactly pleasant. And she doesn't want to be here? I locked that pain firmly in a box and carefully turned my attention to what was currently going on. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly, as I tried to shove aside the sudden abandonment issues I hadn't even had before. Now was not the time. I opened my eyes to find Zeke smiling sadly at me. I got back to business. So is it safe for me to do the intake after I get the obfuscator, since I ranked up? He seemed relieved to have something else to focus on. Oh, sure. Some people are born with more than 1 point in one or more stats. Your parents were pretty evenly distributed across the ones they used, but S ranks who hyper-focus can have kids with a starting stat of 3 or 4 in their chosen specialization. It's not common, but people do hit H before the intake happens, and they usually get pretty heavily scouted. I frowned at that, but he cut me off. Before you ask, no, they won't look into who your parents are. It's something of a taboo. Talented kids are hard to find, and most high-ranked people travel all over anyway. There have been too many cases of powerful ascendants coming back for revenge when some local force used their kids badly. It's considered an unwritten rule to treat kids like that well. I sighed. At least there was one more worry off my chest. I opened my mouth to ask another question, but Zeke cut me off. No more. That's all I can do for you for now. I'm already pushing the limits of what I'm allowed to say. The intake will answer several questions you have, and some you haven't thought to ask yet. Just focus on getting the money for your obfuscator to hide your real ability, because the longer you go without registering, the more likely you'll be noticed. He turned his back to me, picking up the mask he'd been working on, and went back to painting. He bumped the unfinished mask with his elbow, pushing it toward me in a way that seemed almost accidental, if I hadn't known better. I smiled, understanding his intentions, and picked up the mask before I turned to leave. The chat had left me with more questions than answers, but some answers were better than none. Chapter 8. The first thing I did after Zeke's storm of revelations was text Benny. I asked him to meet me at the park and hopped on a bus after stashing my suit and mask in the bag. I needed to get an actual costume once I did the intake, but establishing a brand now, so to speak, would link me to my current actions, and that might give the Unity some clues about what my powers actually were. Benny stayed quiet as I told them the details of what I'd learned, nodding at appropriate times. Once I finished, he nodded again. Well, guess that explains why giving me a power would have been so difficult. I didn't mention my mom. I didn't want to talk about that, especially while I was too weak to do anything about it. I would fill him in once I found out more. Until then, it was just too real. I shook off my thoughts and focused on Benny again. So, what the hell do I do next? The night market and Doom Sovereign can help me get more wishes, sure, but the people there are mostly the desperate and down on their luck. They don't have the cash I need. Benny stroked his chin in thought, which looked ridiculous since he didn't have a beard. He told me once he would grow into it because his dad had one. Still, it was his thinking pose, so I shut up and waited. A minute later, his eyes lit up. Our big issue was your identity, right? Well, with your new mask, you don't need to worry so much about that. So why not go somewhere more high class? How about Vengiello's? My eyes lit up too. That was an interesting thought. Vengiello's was, well, the only way to describe it was as the world's most expensive swap meet. If the night market was where criminals gathered to hawk their goods, Vengiello's was where the planet's elite put their wares on display. But I didn't know if I could get in, much less have a chance to set up a display counter there. I mentioned as much to Benny. Benny waved me off. First of all, who do you think I am? Half the things on sale at the place are rare gems and minerals. I'm basically royalty there. Second, you're wearing the mask now, remember? Nobody who does business chases out the WCP. If the palace shows up at your trading event, you shut up and let them work. Plus, same as at the night market, I doubt it'll draw attention. While it's unusual, the Wishmaster does sell wishes, so setting up a booth should be fine. I nodded. That was one of the main reasons I felt safe with the table at the night market. Some poking around about the WCP online had turned up plenty of things I hadn't known before. For one, the wish ability wasn't some big secret. In fact, half the WC's power came from the respect and recognition given by people who wanted to be on good terms with the Wishmaster. Because of this, he'd created a method to sell wishes in order to provide the service to interested parties. If I had to guess, it worked like me granting wishes through Doom Sovereign. Using a medium or an emissary to create a link between them allowed him to grant wishes from a distance. That created a scarcity of wishes in the palace. Everyone wanted a wish, and you could run across one anywhere, but no one had them, so when they showed up, it wasn't questioned. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth and all that. The entire system could have been established to enable candidates like me to move unhindered in the universe without attracting undue attention. It was one of the many things I'd never heard about the WCP and the world of Ascendants before becoming one. The vast majority of the population had no clue how Ascendants worked, and just knew the stories about the big names via the media and urban legends. I was staggered by how much information was there for someone who knew where to look. Vengiello's was our best bet for quick cash. I could grant 4 wishes a day now with Lesser Wish, and although the actual scale of those wishes hadn't changed, I had more stats to work with. Since my power let me grant any wish I could accomplish in the span of 3 days, essentially tripling my effective stats for wish granting, even a single point was a game changer, especially for impact. I changed into my temporary costume, and Benny pulled up a number on his scan ring and shot out a text for a car to pick us up. Benny wasn't a fan of using the driving service his parents employed, but since Vengiello's was such a high-class place, we couldn't really arrive by bus. The ride was smooth and quick, and by the time we got to Vengiello's, I'd made my preparations and put on the mental mask I wore to go with the physical one sitting on my face. As we climbed out of the car, that persona was the only thing preventing me from whistling at the venue where Vengiello's put on its daily trade fair. Where the night market was a cramped, secluded gathering of the scum of the city, Vengiello's was elegant and refined. It was in one of the 7 or so garden terraces, beautifully curated parks within city limits meant to preserve some of the nature of Callus inside the sprawling metropolis of Valen. The sparkling white manor that hosted Vengiello's was situated in a picturesque meadow. The grass was all designed to grow to a uniform length, with some small variation to make it look more natural. Various wildflowers were dispersed artfully through the field around the manor, with cute little woodland creatures frolicking at strategic places and gorgeous butterflies touching down on the wildflowers. In short, it was the least fake-looking fake paradise imaginable. It provided a perfect backdrop for the manor house, a sprawling edifice of white wood and gold-veined white marble columns that looked like a mashup of an ancient temple complex and an old-style mansion. The result was elegant and refined and fit perfectly within the meadow, clearly having been designed with the location in mind. Benny stepped up next to me, giving me a begrudging nod. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I used to come here with my dad as a kid. He likes to keep a presence here because of all the precious stones and rare metals that show up, just to remind everyone that the Miners' Union keeps an eye on its assets. He would bring Mom and me and talk shop while I played with the other rich kids. Once I transferred to your childcare, I lost touch with most of them and stopped coming. He had a fond smile on his face, but his eyes looked a bit sad. I miss when I thought things like this were fun. I winced. Benny's mother had a very specific idea of what she wanted her family to be, and pushing that idea had alienated both her children. Not that I hated Amber, she was a nice lady, but she was obsessed with image. Neither Maria nor Benny cared much for it. When he was younger, Benny didn't mind his mother's king-making, but as he got older, he started to feel like a show dog. It was part of the reason he'd begun spending time with me. I clapped him on the shoulder. Hey, it's cool, man. New adventure, remember? We just need to focus on getting stronger. My old man brought his best friend with him when he rose up. We've got big things headed our way. He chuckled, closing his eyes, and took a deep breath before raising his head and giving a blinding smile. Like flicking a switch, he went from being upset and nostalgic to his public persona of charming screw-up. I rolled my eyes as we headed inside. Clearly he was fine if he could still put on a show. We strolled up to the door, and the tuxedo-clad man by the entrance nodded graciously to us. He obviously recognized Benny because he didn't stop us at all. Benny led me down a long, elegant hallway with painted walls and white and gold carpets. Gorgeous tables and paintings lined the hall and displayed all sorts of beautiful images and designs for the glitterati to enjoy as they made their way toward the main hall. Benny saw me looking and smirked. They put this stuff out here to get people thinking about their values and where they came from. Being curious puts them in a mood to buy things or to try to sniff out deals when they get inside. I nodded. That was a sneaky way to advertise, but in another sense, it was pretty upfront. These things are fancy. Don't you want fancy things in your hallways? Still, none of it tempted me at all. I just ignored it. I was pretty proud of myself for my immunity to temptation, but that feeling vanished as we reached the entrance to the showroom. My breath caught in my throat. I'd been around Benny enough to be inured to the presence of shiny things, or so I'd thought, but the endless array of wealth on display in Benjiello's made me salivate slightly as I thought about my own money woes. When he saw me freeze, Benny chuckled and patted me on the back. Yeah, I know. It's a bit much the first time. Just breathe. His eyes raked over beautiful carved wooden display tables and elegantly engraved glass cases with a sense of dismissive boredom. The array of items was endless. Some were useless and odd, like a globe made of precious gems. Some were dangerous, like a particularly menacing hooked dagger. Some were just carved statues or pieces of art that sat around looking pretty and obviously had no other function. In a daze, I walked to a nearby table and ran my fingers across the glass panels of a section display holding gemstones on a deep crimson velvet cushion. The table with the cushion held only gems, and they were all intricate and gorgeous. I saw a sapphire the size of a fist and a diamond that looked like a bird could hatch from it. Yet none of that interested me. My eyes were drawn to an inconspicuous ruby about the size of an eye sitting at the corner of the case. I sensed it contained a power I was very familiar with. The ruby gave off the sensation of might. I hadn't expected to see a rock with stats. I had assumed only humans had stats. I opened the case and picked up the ruby to feel its smooth surface. Benjiello's wasn't the kind of place a thief could get away from easily, so touching was allowed as long as the goods weren't too delicate. The man behind the table didn't stop me as I rolled the stone on my fingers, trying to understand what I was feeling. The ruby was hot to the touch and pulsing, like a living thing. I stared at it for a minute straight before the man said, "Ah, an ascendant. I should have guessed from the mask. It's a beauty, isn't it? A blood emerald. Rare to find one of those with a might attunement. They're usually attuned to vitality. It's on the smaller side, but the purity is unparalleled. Are you thinking of using it in a crafting project or alchemy?" I was thrown off. but I didn't want to come across as lacking in information, so I turned and looked to Benny. My friend, understanding I was hoping he would field the question, pasted on an uncertain expression. I don't know, honestly. I'm sort of new to all this. I didn't know there were gems with stat points. How does that even happen? The only way I knew to gain stats was to perform a great deed. A rock couldn't do that. I was also curious about alchemy, but I didn't want to come across as too uneducated, so I bit my tongue and let the man answer. He smiled. Ah, fresh meat. Fair enough. It isn't complicated. While humans ascend through great deeds, there are certain animals, plants, and materials born or formed with impact. The process of accumulating stats is usually much slower for plants and minerals, but given their timescale, it does happen. These objects can be used in crafting to make amazing objects of power, or in alchemy to create potions and medicines for a variety of purposes, some even granting stats directly. That kind of explained how crafters raise their power. I doubted the old make a million iron daggers standby would cut it when gaining power required renown. Very few people would become famous by being an assembly line. I reluctantly passed the blood emerald back. The man looked disappointed. Shame selling that has been a bit of a trial. Callus doesn't have many who can utilize ascended materials. I raised an eyebrow, not that he could see it under my mask. Can't you just take it to the WCP to sell? The Valen branch of the Wish-Curse Palace was far greater than it should have been because Zeke lived here. I still wasn't sure what rank my uncle actually was, but he mentioned smiting E-ranks, like I would talk about a stroll in the park. Not to mention he was a deacon, so he had to be strong. The man actually laughed. I'm not a fool, friend. I'm no ascended, even if I sometimes deal with them, and that place is not for mortals. The politics in the Wish-Curse Palace are complicated, and I value my life too much to swim in such murky waters. He cast an embarrassed glance at my mask and suit. Not that an ascended such as yourself would have a reason to worry, it's just not the place for me. He shrugged. In any case, feel free to stop by if you have the money to buy it. I doubt anyone here will snatch it up any time soon. I smiled and thanked the man before moving on. As Benny and I walked the dazzling showroom, I found my attention drawn to the various items on display. From a distance, I couldn't tell if any were ascended artifacts. Still, I couldn't help but wonder. The concept of making objects with powers was too exciting. I resolved to do some research on crafting and alchemy when I had time. Maybe I could ask Zeke about it, since he was obviously a crafter. We wandered back to a nearby empty table. Benny stepped up to talk quietly with a man there, passing him one of the small disposable chips that came preloaded with a specific amount of credits. The man nodded and stood up to leave. Benny gave me a winning smile and gestured to the table. Okay, man, let's get set up. I can't wait to see the wish thing from the outside. If I charge a finder's fee for hooking these people up, maybe I can get enough credits to wish for another steak. That ribeye haunts me. I chuckled and sat down at the table, reaching into the bag I was carrying to pull out a marker and a dry erase board. I wrote, "Wishes for sale, credits only," and winced at the messy handwriting. Being left-handed was always a pain. I really needed to get a calligraphy or handwriting skill from someone. I was a Wishmaster candidate. Being able to write well was important for my image. Still, it wasn't unreadable, so I set it out at the front of the table, propped up by the little stand on the back. Then I waited. I was honestly pretty excited to see how people would react. I doubted any of the Vangelios patrons would have wishes I couldn't grant, except maybe wishing for abilities. Plus, my power worked based on a fair exchange, and they were all stupidly rich, so they would most likely be happy to pay the price. If I played my cards right, I could gather all 5 million for the obfuscator and maybe even have enough left over for that ruby. Hell, I might even afford the ruby with the 500 grand I had, but I wasn't willing to spend money that might make the difference in getting my obfuscator. The first person to come up to us was a middle-aged man. He had dark hair with silver at the temples, dark skin, and piercing blue eyes. He sat down calmly in the chair Benny had dragged over to the other side of the table. His demeanor was aloof and proud, but not arrogant or overbearing, and when he spoke, his voice was reserved. "My name is Dalton Withers. Have you heard of me?" I shook my head, and he smiled wryly. "I suppose that's to be expected. Regardless, Benicio can tell you of my reputation." He nodded to Benny, using my friend's full name in a way few did. Benny nodded back, confirming this guy was all right, and I shrugged slightly. It was nice to know he wasn't a monster, but that wasn't why I was here. Still, the interaction seemed to put Dalton at ease. "I'm here to wish for more time. I have bone cancer. Terminal." He nodded to a man I hadn't noticed standing behind him, and the second man put a case on the table. Dalton opened the case, showing me dozens of chips, all neatly set into slots in black foam. "This is the take-home from my sales for the week. I usually scan them into my accounts all at once. There's 250,000 credits in this case. I offer it as payment, and I wish my cancer was cured." The familiar tingle started to build in my skin, and the purple words of flame scrawled across my vision. "Wish detected. Grant wish." I confirmed. "Stat points sufficient. Requirement: 5 vitality, 3 impact, 3 creation. Compensation insufficient." I sighed and shook my head. "Your offering is of insufficient value. The price of your wish is much higher." I expected him to be angry at me for gouging him, but the WCP had a reputation for fairness and impartiality, as well as for being intractable. If the Wish Curse Palace said it cost more, then it cost more. As simple as that. He frowned, more in worry than anger. He turned and whispered to the man who had put the case on the table, then turned back to me. "I don't carry more on me. Do you take direct credit transfers?" I nodded and held out my fist. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well. That makes things easier. I'll increase my payment by a factor of 10. 2.5 million credits should be enough. Yes?" His blue eyes burned with hope, and I noticed the laugh lines at the corners. He smiled often and seemed like a nice guy. I felt my powers spark and knew his offering was accepted as fair compensation. I nodded, and he reached out to bump my scan ring with his, transferring the credits directly. Direct transfers worked on a local network that didn't save data. The process was untraceable, so I could perform the trade with no danger to myself. Once the transfer completed, I nodded at Benny to take the case and confirm the wish. The usual light show started up, though the subtle sparks of electricity were hidden by my suit and mask. As usual, I felt basically nothing except a bit of a building charge. Dalton, however, wasn't so lucky. His eyes lit up as usual, but curing cancer wasn't the same thing as giving a skill or cleaning up a bit of lung rot. This was a true vitality-altering wish, and I was about to see just what that meant. The purple light in his eyes flickered out in small arcs of electricity as the power flowed visibly through his veins. Every vein stood out in sharp, glowing relief against his ebony skin as his body locked up in a near seizure. He toppled sideways out of his chair, his valet catching his fall. His body stayed ramrod stiff, shaking uncontrollably in tight jerks as the power wiped away his illness and the force of creation repaired the damage to his internal organs and bones. After about 10 minutes, his body finally relaxed. His immaculate gray suit was stained with blood, sweat, and some kind of muck that had come out of his pores, similar to Maddie throwing up her lung rot. He looked haggard and sore, but his face had a beaming smile on it as his assistant helped him up. He reached out to shake my hand. "Thank you. Thank you so much. I thought I was dead. Thank you." Honestly, I was pretty sure his lack of impact was the only reason I'd been able to do it, but I was glad to help. Treating cancer required high-level medical tech, and there weren't any mad scientists on Callus who specialized in medical equipment. The man thanked me profusely for another few minutes, but eventually he had to go. The difficulty of the process had drained him, and he needed to get home. His valet helped him out, letting the old man lean on him as he helped him out of the room. Benny gave me a nod. "Dalton really is a good person. That was a solid thing you did. I know his daughter. She's a sweet girl. She'd have been devastated to lose him." I nodded because my mask made it impossible to see my smile, but I was pretty happy with the result. I'd been so enraptured I hadn't even felt my own exhaustion during the process. I turned my eyes back to the table to see the show had caught the attention of several other interested parties. They had all lined up to speak to me, I only had 3 wishes left, though. I turned to whisper to Benny, and he listened before stepping up to speak to the line at our table. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend only has 3 more wishes for sale. From this point, we will commence an auction format. Highest bid makes a wish, and you get your money back if it's beyond the scope of the wishes we have in our possession. He grinned at the crowd. So, who's going to start the bidding? In the end, I did manage to get enough with my final 3 wishes to buy both the obfuscator and the ruby, and have some left over. The ruby ended up being $1 million flat, and only because I made a deal with the seller, Simon, that he could contact me about any future Ascended materials. I figured that if I couldn't buy them, I'd set him up with someone through the WCP. I made $9 million on the other 3 wishes, bringing me up to $11.75 million total, counting the $500,000 I'd already gotten. After blowing 6 of that, I was at 5.75, which seemed like a decent nest egg. I contacted Zeke and learned that one of the benefits of my VIP status entitled me to delivery of anything purchased through WCP. And since the palace had been holding the obfuscator for me, they dropped it off the same day. Chapter 9. I sat on the bus in my normal clothes, feeling so damn naked. Without my suit and mask, I felt exposed and vulnerable, which just went to show how important getting my own identity was. I'd asked Zeke if using a fake identity affected my real one, but he said early on the renown you earned was mostly rumors, so it wouldn't draw away from my official cape identity. I scratched at my ankle through my pants, where the obfuscator sat heavily on me. The device turned out to be an ankle bracelet with a smooth black plate that adjusted the parameters of my stat screen. Most people couldn't access their stats as easily as I could, I didn't think, but everyone could see it in some fashion, and the actual measurements were all consistent. The obfuscator wouldn't work on any higher-level scans, but it would be fine for the intake. Once I registered, I would update my stats manually as I ranked up. Zeke had told me to stick mostly to the truth. While abilities weren't obvious at first glance, most Ascendants could eyeball stats, especially impact, which mattered most. Things like vitality and might were pretty easy to spot too, though focus and fantasy were usually tougher. Luckily, my wish ability could be hidden easily enough. We decided to tweak my power to appear crafting-based, because the people at the intake office were unlikely to expect a live demonstration, and I could make whatever they asked for on my own later. Finally, the bus pulled up to a stop outside the intake center. Time for me to register and take my first step toward becoming truly powerful. Getting off the bus, I first noticed the Unity building's massive scale. The place looked like a courthouse, tall and imposing, held up by columns in the front with steep stone steps leading up to the entrance. There were people everywhere, most of them in costume, and I recognized several as being powerful local celebrity ascendants. Captain Polaris, whom I'd seen on TV just a few days ago, walked by with a pair of twin girls around my age, who chatted animatedly at him as he tried to break off to talk to Blue Fox, who was trying to politely disengage herself from an army of male fans. Avoiding them all, I headed for the entrance, remaining invisible, or at least as invisible as a 6'3", 18-year-old behemoth could. It was surprisingly easy when there were capes around. Once inside the building, I headed toward the back of the first floor. I passed through a crowd, the majority of whom were there to stare at capes, though I also saw some capes headed upstairs to do whatever capes did here. The intake area wasn't nearly as crowded, but it wasn't empty either. Valen had tens of millions of people, so there were always a few people developing abilities. Still, the people in here looked less energetic than the people outside, like they'd been waiting a while. I sat down in one of the chairs next to a blonde girl with short hair and sparkling green eyes. I nodded to her, and she gave me a friendly smile. "Oh, hi! Are you here for the intake too?" She paused for a second, then literally face-palmed. "Duh, of course you are. This is the intake area. Sorry, I'm just so nervous. This is a huge deal, right? I don't know if my power is even any good. Do you think I'll get in? I know not every Ascendant gets admitted. Some of us get registered, then sent to the overflow office and assigned a job in the private sector, construction and stuff, you know? Not that there's anything wrong with that. Oh, I'm Jesse, by the way." I blinked. That was a lot. She had barely taken a single breath during that whole exclamation. I felt winded just listening to her. Still, she seemed pretty nice, so I just smiled back. "Shane." I held out a hand, and she shook it enthusiastically. As for whether we get in, I have no clue. I don't know much about intake, to be honest. I didn't even know there was an overflow office. Where'd you hear about it? And what's your ability, if it's okay to ask? I don't really know the protocol there. She lit up. Oh, my brother told me. He's a member. Can't say which one, though. You know the rules about cape identities. As for my power, that's not a big deal. Some people are weird about sharing, but I think it's fine. I make plants grow. Nothing crazy like trees or anything, just pretty flowers and some herbs. Minor botany. It's not really very impressive, but my brother says it's super flexible, and there's a lot of skills you can mix with it to make cool powers. I'm hoping that gives them a good impression, you know? It certainly sounded interesting, but my attention was drawn toward her mention of skills. If she had a brother who was in the Unity, she probably knew a thing or two about it. Skills. I have a few of those, but what do you mean by mixing? What do skills do exactly? Most of my skills are minor, but I do have lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery. Is that common? Her eyes widened in awe. Oh, wow. A lesser skill already? That's pretty impressive. As for Doom Sovereign, no, that isn't common. I've never heard of a person getting a skill for something like that. Minor skills can range from local genius level to like planetary champ levels of great, but once you hit lesser, you can start to use them with your stats. Lesser skills are considered beyond the peak of normal human ability. How did you get a video game skill to that level? I just shrugged. Lucky, I guess. I play all the time with my best friend. She seemed to have forgotten my question about mixing skills, but I didn't want to push for an answer, so I just moved on. So, botany, huh? You must have had some fun with that. You mentioned flowers and herbs. What kind of things do you like to grow? I winced internally because I was kind of a shut-in and had zero idea how to talk to people my own age, aside from Benny and Maria. Hopefully I didn't sound too awkward. Jessie was about 5 feet tall and slim, with a pixie cut and a button nose. She oozed friendliness, but her habit of entering people's personal space was seriously flustering me. Luckily, she didn't seem to notice and was happy to fill the silence. Oh, sure, I've been working with a local florist for a while now. My brother said you can spend a few weeks with your ability before people notice. As long as you don't go past that, it's okay to get your name out a bit. Since your brand is mostly rumors at first, it counts towards your identity when you get one. Zeke had told me the same thing, though I wished I'd known I had a few weeks. Still, I was growing fast enough that a few weeks might have caused problems. I didn't want to be too abnormal when I started. That's really cool, I said. Hope you got a few stat points. I'm guessing you started with vitality and creation? From what I could tell, a person's starting stats offered a decent idea of how their power worked. Everyone had impact, so no one bothered to ask about it. She nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, plus I even got a point of fantasy for some of my flower arrangements, so I have 4 points already. My brother says being halfway to H rank before I even get my cape identity is pretty amazing. How about you? What did you start with? Actually, what's your power? I don't think I even asked. She hadn't, but I didn't mind sharing. My intake was probably going to get blown out of proportion anyway, so I might as well flex a bit. I smiled, trying not to look smug. I started with all my stats, and 2 points in fantasy and vitality. I got a point of might on my own, so I'm already at H rank. Since it was possible to start with multiple points in a stat, I figured pretending to 9 points and getting 1 would ultimately seem less suspicious. I'd pick fantasy and vitality because they could both play into crafting. I didn't have a second point in creation, sadly. My power is a crafting ability, minor woodworking. Her eyes nearly bugged out at the statement. No way! You had 2 double stats and were born with everything unlocked? That's crazy rare. They're gonna scout you for sure. She pouted. I wish I had something like that going for me. Her face lit back up, changing emotions so quickly I got whiplash. Oh, but we have complementary powers. Woodworking would go great with my power if I can get the ability to grow trees. We might end up teaming up in the future. I smiled. If I was going to team up with someone before I could get Benny a power, a cute girl with an infectious smile and a sunny outlook seemed like a great choice. Someone cleared their throat loudly, and we turned to see a formal-looking man with a goatee, dressed in a crisp gray suit. His only nod to personality seemed to be a brightly colored silk tie. I assume all of you are here for the intake. His voice was crisp and precise as he spoke. There were various nods and affirmations from the crowd. The man nodded sharply. Very well. If you'll all follow me, we can begin your orientation. Don't fall behind. I won't repeat myself. And with that, he turned and stalked out of the room. I looked at Jesse, who just smiled encouragingly. Well, this is going to be fun. Jesse and I followed the humorless man in the suit farther into the building before ascending stairs that looped around. The steps were crystal clear, and I doubted it was normal glass, since no one seemed to look up at us. Looking down on the multitude of floors as we climbed the spiral staircase was wild, though. Jessie clung to the railing, clearly torn between her fear of heights and the awe at what we were seeing. Seeing all the ascendants gathered together was amazing. We passed training rooms, art galleries, and cafes, all built into the wildly different floors of this grand building. After about a quarter hour, though, I started to get curious. Excuse me? Is this building bigger on the inside? The man turned, his angular features just as dour, but with a gleam of approval in his eyes. Well spotted. Most don't notice that for another few floors. Yes, the inside of the building far exceeds the outside in scope. That's why in private, members of the Unity call this place the Tower. It goes up quite a ways, though we won't be heading to the top. The evaluator is on the 15th floor. We used to use live scanners for the tests, but once a standardized machine was created, we switched. Different scanning methods have different standards after all. Having decided that was all I needed to hear, he resumed his climb without any sign of ending the conversation. Cheery guy. I looked at Jessie, who was getting less excited and more unsettled the higher we went. I bumped her with my shoulder to get her attention. Hey, you okay? We're good, you know. These stairs are solid as a rock even if they don't look it. We'd be able to feel if they had some give. This is the Unity. No way their stuff just falls apart out of nowhere. I paused. Actually, hold on. Hey, suit guy, can you give us the crash course while we walk? The humorless man paused, not bothering to look at me, then nodded. Yes, I suppose starting the lesson early would be beneficial to our schedule. Very well. We will begin, as they say, at the beginning. Before we complete your registration, the most commonly asked questions are regarding what the 7 statistics actually are and what effects they have. He took on a lecturing tone, and I could tell he'd given this speech more than a few times. The easiest place to start, of course, is impact. Impact is the influence you have on reality. It is what makes you special, unique. Everyone has impact to some extent, but those who lack sufficient value for their impact to be quantified as being at least 1 point fall outside the sphere of legendary cultivation and are not eligible to be ascendants, barring unforeseen circumstances or intervention from a higher power. Everyone was paying attention now, and though I knew this already, I was interested in hearing how the Unity understood impact and if Zeke had left out any details. The humorless man continued. Impact is very difficult to raise. Most statistics grow through the performance of great deeds, but impact rises almost exclusively during rank-ups. Other known methods happen only by chance. Impact governs how difficult you are to damage. Those who have less impact are less real, and as such have a harder time harming you. This is rank suppression. The succinct explanation gave me a bit more insight than what Zeke had told me. The man moved on. Next, we'll talk about vitality. Vitality is not, as some suspect, health. While a high vitality does indeed make you harder to kill, vitality is life force. Not just your own, but what you have at your disposal. Healers, summoners, and certain kinds of crafters all use vitality to do their work. To give or restore life is to utilize vitality. I hadn't understood that, and thinking about it, I was confused about a bunch of the stats, so I paid close attention as the man went on. Creation is the manifestation of something from disparate elements or from pure power. It is not making something from nothing, which is impossible, but rather the shift of the possible to the factual. Conjurers, summoners, and certain kinds of crafters make frequent use of creation, though in the case of the second type, are also often heavy investors in fantasy. He paused in his recitation to turn and look at us. As you might have noted, these stats often overlap. All powers contain elements of several stats, if not all of them. They are the building blocks of your abilities and the forces that govern your life as an ascendant. These statistics you excel in will govern the direction and form of your ability, should you choose to leave it in its base state. He stopped that train of thought, waving it away. That will be for later. Moving on. He resumed his trek up the stairs. Focus, one of the most misunderstood of the stats. It is not, as some would have you believe, intelligence. It does not give you more knowledge. Focus sharpens and enhances your mind, allowing you to think faster and remember more clearly. Mad scientists, mentalists, and nearly every kind of complex crafter makes good use of focus. His enthusiasm dipped noticeably as he moved to the next stat, clearly trying not to sneer. Might is one of the crudest and most direct statistics. It governs the use of force, traditionally involving the body. Many direct combat ascendants utilize might to empower their strikes, lift more weight, or generally inflict damage with their bodies. It is considered one of the easiest stats to raise, as might is one of the most obvious stats and leaves the most overt impression. I could tell he wanted to say more, but he swallowed it down, forcing himself to move on. Fantasy, the most nebulous of the stats, governs, as the name implies, the fantastic. It is used for illusions or to provide a framework through which creation might work. Fantasy is an important tool for any sort of conjurer or summoner, as well as illusionists. It's surprisingly easy to raise because of the sense of wonder ascendants inspire, and it is the bedrock upon which many abilities are built. His tone became reverent. Finally, perception. This governs your sense of the world around you. Many finer and more detailed manipulations of your power require perception. It allows you to understand not only your own abilities, but the abilities and traits of others, and it is, in my humble estimation, one of the most important and underestimated statistics. Having reached the end of the list, he gave us one last warning. As I mentioned, none of these can be overlooked. Your growth in statistics will govern the details of how your powers function, some more than others. Abilities that utilize all of the building blocks will be slower to change and be less profoundly affected. But acquiring and raising stats that don't pertain to your ability can irrevocably alter how your power functions, so be careful of the impression you leave. Ascendant cultivation is one of renown and legend. The stories you inspire will change you irreversibly. I wasn't aware powers like mine, which used all stats, were more resistant to change. That made sense, though. The man, who still hadn't bothered to give us his name, stopped at the top of the spiral staircase and stood to one side. The crystalline walls were nearly invisible, but he fished out a key and slid it into a keyhole I couldn't see. He gave it a turn, and with a sharp click, an old-fashioned, banded wooden door with an iron lock shimmered into existence. The door swung inward, and he led us into a stone room that looked like the lab of every magic user from every fantasy story I'd ever read. The place was a full-on wizard's tower, with wooden tables covered in bubbling cauldrons and beakers. Crystal balls sat on plush pillows, showing strange scenes that cast flickering lights on jars of unusual and disturbing ingredients. Our guide rolled his eyes as we stepped into the room. "For the sake of the Revenant, Beaker, get out here, you lunatic!" A man stepped out of a back room, carrying a glass box of gelatinous liquid with eyeballs floating in it. When Beaker caught sight of the group, he stopped, blinking owlishly at us from behind a pair of half-moon glasses. He was dressed in a set of dark blue robes. He was probably 20, with sparkling blue eyes, and looked like he was trying way too hard to appear as a wise old wizard. Our humorless escort scowled at the younger man. "Beaker, we have a registration to complete today. Why the Guildmaster allows you to keep this place outfitted like some medieval laboratory, I'll never know, but the least you could do is clean up a bit for prospective members. Just because you have a beginner-level enchanting skill doesn't mean you have to live like some kind of stereotypical wizard. It's embarrassing." Beaker seemed unbothered by the man's ranting and turned to face us. "Oh, wonderful. Guests, please, come inside." He swept an arm over a table, knocking over several glass vials and stands, which smashed loudly on the floor. Beaker seemed oblivious to all of it, but we all looked worriedly at the pile of glass and chemicals. The liquids mixed together and began to spark, letting off strangely shaped smoke of varying colors. Beaker set down his box, ran back into the closet, and returned with a wooden chest bound with strips of bronze. He popped open the chest and pulled out a monitor screen with a pair of handles with black grips on each side. Black and futuristic looking, it didn't go with the decor at all. Beaker thrust the scanner into the air triumphantly and turned to us with a grin. "There, exactly what you needed. Mad science and enchanting are more closely linked than people think, so the Guildmaster has been letting me study this." He circled the table with it, hopping over the puddle of mixed chemicals and glass to stand in front of us. He held out the scanner to the closest member of our group. I counted how many were here now that we were stuck in this room. It turned out to be about 20. I took note of a few interesting people who seemed to be more composed than most of the others, all of whom were shifting consistently between awestruck and nervous. A pair of morbid-looking twins shared mismatching eyes, green and amber, but on different sides for each twin, a tall red-bearded man with long hair, and a mousy kid with brown eyes and a permanent scowl. Beaker waved the scanner. "Well, no reason to dither. Grab on, your destiny awaits." Chapter 10. My destiny did await, but it had to stand in line. There was only one scanner device, so as we waited in line, the rest of us talked to Beaker. It turned out that I actually had heard of Beaker, or at least his accomplishments. The eccentric enchanter had created several products in regular use in the conglomerate. Beaker explained that crafters could, for the most part, gain stat points through crafting. He smiled casually as he gestured to a few of his recent projects. "Heroic cultivation or ascendant cultivation, depending on your preference, relies on performing great deeds. Since creating a product that becomes widely used is considered a great deed, it's possible to accrue stats in such a manner. Many a crafting genius has risen to power on the notoriety of their creations alone, remaining in the background so as not to draw attention." Our humorless guide cut in. "Not many. Creating a device or concept that counts as a great deed is difficult. Most crafters get out among the people and demonstrate their devices, which can give substantial returns. As you may know, ascendant cultivation isn't linear, especially after a rank up. Stats become increasingly harder to gather. Larger and more impressive deeds are needed. Very few crafters who operate in the manner Beaker described reach E rank." Beaker snorted. "Very few people reach E rank at all. It's no shame not becoming a powerhouse. F rank is a respectable stopping point. A decent amount of impact buys you a long, happy life." At our surprise, he turned to raise an eyebrow at our guide. "I assume you told them how stats work. Did you not mention the main advantage of impact?" The man looked annoyed. "No, I don't tell the newbies about that. It makes them rush their cultivation and unbalances their stats. But I suppose it's too late to avoid it now." He turned to look at the group. "As my colleague so helpfully pointed out, having a higher impact does indeed protect you from the ravages of time, somewhat. It's not exactly a clean comparison, but the easiest way to describe it is that each rank up doubles your lifespan. Due to the exponential effects of stat values, the higher your impact, the more effective it is." Jessie raised her hand like we were in a classroom, and I fought back a smile. "But wouldn't vitality increase lifespan? You said vitality is life force, right?" She had a good point. Our guide gave her an approving nod, apparently impressed with the question. For the first time, he smiled, slightly. "Well reasoned, but no. Vitality applies to healing whether yourself or others. It prevents aging, but doesn't increase lifespan. Having a high impact makes you live longer. Having a high vitality keeps you young while you are alive. We aren't entirely sure why it works that way, but it's been proven that it does. Not many questioned to think it when first introduced to the concepts, however. I'm impressed." Jessie lit up, her face flushing. "Oh, I was just wondering." She was distracted from her embarrassment, though, as the device finally made its way into her hands. She swallowed hard and looked at me. "Hope we both end up getting in." She gave me a nervous smile, then locked her hands around both of the grips and spoke the activation word that Beaker had given her. The screen lit up on the device, showing a version of the same screen I'd seen before, with a few differences. Jessica Evans, I rank, ability, minor botany, impact 1, fantasy 1, vitality 1, creation 1, skills, minor flower arrangement, minor herbalism. Our guide nodded in satisfaction. "Very impressive. 2 skills already so early in your advancement. 4 unlocked stats is no small feat either. I can see why your brother has such high hopes for you. You haven't managed to reach 2 in any of your stats yet, but your scan data says you only recently acquired that point in fantasy. Managing to unlock a new stat before your intake is certainly worth noting." He gave her a solemn nod, and her shoulders relaxed as he reassured her. Finally, Beaker turned to hand the scanner to me. "Well, looks like you're the last one, young man." It was hard not to roll my eyes at being called young man by someone who looked to be in his early 20s, but I managed. Our guide was not quite so restrained. I smirked a bit at the exchange, but nervously took the scanner. Jessie gave me an encouraging smile. I wasn't worried about not being noticed, though. I was worried about literally the opposite. I grasped the handles. The sensation of being scanned felt intrusive. I wasn't sure why no one else had reacted to it, but maybe being just past I rank meant they couldn't feel it. Whatever the case, the scan made me feel naked and exposed, and I was glad I'd gotten the obfuscator. Just knowing that all my secrets wouldn't be revealed gave me a profound sense of comfort. Once the scan finished, my information popped up on the screen with a few minor differences. Shane Wyndham, H rank. Ability, Lesser Woodworking. Might 2, Impact 2, Fantasy 2, Vitality 2, Focus 1, Perception 1, Creation 1. Skills, Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery, Minor Piano Mastery, Minor Cooking Mastery, Minor Gymnastics Mastery, Minor Swimming Mastery, Minor Guitar Mastery, Minor Singing Mastery. I heard a sharp intake of breath from Beaker and our guide as they stared at me in shock. Clearly, Jessie and Zeke had both underplayed how big a deal this was, because I could have knocked them over with a feather. I was annoyed by it, honestly, but the obfuscator could only change the way my stats looked. It couldn't change my rank. I tweaked it so my fantasy and vitality looked like they'd begun at 2, so at least that worked out in my favor. I was in H rank, so I had to have 10 points plus 1 in impact. The distribution of my stats wasn't any more eye-catching than any other combination. I regretted not hiding some of my skills, but Zeke hadn't warned me how uncommon they were. I smiled nervously. I guess those are good stats?" The guide looked at me like he'd just won the lottery, and Beaker seemed like he wanted to cut my skull open and study my brain for science. Jessie, who'd already known my stats, just giggled at my reaction. The guide cleared his throat. Yes, that's quite a few accomplishments. I see from your scan data that you had all your stats already unlocked and started with fantasy and vitality at 2. I'm impressed you managed to obtain a second point of might so quickly. You seem to have been an ascendant for only a few days. Still, to be H rank at such an early point in your career, as well as having yet to acquire your ascendant identity, is quite extraordinary. I am Stricture, by the way. If you can stay behind after the evaluation, I dare say the Guildmaster would love to speak with you." Based on his controlled excitement, bringing the Guildmaster someone with my level of talent would net him quite a few benefits, but I didn't mind. I actually felt better knowing he stood to benefit, rather than expecting some form of favor or repayment. Stricture, which I assumed was his cape name, simply nodded one last time before turning to face the rest of the group. He cleared his throat again, this time to command our attention rather than out of embarrassment. "Now, each of you has been evaluated, and your data has been registered. A committee will vote on your status, and one of 2 things will happen. You may be deemed to have the potential to join the Unity. If this happens, we will extend an invitation and give you access to our resources as a member. Our image consultants will work with you to design your costume and brand, and you'll be given access to coaches who will help you spread your reputation and feats to the populace." That was interesting. I hadn't considered that they might have people who trained descendants to accomplish great deeds. Stricture continued. "Secondly, we may deem you have an ability more suited to the private sector. You will be referred to our overflow office, and they will aid you in finding a job for a local company in a field related to your ability." He held up a finger to silence the muttering that followed. "I would like to clarify that this does not reflect negatively on those of you who aren't extended an invitation. Working with the Unity is dangerous, even in non-combat roles. There are many who see association with us as a target painted on your backs, and we cannot, in good conscience, add a member to our ranks that we feel will not flourish within our organization. In some cases, a job in the private sector can be even more rewarding than becoming a Unity initiate." His face softened. Each of you embarks on a journey today. Whether that journey brings you back to us or onto other opportunities, I truly believe it will be an important and life-changing experience for everyone here. Even if you don't remain, remember this. Every ability can be great if used properly. There is no ascendant who can become a legend on their own. Now, follow the steps back down to the intake office, and Beaker will see you out. I have something to attend to at the moment. Beaker looked completely betrayed and tried to argue, but Strixer just dismissed him and sent him off down the steps with the other candidates. He turned to me with a sedate smile. Now, Mr. Wyndham, if you would follow me, I can take you to see the Guildmaster. He gestured me out onto the steps, and Jessie gave me a tight hug and a bright smile. She bumped my fist to exchange contact information. Now, the unity stretches across the whole of the conglomerate, Strixer said as we ascended the steps. The unity is the name of our founder as well as our organization, but each branch has their own guild master just to oversee matters in their territory. I tell you this so you won't be too stressed about meeting her. She prefers to be treated casually, so no need for any worry or formality. I nodded, and we stopped at the top of the invisible steps at a metal security door. Strixer gestured for me to enter. I'll wait for you out here so you can find your way out. Enjoy your visit. I stepped up to the door and raised my hand to knock. Before I even touched the door, it swung open. I jumped at the sudden motion, but Strixer caught me by the arm and gave me a reassuring nod. With a loud gulp, I stepped forward into the office of the Guildmaster. At first, all I saw was smoke. It billowed up around me, filling my face and nose, blocking my view of the room. After I took a few steps, the smoke cleared, leaving me standing in space. It wasn't literal space, it was too small, but kind of a scale model with tiny glowing pinpoint stars, planets, and asteroid belts. Tiny comets straight past, but none of the celestial bodies came close to me. It wasn't as if they were avoiding me, it just felt like no matter where I moved, I simply wasn't anywhere near them. It was a weird sensation that reminded me of an optical illusion. The floor beneath me looked like a cloud of cosmic dust. I had no clue how it supported my weight. I turned around to go back, thinking I must have come to the wrong place, but the door behind me and the smoke that had impeded my path when I entered were both gone. All I saw in every direction was space. However, as I was turning to look around, I spotted a flash of light in the distance. It seemed wrong somehow, though it was gone too quickly for me to recognize anything specific. I headed that way, hoping it might lead me to the Guildmaster. Rather than being worried or afraid, I was in awe. This place was so beautiful it was hard to focus on anything else. I wasn't even worried about being lost. I was just taking it all in. I suspected that the formation of this place involved an absolutely monstrous fantasy stat, and probably a massive dose of creation, too. The planets and stars all looked so real, and were far enough away to seem like they fit within the scale of the universe. Still, it was clear enough to show the slightest details. Eventually, I made it to where I'd seen the strange light. As I drew closer, I blinked in surprise. A woman was sitting behind a desk, filling out paperwork. She was pretty in a severe way, with sharp cheekbones, bright blue eyes, and a pair of stylish glasses. Her platinum hair was pulled up into a tight, no-nonsense bun, and she wore a well-fitted business suit. She was lit by a desk lamp that sat on a massive carved wooden desk. Confused, I stood there staring for a minute or two before the woman finally spoke up. Are you planning to stand there for all eternity, or are you going to sit down? I jumped, realizing I'd been spotted. I was about to ask her where to sit, but upon glancing around, I found an overstuffed black leather wingback chair, sitting across the desk in a place I was absolutely sure there hadn't been a chair a second ago. I tried to swallow, but my mouth was too dry. Still, I sat down in the chair across from her and waited patiently. She finished signing a few forms with sharp, fluid strokes, and I noted she was using one of those feather quills, like in the movies. She left me sitting there for a minute as she wrote, and once she was done, she capped the metal tip of the pen and set it down on the desk beside her neat stack of forms. From the way she had placed everything, she was clearly a big fan of organization. Once she had the stack just so, she adjusted her glasses, despite them being perfectly positioned on her nose. She folded her hands and looked at me. So, Mr. Wyndham, you're quite the talented young man. Tell me, do you know why starting stats matter? I'd been curious about it for a while, so I shook my head. She nodded approvingly, as if pleased I hadn't made something up. There are a few important periods in the early stages of an ascendant's career. Firstly, there is the development period, which you've already undergone for the most part. The most important portion of it is the aspects undertaken before H rank. Then the debut, then the integration period. We here at the Unity have studied the heroic method of cultivation for quite some time and have developed a myriad of ways to maximize that initial entry into the community. I opened my mouth, then stopped, but the guildmaster motioned for me to continue. I cleared my throat, a bit embarrassed to not know these basic things. Would it have been better if I'd waited and done my development here? Also, why does everyone keep mentioning heroic cultivation sometimes, but sometimes they say ascendant cultivation? Is there a difference? Stricture and Beaker had both done that at different times, and it had been bothering me. She smiled, the first expression I'd seen on her. That, Mr. Wyndham, is an excellent question. The answer is yes. There are many ways for an ascendant to cultivate their legend. Heroic cultivation is the standard in the conglomerate. Other factions cultivate positions for their ascendants to fill, allowing them to grow in power more quickly, but it tends to cap them at that particular level. Others cultivate stories and fairy tales about themselves and spread them across the universe. But heroic cultivation is what we practice here. She shook herself a bit. I seem to have drifted off topic. To answer your other question, no. The development period isn't done here. It's the period of time before you come to us. It's considered something of an initial test to see if you have what it takes. Some people just aren't meant to become legends. We can't keep newbies on the shelf too long after they get here because leaks and rumors can deflate the impact of a debut. Can you guess why this makes you valuable? That was blunt, but I appreciated the candor and was pretty sure I understood. If you can't train newbies for long before you give them an identity, that means people who arrive with higher stats have an advantage. More power means more of a splash when we first hit the scene, and it means more people are talking about us, which in turn means we grow faster. She nodded again, pleased I was following along. What do you guys get out of all this? She shrugged. Our revenue streams are massive and varied. Suffice to say that creating powerful ascendants associated with the Unity benefits us as a group. In any case, I'm here to offer you an early bid with us. My name is Stella, by the way, and yes, that is a cape name. As a precaution, we only use cape names here. You will be expected to choose yours within a few days of joining. Now, if you'll hear me out, I can explain the benefits you receive for working with us. I nodded, and her smile widened a touch. Wonderful. Now, I'm sure Stricture mentioned our consultants. We have experts who can help maximize your image and bring you as much attention as possible. You'll be assigned a Unity mentor, someone from the active roster to take you out on patrols and let you experience missions in a safe environment. You'll be given a custom set of Ascendant gear made to your specifications, and there are certain opportunities that the main branches extend to our more talented members. Do you have any questions? Her tone was businesslike and to the point, but my head was spinning with all the information. To her credit, she didn't rush me. She just returned to her paperwork, giving me time to process the offer and all the implications. I bit my lip. If I do this, what kind of opportunities would the main branch extend? That sounds intriguing. Also, who would my mentor be? I paused for a second, but couldn't resist asking. Is Nightstrike available? The dignified guild leader image Stella was projecting shattered as she snorted out a laugh so abrupt I thought she'd choked. She dissolved into peals of cackling laughter, and I started to feel pretty stupid when she held up her hands, waving them to convince me not to jump to conclusions as she got a hold of herself. Sweet Revenant, I'm sorry, it's just... I forgot for a second that despite being so freakishly talented, you're still a boy. You were acting so composed, and that question was just such a stereotypical thing to ask. Forgive the reaction. I haven't had a good chuckle in days. I needed that. Her mirth faded slowly, but her smile stayed. No, Nightstrike isn't taking mentees. She's still too young. We prefer older members act as mentors. Yours would be Captain Polaris, my son, as it so happens. He grew up in the Unity and knows it backward and forward. As for opportunities, there are several. The Tournament of Champions is considered extremely beneficial for newbies. It's broadcast to all the branches in the local star system. There's also access given to certain legendary pocket dimensions where you can hunt for materials or powerful monsters to refine into artifacts and equipment. Those sounded interesting, though she seemed slightly dismissive about my chances in the tournament. She probably expected me to become a pure crafter like Beaker. I wasn't going to do that. Having a higher rep meant better stats, which meant better wishes. Still, this sounded like a really great deal. Zeke didn't like the Unity, but he'd supported my coming here and trying to get in. Looking back, I realized he'd pushed me toward this decision, given that I couldn't exploit the WCP for resources. The resources I could get from a place this small were limited anyway, but still, it would get me off to a good start. I smiled at Stella, holding out my hand. I accept. She grinned, holding my hand and shaking it. I was still curious about what the Unity got out of the deal here, but Zeke would have warned me if I was making a mistake. I could always ask him when I got a chance. For now, I had a new identity to work on. She pulled a form from the stack, initialed it a few times, and pushed it toward me. Now, your contract is pretty standard. We give newbies a 1-year deal to start. Depending on how powerful you get, we might invite you back. You won't be required to reveal your crafting secrets or anything like that, and you are free to sign confidentiality agreements with clients regarding your process. If you donate any crafting methods that pertain to unique skills, there will be rewards. She outlined the entire process, and I had to admit I was tempted. I understood why Zeke hadn't been worried about me entering as a crafter. I could have people sign binding contracts to keep my crafting method secret, which would let me use crafting sessions as a cover for wish granting. I'd be able to create custom gear around my level instantly for people who needed it. Stella welcomed me to the Unity, and I thanked her and headed back to the stairwell. I stopped to talk to Stricture and made my appointment to see their consultant. Tomorrow I would be coming back in. It was almost time to make my hero identity. Chapter 11. The next day I arrived at the Unity headquarters as early as possible, which was about noon for me. I'd never been a morning person, but hey, they never gave me a time to show up anyway, having just carved out a day for my appointment. After the bus pulled up to the building, I hopped off energetically, excited to start work on my cape identity. In the early stages, I would have to fake being a crafter, since I could use the confidentiality to bind people to not talk about their wishes. Luckily, having their power growth based on public perception meant that trade secrets were sacred to crafters, so full NDAs weren't at all uncommon. The Wishmaster candidate system wasn't exactly unknown, but being ousted in the early stages was incredibly dangerous. Zeke had heavily implied I shouldn't let word of my candidacy leak until I reached at least D rank. By then, I would have been in the public eye long enough that attacking me would be considered interfering with the trial. I had a ways to go. While the WCP didn't interfere with higher-level candidates who could defend themselves, killing a publicly announced candidate challenged the WCP's reputation. That was also true at lower ranks, but candidates who became too visible could just as easily be killed by other candidates, who naturally didn't worry so much about WCP reprisals. I headed back to the intake office, where I would be meeting my mentor for the first time. When I arrived, I found Captain Polaris waiting for me. With a smile, he waved me over, then took my hand in a firm grip, clapping me on the shoulder. "Shane, good to meet you, my friend. Excited to be working with you. As I'm sure you're aware, I'm Captain Polaris, but you can call me Ian when we're off work." I smiled back uncertainly. "Thanks. I'm a bit surprised you would give out your civilian name like that. Stella said we always use cape identities inside the guild." I didn't want to screw up on my first day here, so I figured I'd better ask about that early. He chuckled. "Usually true, at least at lower levels. Higher-ranked descendants usually dispense with their other identity altogether, but people at our standard traditionally keep them separate. I'm a bit of a special case, however, since I grew up in the Unity. My civilian identity isn't really a secret." He waved at his uncovered face. "Hence the lack of a mask. No real point to it, and I like it better this way anyway. Sure enough, looking around, I noticed Captain Polaris was one of the only capes nearby who wasn't wearing a mask. His face worked well with his image, I had to admit. He had strong cheekbones and bright blue eyes that matched his blue and gold suit. The suit itself looked heavily armored, but still light, like a full-body leather armored jumpsuit with extra padding at vital areas. His black hair was cut short, and he generally seemed like a stand-up guy. I'd expected him to be snobby or arrogant, being the guildmaster's son, but he wasn't like that at all from what I could see. This mentor thing might not be so bad. He motioned me to follow him. So before you choose your costume design, we usually like to get your name hammered out, but we also know people tweak their names based on the general impressions their gear gives. So you can look at the various basic armor types before you come up with your cape name, and then change the specifics to fit the image you want. Does that work for you? I nodded. Yeah, sounds good. I just don't really know what to go with in terms of my name. It's a big decision, you know? There's so many options. Any advice on how to narrow it down? I'd been racking my brain over my cape name for days, and I was no closer to deciding. Captain Polaris clicked his tongue. Nope, sorry. That's the big one that people usually run into a problem with. I picked mine because of my mom and where I was hoping my powers would develop. It's a bit cheesy, I know, but people usually respond well to it. My only real advice is to pick something meaningful to you. Even if it doesn't make sense to anyone else, your legend will fill in the blanks as you rank up, but the person who needs to be inspired most by your name is the person carrying it. We arrived at the end of a long hallway, and he knocked on a large steel door. A rat-like man with goggles and sallow skin opened it, shoving his head out in a jerky motion that made him look like he was animated in stop motion. What? I'm working on a new design. Don't you see the sign? He pointed sharply at the empty surface of the door, where there was absolutely no sign. The man didn't even bother to look at it before whirling around to stalk back inside, leaving the door open. Well, hurry up. I don't have all day. I blinked at the sudden change in demeanor as he shifted from angry hermit to imposing master of ceremonies. Captain Polaris just rolled his eyes and nodded for me to head inside. He followed me in, speaking to the strangely tall but very hunched man. We know, Pack Rat, this won't take long. I just brought my new mentee to take a look at some of your materials and style samples so he can pick his name. Then we can get started on designing his gear. You know your collection is integral to the naming process. The obvious flattery seemed to appease the fidgety man, who grinned at us, exposing incredibly large and very yellow teeth. Of course, you must bring the new blood up to speed in the most efficient manner. I suppose I can allow the interruption. He gestured grandly to the back of the room, proclaiming dramatically, Very well. You may gaze upon the wonders of my collection. Be inspired, young neophyte, and know your rise to greatness is a debt you'll never repay. Captain Polaris rolled his eyes again and spun a finger around his ear when Packrat's back was turned. I had to choke back a snicker, but despite the joke, he didn't seem to look down on Packrat at all. It was more like good-natured teasing, and I saw Packrat's mouth quirk into a partial smile as he headed back. I was guessing this was an inside joke between the two, and I felt a bit more comfortable knowing I was somewhere with such a playful atmosphere. When we got to the back of the room, I realized why he'd chosen to go by Packrat. The entire place was filled wall to wall with shelves. Square cubby holes were stuffed full of random materials such as sheets of fabric, plants in display cases, and chunks of stone. There were so many things I was dizzy just trying to take them all in. 5 mannequins, all in varying types of costumes, stood in front of the shelves, and I assumed they wore the samples we were here for. Captain Polaris gestured to the mannequins. Okay, Shane, here we have samples of basic costume types favored by the Unity. You can ask for something more unique, and people sometimes do, but these are templates we refined over generations of active users. First up, we have the standard jumpsuit. He gestured to a mannequin wearing a full-body one-piece costume similar to his own, though the one on the mannequin seemed much less padded and reinforced. He pointed to himself. As you can see, I went with that. We also have the light armor style. He gestured to a leather armor costume, then to another mannequin next to it. That one was as unobtrusive as possible, clearly made for infiltration. After that comes the stealth suit. Then he gestured to the fourth, which was just robes and layers, probably good for ranged casting. Full caster type. Finally, he pointed to the last mannequin. And lastly, the heavy armor. That one isn't commonly used. It doesn't fit the heroic image as well, and it's an overt style, but some people make it work. He stepped back, letting me think over my options and get inspired by the costumes. I had a short list of names I'd been thinking of, and matching each name to a costume type, then deciding if I wanted that costume type or not, let me eliminate a dozen or so of the more unsuitable ones. The light armor style spoke to me the most, and I planned to have a caped cloak and a hood to go with it. I also wanted to see if it was against the rules for Zeke to make me a mask. His work looked great, and I felt he could make more styles than those worn by WCP members. Still, picking a name was tough. I'd combed through historical and mythological names. I wanted something that suited not just my image as a Wishmaster candidate, but something obscure or oblique enough not to draw attention to my nature too soon. Wishes could be granted by Jinn, and in the old stories, Jinn were a kind of spirit often bound by a specific figure. I walked up and tapped the light armor. I mentally went through color palettes and designs for my armor, imagining what it might look like, but the Unity had costume designers. All I could really do was let them know exactly what they would be working with. Plus, I could give input after they started. I nodded to myself. I had officially decided. I turned to Captain Polaris and shot him a grin. I want this design with a big flowing cape and hood. More details to come. And I've officially decided on my name. Call me Solomon. Captain Polaris was all smiles and clapped me on the shoulder proudly. You lucked out here, kid, for a few reasons. Most initiates have to pay the guild back for their gear, but yours is covered in your contract. Most also get their costumes designed at I rank. H rank, as you know, lasts much longer than I rank, requiring 10 times more points to break through, so this costume will serve you for a long time. I hadn't considered that, but it was certainly a plus. I gestured to the mannequin. So what do you suggest here? Any special features or little tricks you know that will help make my costume the best it can be? I knew next to nothing about crafting, enchanting, or whatever it was Packrat did. I also didn't know if he was even the one who actually made the costumes and not just the guy who held on to the materials for the actual crafter. He grinned. I think I might have an idea or two, but it really depends on what you'll be doing. Not all crafters take the safe route and earn points through sales. Some of them go out and actually use their gear. Almost anyone who makes it past F rank goes into the field. I don't know much about you, Shane, but nobody who breaks through to H rank before their intake by getting a point of might is a homebody. I get the distinct impression you're planning on being in the field. You have a method you can use to make that work? I nodded sheepishly. Skills. I have a lesser skill in Doom Sovereign Mastery. I can use it with my minor gymnastics skill and my fantasy stat to pull off a kind of guided combat system, predictive attacks and stuff like that. I'm not really one for sitting around tinkering. I'm planning to craft, for sure, but I do want to do field work too. Best of both worlds, if that's okay? He snorted. Kid, we don't snap up talents like you and then tell them how to progress. You have your own way of doing things, and it clearly works. I'm here to give advice and guidance, not control your every move. You're welcome on patrols with me. He nodded to the mannequin. That said, there will be a few useful tidbits we can arrange for you that might help those patrols run a bit smoother. You said your combat style uses lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery and minor gymnastics. I nodded, and he chewed his lip thoughtfully. He walked up to the mannequin and ran his fingers along the surface before murmuring something to Packrat. The tall hunchman responded in an equally low voice, and they traded comments for a while before coming to an agreement. Captain Polaris turned to me. Okay, first things first. What kind of color and style were you looking for? We need to know what kind of vibe we're working with. For instance, if you want to be canary yellow, camouflage is out. I squinted at the mannequin, trying to imagine myself wearing the costume. I liked the black. I'd considered blue and bronze, but his comment about color and stealth made me rethink. I think probably black and violet, like a deep purple with some blue accents, but not quite indigo. Probably black is the base, and the rest is trim. I gestured down to the chest of his costume, where a 4-pointed star set against a field of white. Do I need to come up with something like that? A crest or something? The surprised smile on his face told me that wasn't something most people thought to bring up. That seemed odd to me, but maybe they were overwhelmed with the creation process. I was clearly on the right track. Yeah, sigils are an important part of Ascendant culture. They act as a mnemonic device of sorts for civilians. When they see our sigils, it reminds them of us and generates more renown. You can leave your sigil at important sites and battles to get the public thinking about you. Have anything in mind for yours? I didn't have anything specific, but I had a few ideas. I was considering using the six-pointed star and a skull. It alluded to my secret connections, and I could claim the skull was a doomed sovereign reference. Before I could answer, though, he seemed to take my silence as a denial and waved it off. It's fine, he said. No need to worry about it now. Sigils are usually the last step, and some initiates don't even get theirs until they graduate from mentorship. Sometimes a mentor can provide valuable help with creating one based on the traits they observe during the shadowing process. I shrugged, glad to have that off my chest. He turned back to the mannequin again. In any case, if you're going to focus on physical combat, you have a few choices to make. Dense armor will slow you down, but trading blows is a great way to generate might. A mobility enchantment or something similar will help you dodge and usually boosts perception. People see you avoiding hits with ease, and it leaves an impression that you can see things coming. If you're going for a synchronization with minor gymnastics, I recommend the latter. What kind of mobility suits you best? There are many ways to move. I pondered that. There were definitely many ways to dodge or avoid attacks, and mine were mostly agility-based, but some three-dimensional movement would give me access to more of the attack patterns from Doom Sovereign. It wouldn't be anything as crazy as flying, but even a double jump would be a huge asset. Captain Polaris was enthused about the suggestion, and provided a few of his own that would complement that fighting style. Things like sticking to walls for short periods or hard light shields I could push off to give myself more momentum midair. That was apparently the extent of what an H-rank suit could handle, though he also asked Packrat, who it turned out was indeed the guild's costume crafter, to include a shock absorption setup that could store impact in the gear. He had release valves rigged up on the hands, elbows, feet, and knees, so I could vent the accumulated force from my strikes, but he was very clear with his warning when he mentioned it. Be careful not to lean on that too much, Packrat said. It's H-rank, which means it'll soak most damage below G, but some monsters can punch above their weight class. That was definitely good to know, so I thanked Packrat for his help as we left his workshop. Instead of heading back outside, Captain Polaris took me farther into the first floor down another hallway, until we came out into a huge cuboid room with sturdy-looking white walls and hardwood floors. I looked around with interest before turning to him. What's up with this place? I take it this is some kind of training room? He flashed me a smile that did not inspire a ton of confidence. Of course. While I won't stop you from going on patrols with me, in order to know where it's safe to take you, I need to know what you're capable of. So, we're going to spar. He cracked his neck, starting to stretch a bit. Of course, I'll be on defense. My stats are much higher than yours, so asking you to defend against me would be ridiculous. So, just come at me, whenever you're ready. I backed up and dropped my hoodie to the ground, bouncing a few times in place to get my blood flowing. I wanted to see what my mentor was made of, and if he was going to just sit there and let me attack, I had no reason not to go all out. I focused and felt lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery resonate with minor gymnastics, but this time, both points of might and fantasy resonated as the overlay materialized into view over my vision. I felt my pulse pounding as I prepared to let loose on a superior opponent. I could see dozens of attack paths, and every one of them was full of openings, as if he didn't think he needed to bother blocking me. I bolted forward with every ounce of speed and power I had. I did a few handsprings before tucking my body, using the momentum to speed up both feet before bringing them down on his head in a double axe kick. He smiled, shifting out of the way of the blow, but I just hit my feet and bounced back up. Catching myself on my hands, I came up, spinning my body around my arm to shift my momentum in a circle. I came at him from the side. He shifted again, and the overlay didn't recognize it as a defensive possibility because he was just that much faster than me. He didn't need to react until I was about to hit him. I gritted my teeth in annoyance and continued my motion, shifting my balance to my other hand. I kept building momentum, gaining speed and power as I went. I felt my points of might strain as I pushed myself and my style as hard as I could. Kicks and elbows flowing along the overlay path moved as fast as I could functionally throw them. Captain Polaris was grinning and dodging constantly. He did not block or interrupt my momentum, clearly interested to see exactly how fast I could go and how much speed I could build up. My vitality started to resonate with the other stats and my skills, keeping me from running out of energy as I strained my body to its limits. No matter what I did, I couldn't fucking hit the man. This style of combat wasn't weighted heavily toward attack, and without any in-game skills to mix in, I was at a huge disadvantage. I flipped backward a few times to give myself space and tried to calm down and focus. I pushed fantasy as hard as I could to narrow down a path that would let me hit him, even if it was just a glancing blow. I refused to be so pathetic that I couldn't even touch him when going all out. He raised an eyebrow at my change in expression, but smiled wolfishly as he prepared for my charge. I bolted right at him at top speed, hurling my whole body forward into an axe kick aimed right at his skull, and as usual, he drifted just out of reach. As my right leg came down, I landed in a crouch on my left, pushing every ounce of might into the bent limb. I sprang straight up at him as he was in mid-step. My knee shot right at his face, and I put my all into hitting him at least once. I felt the impact on my knee, and I was overjoyed for a second before I realized I'd slammed into his hand. He pushed me back, and I pulled a handspring, bouncing back to my feet. He held up his hands. Enough. That was pretty damn good for a newbie H-ranker. More than enough to defend yourself against most of the thugs we'll run into, and I can handle any of the stronger enemies. He shot me a grin. Go get cleaned up, kid. Once Packrat finishes your costume, I'll take you on a short patrol. Chapter 12. Packrat was shockingly quick at designing my gear. By the time I got out of the training room shower, it was ready for me to try out. I wasn't sure what costume makers the other branches used, but Packrat was aces at his job. He had me all wrapped up in a perfectly tailored armor within an hour of getting the order, and he didn't even need to do any measurements or alterations. The armor felt snug around me, and I couldn't help but preen a bit at how badass I looked in the fitting room's mirror. I looked fantastic. The placeholder wrap I used instead of a mask worked well with my hood, and the smooth, armored contours of my new suit looked imposing in a sleek, dangerous way. I could see faint traces of runes running along the costume and radiating out across my body. I grinned at the feeling of flexibility and protection around my limbs as I stretched through a series of gymnastic movements, feeling no tightness or pulling at all. Even the cape flowed strangely to prevent tangling. The next 20 minutes were a blur of instructions and rules as Captain Polaris and I got ready for our first patrol. I couldn't help but be excited. As my mentor and I walked out, he placed a hand on my shoulder, enshrouding us both in a dazzling stellar aura. I felt my body begin to lighten as we drifted into the air and the afternoon sky. Captain Polaris was clearly trying to stay relatively low as not to scare me, but it was still a terrifying and exhilarating experience. I froze for the first minute or two, paralyzed by the fear that moving would break the aura, but as I adjusted to the feeling and remembered some of the three-dimensional movement abilities my armor had, I calmed down. I looked to my mentor. Hey, Cap, what exactly is your ability? I know you can do energy blasts and fly. Is it okay to ask people their powers? He chuckled. His voice wasn't muffled at all by wind or rushing air, because the stellar aura kept us perfectly unruffled as we soared over the city toward our patrol route. You can ask. Some people don't like to share, but no one will freak out about the question. My ability is called Star Power. I won't go into specifics, but I gained it through skill synergy. For future reference, asking the skill combination needed to get a specific ability is off-limits, but I can say that my power involves stellar manipulation and a heroic aura that affects me at all times. That sounded useful as hell. Neat. So, just to confirm the rules, I'm supposed to stay back and let you handle combat situations unless directly engaged, but when we talk to civilians, you want me to try to get my name and rep out there. I could already tell that this job would be exhausting, but it would also be a great way to gain stats. He confirmed my recollection as we touched down on a quiet street. By the way, whose territory is this, gang-wise? Cap stretched a bit, limbering up when there was no one around to see us. He seemed excited to get to work, and I envied his enthusiasm. I hoped I liked my job that much once I got farther into it. He glanced around to double-check we were alone, then turned to me. The Nobody Man runs this part of town. His boys are sneakier, but usually weaker, specifically because they don't make many waves. He goes for quantity over quality, so it's a good place for a newbie to start out. That made some sense, and I felt better knowing I would be dealing with low-level mooks. By the way, when should I look into working on getting some crafting clients? I asked. Do I advertise? Is there some kind of job board? Or do I go to some crafting center and work at a counter like a clerk? I was in the dark about crafting facilities in the Unity. The pleased look on his face told me I'd asked a question he was hoping I would bring up. A reasonable question. The answer is all of those, or none of them. The crafting center has a few departments. You have your low-level grinders. They usually work the counters, but since you're H rank already, you can skip that. Next up is the job board for those who have proven themselves, and that's what you'll be working off of. The crafters who have a name for themselves can advertise for custom commissions, but it'll take a while for you to get to that point. Probably not as long as most, though. We headed off down a side street, and pretty soon we stumbled upon trouble. A pair of gray-appareled nobody men were racing down a nearby alley, clearly up to something. Without even a word, we took off after them. I made sure to lag a step behind Captain Polaris. Not that it was hard, because his stats were so damn high. He was clearly going slower for my sake. Luckily, the goons were just as slow as me, so his holding back didn't offer our quarry a chance to escape. It took me a while to notice, but I realized Cap was steering them out of the alley and into a more open space. Not a crowd or anything, but somewhere with cameras and a couple civilians. He wanted my first takedown to be in the public eye, so I could get a great deed. I guessed that he'd noted how weak the goons were and planned to let one slip by him so I could get some expertise fighting in the field. Once we chased the men into the open, Cap circled around at lightning speed to engage the stronger of the two. He pushed the other toward me with a starbolt. Even though he told me to wait to be attacked, he clearly didn't plan to leave me hanging. The nobody man coming toward me wore formless gray clothes just like the others. Though he was a bit shorter, he was pretty damn fast, but still only early H-rank speeds. I wouldn't have much difficulty with it. Time to try out my new gear in actual combat. I activated Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery and Minor Gymnastics, engaging Fantasy, Might, and Perception as the other fighter closed in. Immediately, I saw the massive shift in the patterns of the overlay as he charged toward me. Having my gear's three-dimensional mobility opened up many avenues of attack. Unlike Captain Polaris, the nobody man had his guard up, so most of the paths were red. His guard wasn't perfect, though. There was one green path I knew would get past his defenses. I stepped forward, conjuring a hard light shield from my hands before pulling a handspring up into the air right over the head of the charging man. Once I passed him, I rebounded with a double jump and smashed down on his head with a scything axe kick, using my whole body to fire off the blow out of a backflip. Just like the overlay predicted, he had no capable defenses, and as I approached, I poured some of the force from the impact-absorbing portion of my costume into my feet. There was a pulse of energy as the nobody man got knocked flat out, and I gracefully caught myself on another hard light shield and flipped back up onto my feet. I turned to check on Cap, but he had already crushed the other man without much difficulty. He wandered over with a smile. Very nice. Clean, efficient, and definitely enough to make an impression. I'll contact the guild and have one of the sweepers pick them up, but we can keep going. You get anything out of your first real fight? Sure enough, as soon as I checked, purple flames rolled across my vision. Your name is on the lips of your enemies. You have done a great deed, and tales of your might and perception have spread. +1 to might and perception. I grinned at him. Hell yeah, I got a point each to might and perception. He congratulated me and clapped me on the shoulder before we continued the patrol. We weren't approached by any civilians, but the rest of the afternoon was easy enough. We took down a few more nobody men. I got a point of focus in the process. I supposed my strategies were well thought out, and my focus was low, so it was easier to raise. Unfortunately, the easy atmosphere didn't last. A few minutes before we were set to go back, we heard a scream. Cap and I bolted, but he was moving at top speed, so I had to catch up. A minute or two later, I entered that alleyway, where I saw a terrified, middle-aged man staring at what I could only describe as a hunk of meat. Captain Polaris was staring at the meat too, specifically at a small scrap of green fabric lying in the midst of it. I realized I was looking at the remains of a person. The civilian took off to vomit in a trash can, and I wasn't far behind. I came back to stand next to my mentor by force of will. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. "This is Verdant. I heard you were in an intake class with his sister. He was G-rank." He sounded shaken as he stared down at the body of someone who had been stronger than him and was now just a destroyed hunk of flesh. He swallowed hard, turning to punch the wall. "Damn it! I can't believe he would attack in the middle of the day like this. He never took any of the others while the sun was up, and a G-ranker at that. This is going to be a fucking mess." I blinked at him. "Wait, you know who did this? How can you even tell?" Cap kept staring at the body, but one hand pointed up on the wall behind Verdant. The glow from his aura peeled back the shadows to reveal a crude eye sketched in blood on the wall, with a smiley face for a pupil. I grimaced at the macabre symbol. Just looking at it gave me the chills. Captain Polaris activated his scan ring, and Stella's face appeared on the floating screen above his hand. "Mom, it's me. We have another one. It was Verdant this time. I'm sending you the location now." I couldn't hear her response from within his star aura for some reason, probably because he didn't want me to. After a minute or two, he nodded and ended the call. He turned to me. "Sorry, kid. Gonna have to cut this even shorter than expected. This mess is going to take a while to clean up." Oddly, I didn't think he was talking about the blood. Chapter 13. The time after we found Verdant's body felt like a blur. I'd done quite a few things since receiving my powers, such as going to the WCP, Benji Yellows, and the night market. I'd begun to think of myself as a pretty worldly guy in some ways. Seeing that mutilated corpse brought that impression of myself crashing down. I didn't know shit. I was a total rookie. I'd never seen a body before, much less someone who'd been murdered. Was this common? Were there lots of murders like this on Callus, and the Unity just covered it up? I was escorted back to the HQ and taken up the invisible staircase, but I stopped halfway up as Captain Polaris continued on, presumably to go see his mother. I pulled back my hood and stepped through the door to what looked like a meeting room. Cap had directed me there without disclosing exactly what I should do next. I was immediately bombarded by a familiar, distressed voice. "Shane! Revenant, it's so good to see you. I have no idea what's happening. They just grabbed me from home and brought me here, saying something happened to my brother, that he's dead. Do you know what's going on?" I winced at her teary eyes and the fear and hope that shone in them. Leaving me with the victim's grieving sister without telling her how he died was a dick move on their part. I put my hands on her shoulders. "Whoa, Jesse, slow down. Let's take a seat. I don't know much, okay? I was there when we found him. But I'm just as in the dark as you are, so let's wait for them to fill us in, okay?" I absolutely did not want to tell this sweet girl what had happened to her brother. She didn't deserve those nightmares. Hell, I didn't deserve those nightmares. She took a shuddering breath as I sat her down, wiping her teary eyes on one of her sleeves with a sniff. "Sorry, I'm just sobbing all over you, and we don't know each other that well. It's just so nice to see a familiar face. It's so scary in here, thinking about my brother being gone and not seeing anybody." She burst into tears again. "I can't believe Alan is gone. I just talked to him this morning." I reached out to offer a hug, and she hurled herself into my arms, her body shaking with huge, racking sobs. I couldn't imagine the pain she was going through. I gave her a squeeze, but I had no clue what to say. I just sat there and let her cry for what felt like forever. I was bad at comforting other people. Emotions in general weren't my strong suit, and the only person I'd lost was my mother. At least I'd been told I'd lost her. Even that wasn't true. Still, Jessie was a sweet person, and she was clearly hurting. If just being here helped her, then that was what I would do. The door opened, and Captain Polaris stepped in, wincing as he saw Jessie sobbing. He walked over to the other side of the table and sat down. Looking uncomfortable, He interrupted the crying girl. Jessica? She sniffed and stirred slightly, leaning back to look over at him. He gave her a kind smile. I'm Ian. Alan and I were friends. He talked about you all the time. He was very proud of you, you know? He never missed a chance to tell everyone about his genius little sister. Jessie's eyes overflowed again, but she kept her grief in check, swallowing hard. Ian, yeah. Alan mentioned you a few times. I didn't realize you were Captain Polaris. It's nice to meet you. She giggled wetly. And yeah, I know. He always made sure I knew how proud he was. He could be a bit of a stiff sometimes, but he really loved me. Our parents died when we were younger, and Alan raised me. Now, her eyes filled with despair. Now I'm all alone. Red Revenant, what am I going to do? Ian reached out to take her hand. Hey, you are not alone. He gave her a weak smile. It's called the Unity for a reason. The Unity is a family, and it's yours now too. We always take care of our members' loved ones, especially when they're members themselves. Your brother did a lot of good for the city. His face became blank. Which is why I'm here. I just had a talk with my mother. Normally, this wouldn't be something either of you should know about, but she gave me permission to tell you the details of the case if you want to know. I must have looked confused because he shot me a half smile. Solomon, the main reason you're getting this offer is that I, along with all the other executives, have been assigned to this case for the time being. You can back out, but your mentoring would have to wait. This is all hands on deck. I'll be partnered with one of our G-rank executives, and if you agree, you'll be shadowing both of us. He turned to Jessie. As for you, Jessica, I think you deserve the truth about what happened, if you want it. But you'd be on the case too, if you choose to hear what really happened. Keep in mind, once you choose, there's no backing out. I looked at Jessie, who had a determined expression on her face. I was pretty sure I understood what Ian was doing. Jessie only had her brother, and if she went off searching for the truth, she might end up dead too. This way, he could bring her into the investigation while keeping her safe. She would be able to get answers with the maximum amount of protection without him worrying about her getting killed. He was making the best of a bad situation, and I respected that. I considered his offer. Honestly, I didn't need this mess. I could just do my thing and grant wishes to get stronger, but I would feel like shit about it. Then Jessie would either be alone, searching for her brother's killer with the executives, or likely locked out of the whole thing without me there. There was also a serial killer running around, offering powerful ascendants, and I was trying to become one of those. Finally, I was pretty sure catching someone like this would give me a huge boost to all my stats. I took a deep breath, squeezed Jessie's hand, and nodded to Ian. I'm in. Jessie's shoulders seemed to sag with relief, and I felt confident I'd made the right choice. She didn't even bother vocalizing, just nodded, and Ian took a deep breath. Okay, then. He reached into a case he'd been holding and took out a picture. Not one of Verdant, thankfully, but a dead cape all the same. He laid it down and pushed it toward us. His whole demeanor changed, slipping back into that Captain Polaris persona in a way that was almost too subtle to describe. He gestured to the picture, which showed that same open, bloody eye with a smiley face pupil. The body was mostly out of frame, thankfully, but I could see an absolutely mangled arm. I winced as I saw Jessie pale. Cap, however, just kept talking. This is Errant. He was an H-ranker with a heavy might emphasis. His ability allowed him to absorb impacts to empower his muscles, and he was, without a doubt, one of our most combat-capable H-rankers. He was murdered in cold blood about a year ago, the first victim of a serial killer who calls himself the Evil Eye. He reached into the case, then dropped picture after picture onto the table. Sidewind, Shock Vault, Red Argent, all of these and more. The Evil Eye has claimed a total of 12 victims to date, most of them ranking from low to high H rank. He targets independent capes who work alone, and their strength varies wildly. We've been keeping the killings under wraps because the more word gets out, the stronger he gets. But killing a G-ranker like Verdant is a clear escalation. He's gotten stronger, and we need to put him down as fast as possible. I winced. That wasn't good news. Well, what do we know about him? I'm sure you've had people look over the bodies. Do we know what his power is, how he kills? Any details at all would probably be helpful. They both stared at me. I shrugged. I watch a lot of crime shows. Sue me. My point is that there's no such thing as too much information. If this killer isn't registered, then that brings the government into play, doesn't it? Cap sighed and shook his head. It's not that simple. The method of execution is mundane. A knife through the brainstem, slipped into the soft part of the skull. The mutilations happen sometimes before and sometimes after, but there's no energy or elemental attacks involved. It's pure blade work, which implies a physical power, but the options are endless. Not to mention, we don't know if they're registered with us. Second identities are complicated, but they can be pulled off. I raised an eyebrow. We have no information at all, aside from that the killer uses a knife, which may or may not even be their real primary weapon. Do we at least know their rank? You said they killed mostly H-rankers, but had just jumped up to G-rank. Does that mean they're a G-rank ascendant now, or were they always G-rank? Is there some other way they could be performing the killings? There were just so many questions to ask, and so few answers for any of them. Sure enough, Cap just shrugged. We don't know anything, really. The Evil Eye is a master at covering their tracks. We suspect some kind of presence-erasing artifact. As for their rank, well, they could be G-rank now, or they could be H-rank and using powerful items to make up the difference. Killing above your rank is difficult, but at the early levels, it can be done. Impact is the main defense of an ascendant, and H to G is the shortest the gap will ever get. 8 points of impact can be offset with a sufficiently powerful weapon, or even a strong enough ability. The observation made me incredibly curious. All these potential options had to do with artifacts, and I happened to have an in with the one place in the city where artifacts would be sold. I made a mental note to check the WCP for any news about possible murder weapons. My mentor continued, sounding exhausted. I just don't know what to do, Solomon. Granted, this isn't our first serial killer, or even the only one active, but they're targeting our own. The more we try to keep this under wraps, the more it leaks out in the wrong places. They have to be getting stronger. He offered a sad smile. I honestly don't know if I can keep you two safe on this, but then I don't know if anyone is safe anymore. In the meantime, you're going to be working with me and our youngest G-rank executive, so I can't think of many threats in the city aside from maybe the big three who would be a legitimate threat, and they aren't willing to cross my mother by attacking any of our people, much less me. He exhaled again, clearly troubled, but stood up and waved to us. Well then, I suppose we should get you introduced to our new partner. Well, get her introduced to you. I imagine you both already know all about Nightstrike. Chapter 14. We both froze as we were getting up. Well, I froze. Jessie sort of stuttered, but still she was obviously shocked. I swallowed hard. I get to meet Nightstrike. Also, Nightstrike is a fucking G-rank? She's like my age. Nightstrike was... Well, there was no real way to say it that didn't sound pathetic. Nightstrike was my celebrity crush. To be fair, she was everyone's celebrity crush. Blue Fox was an idol and everyone adored her, but Nightstrike was a superstar. Some of it was the outfit. She wore a mask across half her face, a low-cut leotard, a stylish belt with compartments all over it, thigh-high boots, and a billowing cloak. The whole costume was black, being naturally blessed with generous curves and very long legs, which her boots showed off to great effect, certainly contributed to her popularity, but mostly it was because of how fucking scary she was. Nightstrike had a powerful shadow ability, which she used liberally in combat. She could create blades or constructs from her shadow, and her hair and clothes, which she manipulated with her abilities, acted like they were shadows. I was slightly geeking out, knowing I would meet her. My excitement dampened when I remembered Jesse's brother had been brutally murdered today. Luckily, Jessie seemed not excited, but at least somewhat distracted from her loss, which seemed like a good sign. And with someone like Nightstrike working for us, we'd be much safer. We were way less likely to get killed with her watching our backs. I hadn't known she was G-rank, but everyone knew she was a fucking powerhouse. She'd taken down some serious criminals in full view of everyone in the city. The big three ran things, but there were still other crooks, and she'd taken on some of the worst. We followed Cap out of the room and down the stairs ahead, wherever he was taking us, but I hung back to talk with Jesse as he pulled ahead. I lowered my voice when I got close to her. Hey, well, I know you aren't okay, but are you sure this is the best thing to be doing? Not that I don't think you can, but shouldn't you take some time to grieve, come to terms with your emotions? I kind of petered out awkwardly as I spoke. I had no idea how to comfort people. I expected her to be offended, but her eyes were soft. You're sweet, Shane. But no. Her expression hardened with steely determination. I need to do this. Not because I want to honor him or be a great hero, but because I can't think about it right now. I can't go home to our empty house and be alone with my thoughts. Being killed by some crazy murderer isn't nearly as scary as the thought of being by myself right now. She swallowed hard, as if the very idea terrified her. I put an arm around her shoulder. Hey, you aren't alone. I have a spare room at my place if you want. Granted, it's a game room, so I'd need to drag a mattress in there, but you could leave the door open, or... Shit, you don't know me. Ignore that. Just, I'm around, okay? Once again, I'd put my foot in my mouth, but it was hard knowing what to say. Of course she wasn't okay, and asking that would have put her in a position where she either had to be brutally honest with someone she barely knew about a deeply personal subject or lie about it. She didn't seem mad, though. She just smiled wanly. It's fine. I get it, Jessie said. I know we don't know each other that well, but if I need a place to sleep, I'll give you a call. You're a good guy. I can tell. I smiled. Plus, Ian can hear this whole conversation, and if anything happened to me at your place, I'm pretty sure he'd smash your head like a watermelon. My eyes must have gone wide with horror because she cracked up. Sweet Revenant, I'm sorry, I just couldn't resist. She wiped a tear as her smile wilted a bit around the edges. Thanks. I needed a laugh. Do you know where he's taking us? I feel like everyone here loves to mysteriously drag people around to random places. That was fair, though I was pretty sure the sense of drama came with being an ascendant. Captain Polaris, who had been listening to the whole conversation, snorted. We're going to the executive lounge. Nightstrike hangs out there usually. We have an ascendant chef on hand, and his food is amazing. If you can afford it, he can make you dishes that even boost your stats. My eyes widened, but he rolled his without even looking back. Before you even think about it, the food is for executives only, G rank and above. Unearned stat points can cause instability during rank ups at low levels. It's why we don't pump you guys up with potions and pills. I cursed internally, but I wasn't too upset. I doubted I could afford many meals there anyway. I didn't have time to consider it further before we stopped in the middle of the hallway. Cap reached out to tap the wall, and a panel slid away, revealing a black metal elevator. He reached out and put his hand against the panel next to it, and it turned mustard yellow. He turned to regard us. I got temporary access. That's why it's yellow. Green means approved, and red's denied, obviously. The elevator slid open soundlessly, letting us into a spacious interior about 10 feet by 10 feet, filled with chairs and even a couch. Jesse and I plopped down as Cap hit a button, taking one of the seats. The elevator began to rise. The ride was smooth, the elevator's motion barely noticeable as we soared upward. It took a decent chunk of time for the elevator to reach its destination, so we must have gone pretty high. I suspected more space-time warping shenanigans were at work. Finally, the elevator stopped, and the doors slid open smoothly. We stepped out onto clouds. Clouds lit by the final gleams of sunset. Literal water vapor condensed into a flat, spongy flooring. We stood under the red sky, a never-ending dusk, the light shining over a gathering of white marble tables with gold veins and legs. The chairs had golden frames with the same soft, springy cloud material set into the seats and back. About a dozen people were seated there, engrossed in their own meals. I recognized a few, and when I looked at Cap, he smiled. This is the executive lounge. Only G-rankers and above are allowed inside under normal circumstances. There are 13 G-rankers and 2 F-rankers in this entire branch. The F-rankers, my mother and Beaker, have their own places to eat, so this is the most exclusive place in the branch. Very few people even see it before they reach G-rank. I've only been here a few times myself. My mother used to bring me here as a child, before the former guildmaster ranked up and moved on. He led us between the tables, not avoiding the gaps in the clouds as we stepped on empty air that felt like glass. Below us, an endless sea stretched into the distance. The clear spaces in the clouds acted as windows through which people could enjoy the waves and the occasional jumping sea creature. I couldn't imagine what ability could make all of this, but I imagined it was an F-ranker's. Reaching F-rank required 1,000 stat points total, an insane number to imagine. We approached a small table off to the side, where a girl sat eating. The black half-mask of shiny stone and the telltale leotard and coat were more than enough to give away her identity. Hell, even if she'd been dressed up as a bunny, that ferocious aura would have made it clear that we were in the presence of someone powerful. Without looking up from the massive steak she was chowing down on, she kicked the chair across from her, so it slid away from the table. Cap rolled his eyes and sat down. He motioned for us to stand by the table. Strike, this is Solomon and Jessie. She hasn't gone through her processing yet, so she's using her civvy name for now. Nightstrike is the daughter of the former guildmaster who moved up to E rank and took over the capital branch. She stayed behind because her mother still lives here. She grew up in this place just like I did. Contrary to popular opinion, we are not, in fact, romantically involved. You could think of her as my little sister. Nightstrike snorted, putting down her fork. Anyone who's seen you look at Blue Fox knows those rumors don't have any weight. You two are so sappy about each other, it's sickening. The only people in the whole city who don't know you're already dating are the two of you. She paused. Well, and all her fans, but that's not ignorance as much as willful delusion. She flicked her eyes to Jessie. I was sorry to hear about Alan. He was a friend and a mentor of mine. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I was curious about why they kept using his real name, so I mentioned it. Cap smiled sadly. It's a form of respect for the fallen. We use cape names inside the guild because every time you mention someone, their legend grows just a tiny bit. But once a person dies, we use their given name to show that the human being behind the cape won't be forgotten. It's the least we can do for those who give their lives for the unity. Nightstrike nodded solemnly, clearly agreeing with the solemn sentiment. Her eyes shifted to me. I had my hood back up and the wrap around the bottom of my face. So you're the newbie, huh? H rank before intake. Not bad. Even I was only an H at intake. Of course, I was 12 at the time, but still. I look forward to seeing what you can do. She switched her gaze back to Cap. I assume you're here about the Evil Eye case. It's top priority, so I figured Aunt Stella would have you on it. But Revenant knows her precious baby boy can't be running around hunting a big bad serial killer without protection. Cap's expression looked annoyed for basically the first time since I'd seen him, but he just nodded. She grinned at him. Fair enough. Well, I've been thinking about it, and the Evil Eye took out Errant when he wasn't even a blip on our radar. Now, if he was a G-ranker before the murder, that kind of power tracks, but it isn't exactly consistent with his sneaky M.O. My personal preference is the artifact theory. My stomach dropped as I realized what she was going to say, and sure enough, her face split into a grin. We need to go where the best artifacts are. Time for a field trip to the Wish-Curse Palace. Chapter 15. Luckily, Nightstrike didn't want to head to the WCP immediately. We were dismissed from the executive lounge while the higher-ranked members of our party ate and discussed details. I wanted to run home and talk to Zeke immediately, but I knew that wasn't an option. I decided to take Jessie down to check out the crafting area and look over the job board. I figured that might distract her some. Hey, let's go do something fun, I suggested. I was going to check out the crafting area and look at the board down there to see where commissions are posted. Why don't we go together? We can watch some of the I-rank crafters work the counter." I shot her a smile I hoped was comforting. "Come on, it'll be fun to see how different crafting powers work." Looking uncertain, she swallowed and forced a big smile onto her face. It was such a pale shadow of her previous cheerful grin, it hurt to look at. But it was better than nothing. "Sure, that sounds like fun. I've always been curious about crafting. I bet you'll see some cool stuff that'll give you ideas for your power, too." I held back a wince, barely. I needed to pick up some skill-based crafting knowledge like enchanting soon, or it was going to look really suspicious when I couldn't actually make anything. Non-crafters wouldn't be able to tell the difference between skill and ability-based crafting, and since I was H-rank, any experienced crafters would just assume I'd synergized enchanting with some wood-based power to get my woodworking ability. Single skill synergies didn't usually alter a power much, so they often produced results similar to those of other common powers. I was just relieved my scan results were confidential to the intake admins and guildmaster. That way, only they knew my exact skills. Still, that was a problem for future Shane. Current Shane had a friend to cheer up, so with Jesse, I headed for the crafting hall. I checked out a map of this place online after my last visit, so I had a basic idea of where to go once we'd retraced our steps back to the main entrance. Luckily, the elevator only prevented lower-ranked visitors from going up. That made sense because any lower-ranked visitors up there would be a guest of someone higher on the food chain anyway. The crafting hall, unlike the two high-ranking areas I'd visited, wasn't all fancy and ethereal. It was just a huge room, though with a vaulted ceiling and columns. It was by far one of the most normal places I'd seen so far, and that implied that the Guildmaster's space office and the Executive Sky Lounge weren't exactly the norm. I'd just been seeing the higher-end facilities and had a skewed view of how the guild worked. The crafting hall just seemed more down-to-earth, no pun intended. I liked it. Of course, I planned to enjoy those high-end facilities once I got to that level, but for now, I preferred the slower transition from normality. From finding out about my heritage, to learning my mom was still alive, to becoming a candidate and unlocking my powers, I'd been on a roller coaster for the last few days. The thought of slowly getting acclimated to all this nonsense with the other initiates sounded nice. Jessie, on the other hand, seemed absolutely amazed by the place. Although she'd seen the executive lounge, she hadn't hung around the WCP in the night market. I was mostly burnt out on wonder for the moment, but she still had plenty left. We approached the counters where the I-rank crafters worked. They handled mostly basic repairs, but the skills they used were still pretty amazing. From what I could tell, enchanting and inventing were taught to most of them to use as a standard skill base, further proof that learning it would be a good call. Inventing was the mad science version of enchanting, with more gears and wires than runes and light shows. I would probably end up picking that one up as soon as I had the chance, because combining the two could apparently produce some insane creations. Most of the big-name crafters stuck to one or the other because advancing even one of those skills took a massive amount of focus, lowercase f, but that was less of an obstacle for me since I could just trade for the skills. Jesse and I watched with awe as a nearby I-ranker used their inventing skill to fix a mechanical spider, patching a crack in the vial of bubbling pink liquid at the center of the robotic creature. I conceded that maybe my sense of wonder wasn't burnt out after all, because watching the process was fascinating. Seeing the inventor's hands flying along the mechanical parts, disassembling and reassembling apparatuses and replacing broken gears was amazing. Inventing, like enchanting, was a more sedate and repeatable version of more powerful specialized abilities. Mad scientists possessed one such ability, but they were considered more susceptible to corruption, so inventors were used by hardcore anti-villain groups to fill the gaps. Inventors were, by and large, much less effective, though. I wondered how they imparted the skills to all these I-rankers. I doubted every one of them had started out with minor inventing or enchanting. I wondered if there was some kind of teaching power at work, or if they bought skill crystals for every single newbie. The latter seemed unlikely based on the prices I'd seen in the WCP. Finally, we made it to the job board. A pale girl with flowing dark hair and bright blue eyes sat behind the desk. Her lip was pierced, and she wore a black corset dress with buckles across the top. Her very red lips curved into a friendly smile. "Hi there. Welcome to the Logistics Department Help Desk. How may I assist you?" Her voice was husky and pleasant, and despite the obviously rehearsed greeting, she seemed genuinely happy to be of assistance. I liked her. Jessie clearly did too. Her natural friendliness overpowered her sadness temporarily as her eyes lit up, breathing some genuine warmth into her brittle smile. "Hi, my friend Solomon here is an H-rank crafter. We were hoping to take a look at the job board to see what kind of tasks he can accept once he gets settled in and begins his crafting career at the guild." I appreciated that she'd corrected herself after almost using my real name. I wasn't that worried about it here, but guild rules made it clear we needed to get in the habit of using our cape identities. The girl's face brightened. "Oh wow, you're the new guy, the one who was H-ranked during intake? I heard rumors you were a crafter, but I didn't believe it. Crafters don't usually gather points before they register." She held out a delicate hand. "I'm Dolly." I shook her hand, then Jessie did the same. "Lame name, I know, but my ability is doll-making. Crafters don't usually bother with clever or impressive names. We usually keep it to the point." She waved us over to a large wooden board off to one side of the desk. "Silly me, though. You wanted to see the board. Come on over." As she led us over to the board, I saw that the bottom half of her dress was a poofy, gauzy skirt that highlighted her thick-soled combat boots. The board was absolutely covered with random scraps of paper, most of them incredibly small and full of dense writing. She grinned as she took in our expressions. "It's a cluttered mess, I know. We tried encouraging commissioners to make the notes tiny so there's more room, but they mostly just took it as a challenge to write smaller. The oldest and toughest commissions are at the top of the board. The more recent are at the bottom. When a top row commission gets solved, we move a note from the next row up to fill the spot, so it's usually a pretty good indicator of difficulty." She scanned the board as she talked, flitting from place to place, clearly interested to see if any jobs suited her. Upon confirming that there weren't any current jobs for her, she turned to flash us a bright smile. "Any questions? The system is pretty easy to follow, and once you break through the 75-point threshold, your rank is considered high enough for you to advertise and the commissioners come to you." I hadn't realized they used a specific point value as a benchmark, but it made sense. The system seemed to use point values as watersheds, so organizations doing the same wasn't strange. Jessie and I pored over all the strange commissions available. There was a huge variety. Everything from specialized repairs, restorations, unique builds, and artifacts that people were looking for, and even a few alchemy-related jobs requesting healing potions or elixirs to boost stats. The possibilities were endless given the vast array of crafting powers. While alchemy, inventing, and enchanting were much better for general tasks, powers like Dolly's were best fit for their respective niches. With a greater flexibility in their specialization and supplemented with a proper enchanting skill, they could produce impressive results. I saw a couple of jobs that looked perfect for me. A few were searching for someone to make a prosthetic limb, and a few seemed to be posted by regular mortals. I doubted I could regrow the limb on an H-ranker, but for a normal person or someone in the I rank, I would be able to help. And I was pretty sure that would be much more appealing to most than a crafted limb. Because of a high failure rate, jobs could be accepted anonymously, with publication of success being left to the discretion of the crafter. That meant I could take the prosthetic jobs and not have to worry about people being suspicious that I wasn't an alchemist or a healer. Jessie found a few interesting jobs. Her minor botany skill let her make beautiful flower arrangements, and some of the jobs were commissions for special clothing or items for mortals looking for Ascendant-created fashion designs. I saw her looking at a few dress and furniture requests, and I bet she could grow some very interesting things if given a basic design to work from. It was nice to see her taking an interest in jobs that could help keep her mind off things. I used my scan ring to snap pics of a few jobs and the necessary contact info. Then I stood back and let her enjoy herself. She deserved it. Chapter 16. After checking out the boards, Jessie and I parted ways, and I headed home. I considered playing some Doom Sovereign because I needed to spend time in the game to understand the limits of my mastery skill. I was exhausted, though, so I just went to sleep. The next morning, I called to check on Jessie. She'd had a hard night, but was okay, and she decided to stay at the guild for now. Next, I began my hunt for my first job. I'd snapped a few pictures of available jobs. I wanted to pick one of the prosthetic jobs. I considered going for an older job, but if a job that had been around for years vanished, everyone would notice. New jobs popped up all the time, and one disappearing soon after showing up wouldn't draw any interest, so the more recent, the better. The second requirement I looked for was a customer in the I rank. I didn't have the stats to fix an H-ranked amputation, and I needed someone with an ability and ideally some skills. If it had been possible to research the subject of the task, I would have looked for an older I-ranker who'd never gained the renown to advance because their skills would probably be more developed. But other than the basic information on the recipient of the prosthetic, the job descriptions were light on details. Once I found the right person, I arranged a contract. I called Zeke for help with this part, and he gave me some pointers on contract negotiation. Detailed contracts were my dad's go-to option for wish granting, according to Zeke. Apparently, a mutation of the normal wish ability that he created through a contract skill allowed him unparalleled flexibility with his wishes, but the original wish ability quirk that let his stat count triple was stripped away. Growing up around my old man, Zeke had picked up a whole slew of contract knowledge. He helped me draft the contract so I could demand absolute secrecy for the entire process and still have an attractive pitch. Trade secrets are often covered under contracts supplied by the guild, but very few crafters required confidentiality for the initial meeting and introductions. Complete secrecy, like I needed, was a hard sell to a stranger, so we had to be a bit tricky with the wording. Basically, I would guarantee success or be penalized with an extremely high fee, so they would sign the contract before I gave them any details. I wasn't too worried. My wish ability could alter reality, so healing an I-grade limb shouldn't be a problem at all. Impact alone ensured that my ability would be more effective on lower-ranked people, and my effective vitality for wish granting was 6. Few people hyper-focused on a single stat. If they were still at I-rank, it was nearly impossible 6 wouldn't be enough. Just to be sure of what I was working with, before I contacted the client, I called up my stats. Wishmaster candidate status, H-rank. Ability, lesser wish. 4 times a day, grant a lesser wish in return for proper compensation. Wish must be feasibly achievable by the candidate's own efforts within a 3-day period with current statistics. Might, 3, Impact, 2, Fantasy, 2, Vitality, 2, Focus, 2, Perception, 2, Creation, 1. Skills, Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery, Minor Piano Mastery, Minor Cooking Mastery, Minor Gymnastics Mastery, Minor Swimming Mastery, Minor Guitar Mastery, Minor Singing Mastery. I enjoyed seeing how high my stats were compared to when I first started, but it still felt like I'd just started. I made a wish list of what I wanted out of my next few jobs. First off, I wanted to round out my stats and get another point in focus and creation. Especially if I was going into crafting, those 2 stats would be key. Focus was integral to the inventing, alchemy, and enchanting skills, and creation was an important stat for any kind of crafting. Second, I wanted to get one of the aforementioned skills. That would be tricky to pull off. I would need to find someone who'd acquired them but didn't need them. If I took a crafting skill from a crafter who used it regularly, not only would it be obvious, but the healing wouldn't even be enough to compensate them for the skill. My power worked on value, and a limb they'd lived without for years wasn't nearly as precious as the crafting skill that gave them their livelihood. I could try to find a crafter who'd picked up all 3 of the main crafting skills but only used one. Deciding I'd done enough prep work, I opened my scan ring to make the call to the person I'd chosen. Their demeanor was friendly enough, though they seemed unhappy when I went over the contract. Once I sent it over and explained the penalty fee, they grudgingly accepted and sent the address where I would meet them for the job. I headed out immediately and caught a bus in my new costume. I was excited to finally be granting wishes again. Riding the bus while in costume was just as odd as riding in the suit and mask. Before I'd gotten a lot of looks, but no one said anything. This time, a few kids approached me, hoping for my autograph. They didn't know who I was. My reputation as Solomon had barely spread, but they saw I was in costume in the style of the Unity. Superheroes were beloved in Valen, and I was getting some of that love by association, which I had to admit was pretty nice. I was in a good mood by the time I got off. I arrived at an absolutely massive iron gate in front of a huge manor. A tall, gaunt man in a suit was waiting for me outside, and he opened a small side gate off the main entrance to let me in. As I entered, he addressed me in a crisp, formal accent I'd never heard before. "Ah, Master Solomon, I presume. Right this way, sir. Master Patel is in the solarium, awaiting your arrival." He took in my costume coolly. I couldn't tell what he thought of it. His stoic mask didn't slip even a bit during the interaction. He led me around the side of the manor to a room off the back. The entire structure was made of clear, well-maintained glass, and inside sat a man, taking in the sight of the expansive gardens. His cane was leaning against the table, and his right leg was missing below the knee. A clean white bandage with only a spot of blood wrapped the stump. When he saw me, he smiled kindly, and I noted that the coffee-colored skin around his eyes and mouth was wrinkled from frequent smiling, despite his youth. Mr. Patel, as it turned out, was a 20-something man of about 6 feet, with well-developed muscles and an aura of hardiness. Despite having lost his leg in what was obviously a recent incident, he seemed cheerful and happy. He laughed as I got within range, then called out, "Mr. Solomon, welcome to my home. Forgive me for not getting up to greet you, but I'm still getting the hang of the cane, and I don't want to embarrass myself in front of company." I approached, and he reached out to shake my hand. As I took the proffered hand, I noted that his grip was firm but not overbearing. I decided I liked the guy. I pulled back my hand and waved off the apology. "Please, it's your house. Sit, stand, hell, lie down if you want, but hopefully you won't need to worry about the cane for much longer. If we might have a bit of privacy, though." I glanced at his butler, making it clear what I meant, and he nodded to the man. The butler didn't look pleased to be dismissed, but his boss had given him instructions, and butlers got a buttle. Once he was gone, Mr. Patel turned to look at me. "Now, I'm curious to know what all this secrecy has been about. The circumstances behind your contract were highly irregular, but I have to admit they intrigued me. The penalty fee you offered is nothing to me, but I've always loved a good mystery. So tell me, exactly why are you here, Mr. Sullivan? What are your capabilities that they require such secrecy?" I smiled under my scarf. A fair amount of paranoia had led me here, but this was exactly what I'd hoped for. Once the job was removed from the board, no one would notice it was gone. The details had been scarce, so even if someone from the guild saw Mr. Patel walking around, they wouldn't know what had happened. The contract was ironclad. Those layers of secrecy were enough for me to tell the lie I'd used already. "I have access to a certain resource. The WCP in the city has given me a quota of wishes to grant to others for a meritorious service." His eyes widened. The WCP wishes were famous, and of course they could do more than just make a prosthetic. Of course, regrowing ascendant limbs was trickier than mortal ones. The investment was too much for anyone on Callus to bother. Even healers for mortals weren't common, though people could pay for machines to do it. But a wish could restore his ability to walk properly, completely fixing the problem, instead of just a half measure like a prosthetic. I smiled at him, though he couldn't see it with my face covered. "The question here, Mr. Patel, is, what are you willing to pay? Wishes require payment, as I'm sure you know." I passed him a list I'd prepared. The requirements were the 2 stats I needed, the skills I wanted, and an open slot for anything the client thought might be of value to me and worth growing back a lost limb. "After you decide on fair compensation, just make your wish." He nodded absently, staring down at the list. His face twisted with uncertainty, and I completely understood. Stats were a pain to give, and he obviously would be hesitant to give one up. Skills were even more challenging to acquire. In the end, he passed it back. "I have a minor enchanting mastery skill. I don't use it often. Building a reputation as an enchanter was too difficult. I offer it as payment. In return, I wish I had my leg back." I grinned as the familiar purple flames licked across my vision. Ascendant wish detected. Grant wish. Perfect. Chapter 17. Regrowing Mr. Patel's leg was as easy as 1, 2, 3. He was overcome with joy at the return of his limb. He might have started dancing if I weren't there. He pulled me into a friendly hug and insisted that I call him if I ever need anything. I was shocked how many people offered me favors after paying the price for a wish, but after confirming my power didn't do anything like retroactively cancel the wish if I accepted, I'd given in and stopped fighting it. Still, the gratitude made me feel a little uncomfortable, so I got out of there as fast as I could. Mr. Patel seemed to have things he wanted to do now that he was ambulatory again, so he wasn't really reluctant for me to leave. I wanted to get home and test out my new minor enchanting skill. I could barely sit still on the bus on the way back to my house. As soon as I got home, I rushed to my room to dig out the ruby imbued with 1 might stat point. But as I made it to my destination and prepared to start, I froze. I knew gems could be used for enchanting, but I had legitimately no idea how to enchant anything. Do I just stick the rock to something? I knew runes were used, but I could only remember a few, and none of them were related to might. I put down the gem, frowning. I considered what to do. I could ask someone from the guild, but anyone I knew well enough to ask also knew about my skill set. Realistically, it hadn't been long enough for me to pick up enchanting yet. My only real option was, of course, to call Zeke. I spun up a call on my scan ring, and Zeke's face popped up, floating above my hand. "Sweet Revenant kid, what?" he said, exasperated. "I can't go 10 minutes without a call from you. I do have duties as a deacon other than holding your hand, you know." I ignored him. My uncle liked to complain, but if he was actually busy, he wouldn't have answered. Candidate or not, Zeke didn't deal with anything else when his head was in a project. He would vanish for days when I was a kid, giving all his attention to whatever occupied his time. When he saw I wasn't impressed, he gave up the bluster. "Okay, fine. What is it this time? Keep in mind, I'm limited in the amount of information I can give you on cultivation, heroic or otherwise, and if this is a question about general system details, I can't give any more than I know." The exact limits of what Zeke could and couldn't tell me seemed a bit nebulous. Some things he was willing to compromise on, and others he absolutely would not reveal. Enchanting seemed like a subject he could help with, given his field of expertise, so I figured I would give it a shot. I explained my issue, that I had the minor enchanting skill and a ruby with might, but no actual runes or techniques to use it. He looked surprised, but pretty happy. "That I can actually help with. In my capacity as your uncle and guardian, teaching you the main skills of my trade is within the rules. Realistically, that's useless to you because you don't make masks, but enchanting is one of the core skills that make up my ability." That was exactly what I'd been hoping to hear. I grinned at him. "That's awesome. So, teach me. My minor enchanting skill included a few runes, but nothing that has to do with might. Can you give me some might runes I could use? The only enchantments I have in my head are a few minor vitality ones. I'm not exactly sure what they do. The guy I got the skill from hasn't used it in years and wasn't very good to start with." The fact that skills could degrade over time was unfortunate, but hell, I would take what I could get. He shook his head. "Minor enchanting creates temporary effects by borrowing the user's power. Permanently anchored enchantments are past the threshold of a lesser ability. You can't use that ruby yet. Also, you're thinking about this backward. You don't learn specific runes for enchantments. You decide what you want to do and use the runes to make it happen. There are major runes for every stat and lesser runes for modifiers. You pick the effect you want and then decide what stats make it happen." "Can you send me a list of the runes for each stat and some of the modifiers?" I asked. "Then I can at least get started on temporary enchantments. Having every stat to start will probably give me a bit of an advantage. How many modifiers are there?" He laughed. "More than you could count. But for a basic enchantment, the modifier runes are pretty straightforward. The first is the form rune, which can make a simple shape, then the expression rune, which activates the power of the stats stored in the item, and then the law rune, which can create simple conditions or modifications for the previous two. Combined with the 6 major stat runes, that creates a myriad of options. And yes, I said 6. No one uses impact for enchanting. The other stats can be imbued and recovered, but impact doesn't come back when you put it into something else." That made sense. It also made sense that enchanting wasn't an unlimited ability that could be used nonstop. If I thought of each stat as a mana pool, like in a game, it was easier to visualize. Despite the limitations, I was excited when Zeke sent over an email with the 9 runes. There were so many possibilities with just those 9 factors that it boggled my mind. Once he saw I'd received it, he nodded. "Though impact isn't imbued into enchantments, it's still important to the process. Impact is what lets your power affect the world. The general rule of thumb is that you can engrave 1 rune per day per point of impact. You can try some enchanting if you want, but it will take a while before you see any results." That explained why it took crafters so long to break out of I rank and why the high-ranking ones were so prized. I smiled ruefully. "I get it. I'll work slow. Still, I appreciate the info, and it'll be a good start for me. I'll try something simple and straightforward. I'll let you know when I have something to show." Burning with excitement and curiosity, I said my goodbyes quickly so I could get started on my first project. Rather than insulted, Zeke actually seemed proud that I was so interested. Before ending the call, he told me he looked forward to seeing what I came up with. I pulled up the email and read over the basic runes. They were all simple and graceful, but I sensed something strange about their design, like I was looking at more lines than existed on the screen. I wanted to try engraving one, but held back. I needed to plan out my first enchantment completely before actually starting it. First, I had to figure out what I wanted to create. I told Zeke I wanted something that wasn't too complicated, and I was definitely not changing that. Even basic enchanting was insanely complex, so I should get my feet under me before doing anything fancy. I decided on a burst of force. I had an old baseball bat lying around that would be easy to engrave. Once I had an idea of what, I needed to focus on how. Creation was an important stat in enchanting, so I planned to begin there. The creation rune would create the force, while a might rune would provide the actual energy. I needed a form rune to shape the enchantment and an expression rune to trigger it, but since it was such a straightforward application, I should be able to leave out the law rune. That brought me to a total of 4. It would take me 2 days to get it done, but I still wasn't sure in which order to engrave them. The form rune seemed the most complicated, but this particular enchantment was just a force burst that triggered on impact. The form would only be to guide the might and creation into the force from the blow to amplify it. The biggest hassle for this one would probably be the actual stat runes. I decided to inscribe the form and creation runes first, since I only had 1 point of creation. Then I would finish the might and expression runes tomorrow. After I mapped the layout, it was time to start the enchanting process. I grabbed a carving knife from Zeke's workroom and sat down, taking a long, deep breath. Then I pressed the knife to the wood, and as I carved, I felt my body become heavier. I pushed through it, and to force myself to move, I had to resonate my point of creation, my minor enchanting skill, and a point of impact. The creation symbol was small and simplistic, with only a few lines, but somehow my body felt like I'd engraved 100 symbols at once, all superimposed on top of each other. It was like there were 100 versions of me, each doing different designs. The effort smashed into my brain and muscles all at the same time. Even with the necessary attributes, the mental strain would probably crush the willpower of most people, and I was barely able to hang on. After what seemed like an hour, but according to the time on my scan ring, 4 minutes had passed. I finished. Covered in sweat, I slumped to the ground in a boneless heap. My body shook, and I groaned. I understood why impact was only good for 1 rune per point per day. A sense of unreality overcame me, as one of the 2 points of impact that gave me my fundamental identity became unavailable. It wasn't gone, but it was hollow somehow. It took me about 20 minutes to get back on my feet, and another 20 before trying again, but I managed. I sat back in the chair and forced myself to carve the form rune. It was much easier, but in the way lifting an engine block was easier after lifting a car. Although exhausting and painful, it wasn't beyond the realm of reason. Finished, I staggered over to my bed, leaving the bat on my desk, and fell fully clothed onto my mattress. I was unconscious by the time my head hit the pillow. Chapter 18. I slept through the worst of the exhaustion from my first round of enchanting. I woke up in my bed, lying on top of the covers. My shoes had been pulled off, suggesting Zeke had stopped by, and a plate of pancakes from the materializer and a glass of orange juice sat on my bedside table. Next to that was a note from my uncle telling me I was an idiot and that I should pace myself when enchanting. If I gave my first point of impact time to partially recover, losing the second was less awful, the note explained. I personally believed he could have just fucking told me this, but the note basically called me a moron for not exercising common sense. I glared at the piece of paper as I drank the juice and ate cold pancakes before checking my scan ring for any messages. Sure enough, I had a text from Jessie, so I called her back. I noticed bags under her eyes when she answered. Despite her tired state, she smiled happily when she saw me. "Shane, glad to hear back from you. I was worried when I called earlier and you didn't pick up." The comment was light, but I noticed a fragile tension in her voice and winced internally. After what happened to her brother, it made sense for her to be a bit panicky when she couldn't get in touch with a friend. I felt shitty for missing the call, but when I explained that I'd been taking a nap, she relaxed, giggling at me for being so lazy. I wanted to tell her about my enchanting practice, but it was too soon for me to have learned the skill. "So, why'd you call me earlier?" I asked. "We finally got the go-ahead to visit the WCP," she explained. "Apparently, the Guildmaster had to pull a bunch of strings to get us in. Cap says that she and the Deacon have a bit of history, so getting us access took some negotiating. I'm ready to go, but I wanted to make sure you got a heads up. I actually just got back from getting my new costume and picking my name." She smiled proudly, and I grinned. I knew how good that felt, and I was really happy for her. "So, what'd you settle on?" She sent me a picture over email and said with a proud smile, "I chose Agria as my name. As for my costume, I ended up with this." I opened the picture. She'd picked a leotard like Night Strike, but the forest-colored costume was made of what looked like actual leaves. The green fishnets under that worked very well with her legs. She had an emerald green cloak that billowed around her and a hood that cast her mask in shadow. I probably stared slightly longer than necessary. She smirked, rolling her eyes. "Oh, grow up. Yes, I look good. No, I don't mind drawing attention to that." I must have looked surprised because she giggled. "Don't look so shocked. I know I can come across as a bit of an airhead, but I'm not completely oblivious. I'd have to be pretty dense to miss how much boys stare at me. I just don't care. I like my costume. I think it's pretty. Besides, Night Strike says that a bit of fan service helps your rep spread." I laughed wryly. "Sorry. I like it. It looks really good on you. It might be a bit distracting at first, but I'll get used to it." That got me another eye roll, and I decided to change the subject before things got awkward. "You mentioned something about the Guildmaster having a history with the local WCP Deacon. Did Cap give any details?" That probably should have shocked me more than it did. Zeke had always been a bit of a ladies' man, something about the whole rakish charm thing. Knowing that my sloppy drunk of an uncle was an extremely powerful ascendant made it even more understandable, but I still had to give him credit. Stella was incredibly attractive, kind of like a strict, sexy librarian with superpowers. I vaguely wondered if Ian could be my cousin, but I quickly decided it was too absurd to be true. Besides, Zeke might be a fuck-up, but he wouldn't abandon his kid like that. Jessie was clearly experienced at getting the dish on people. With a serious expression, she looked around, making sure no one could hear. She leaned in a bit, keeping her voice low but not whispering. "Cap didn't talk about it, but I asked around. Apparently, when the Guildmaster was starting out about 15 years ago, she tried to make a name for herself by subjugating the local WCP branch. Went down there personally and tried to put the fear of the Revenant in them. This was right after she hit F rank." My eyes widened. "Wait, what? The WCP is a universal force. You can't attack one of their branches. It's suicide. Even the Unity himself wouldn't have the guts to piss off the whole WCP." I wasn't sure how powerful Zeke was exactly, but he was definitely stronger than F rank. He'd acted like dealing with any of the E-rankers on Callus would be an annoying afterthought. There was no way an F-ranker was a threat to him, even 15 years ago. Jessie shook her head. "I asked about that too. The main WC branch has certain lines it doesn't let anyone cross, but as long as you don't kill anyone or damage property, they let their deacons handle themselves. And this one did. He walked into the Unity headquarters and reported her to the previous guildmaster, then told him to keep his rookies on a leash. Stella lost it and spent the next 5 years obsessed with beating him. She challenged him constantly, and at some point, things turned romantic. They broke up for some reason, though, and the relationship between the Unity and the WCP on Callus has been tense ever since." I stared at her in bewilderment. How the actual fuck did you get that much information on the Guildmaster's personal life so fast? Does the Guild have a water cooler I don't know about? I'd never been great with people, so I couldn't imagine how she'd gathered that much info since this morning, especially since she'd also made her costume and picked a name. I half suspected she had a lesser espionage skill she'd hidden on her scan. Her giggle was a bit smug. "I know a bunch of people in the Guild. I may not have been raised in the Unity like Cap or Night Strike, but I grew up with some of the high H rankers and a few of the G rankers." Her face fell, the light leaving her eyes, and I immediately kicked myself for asking. My brother would have friends over a lot, and most of them were capes. They've been coming by to pay their respects and check on me." She swallowed and took a deep breath, forcing her smile back into place. "Anyway, we're making our big trip tonight. Aren't you excited?" I wasn't, though admittedly I was interested to see some more of the WCP, and I had clearance to enter. I wasn't into window shopping, though. I didn't have the credits for any of the stuff in the central areas, so I hadn't bothered to go. I wished I could bring Benny. He'd had fun in the slums, and I knew he would be psyched to see the central WCP. I made a mental note to hang out with him soon. I nearly had the stats to get him an ability. I would have the necessary impact as soon as I hit G rank. Jess and I chatted for a bit longer after that. It was just casual stuff, but I could tell she appreciated it. She seemed twitchy under the fake cheeriness, almost scared, like she was worried about being alone. Giving her something else to focus on seemed to help, and she embraced any chance to distract herself from thinking about her recent loss. Eventually, though, we ran out of things to talk about, and I decided to pay her a visit before we left for the WCP. She looked excited, and when I told her I had to get ready, she said goodbye hurriedly, clearly happy to have company coming. As I got into costume, I wondered if having me around helped because I hadn't known her brother. I was a new friend, someone who didn't have any associations with her memories, happy or sad, of her life before. Whatever the case, she seemed really sweet, and I wanted to do my best to be there for her. I couldn't help much other than just be around, so I would have to do that as much as possible. I grabbed Zeke's tools from my desk and carried them back to his workroom. While inside, I saw something on the workbench, a black box with my name scrawled across it. I opened it up to find a carved wooden mask. Not painted or anything that would link it to the WCP, but clearly good quality. I pulled it out and read the note underneath it. "Idiot nephew, remembered you saying you need a mask. Nothing fancy on this one, but it'll fit perfectly and won't be too hot. Plus, it's pretty sturdy. Now you can stop stealing my in-progress work. P.S. I like the name." I chuckled at the form of address and picked up the mask. It looked ordinary. I examined the inside and couldn't see anything except blank wood. I was sure this thing was enchanted, but I had no idea how or with what, which made sense, considering Zeke's enchanting level had to be pretty damn high. Still, I trusted my uncle, so I slipped the mask on without a second thought, despite not understanding what it did. It molded perfectly to my face, and I knew it wouldn't come off unless I took it off. I looked in the mirror and was impressed with how well it went with my costume. The unpainted wood was so dark it was nearly black, and the mask had eye holes. It didn't resemble his previous work. I looked imposing and pretty damn regal. I flipped up my hood, then headed out. I could admire my costume later. Right now, I had to go meet a friend. Chapter 19. I spent the afternoon with Jessie, hanging out and watching movies, just talking and keeping her mind off things. She showed off her new costume, which I told her looked amazing once again. We just had a generally nice time waiting for Cap and Nightstrike to pick us up. Once that happened, we put on our game faces and made our way to the WCP. Unlike last time, I had a luxurious ride to the WCP. Nightstrike had a skyride limo that lifted us into the air and flew above the streets. Skyrides were reserved for the richest of the elite, so we didn't run into much traffic, and the ride was smooth and enjoyable as we looked out the window at Balin flying by. Flying through the air felt amazing, and I decided to try getting a flight-related skill once I had the chance. That actually made me curious enough to ask Cap, "Can you get the skills that let you do things like fly or throw fireballs?" He waggled his hand. "Yes and no. You can technically get a skill for anything, but some things are incredibly difficult to do without enchantments or abilities, so skills are hard to come by. Skills don't have a hard limit, but oddly specific or unusual ones are difficult to rank up enough to be useful. Getting a skill to lesser is feasible with enough time and effort, but in the end, skills advance based on your understanding. And there's a finite amount of understanding you can get of making pizza dough, for instance." Nightstrike cut in. "Of course, you can synergize a skill with another skill and create a new one, theoretically, but unique skills are often a dead end. You end up inventing a new discipline that can't go anywhere. You can make some amazing abilities that way, but since advancing them is practically impossible, Any synergized ability made with a unique skill is usually capped at the level that you broke through with it. It's pretty much the ascendant version of giving up and deciding to stay at that rank forever. While creating crazy magical skills and using them to change my ability would be cool, it wasn't worth crippling myself. Unfortunately, my power gave me no real answers to that. If the skill was unique to another person's understanding, then I couldn't exchange that skill understanding to level mine up. Based on what I'd seen, I would probably need to accrue a ton of overlapping minor skills before I could level a skill to lesser or even beginner rank. I shook off the thoughts as I focused on our destination. I wanted to know what our mentors knew about the WCP. "So have you guys been to the Wish Curse Palace before?" I asked. Given that we were literally flying there in a hovering limo, I guess we weren't headed for outer slums. We'd be visiting the high-end places to investigate, looking at shops that sold F or even G-ranked gear. Cap looked amused. "Once or twice. We generally try to stay out of there. The Unity ostensibly ignores the WCP, so it's frowned upon for us to go down. But it's the best place to get higher-end equipment. Our only F-ranked crafter is Beaker, but for him to focus on literally anything for more than 5 minutes is an act of the Revenant, and he outsources for other branches too. We have no crafters at G rank at all, so buying stuff from the WCP is something the higher-ups tend to ignore." I wondered how the WCP managed their shipping channels. Maybe there was a transportation enchantment, or maybe they just wished their packages to where they needed to be delivered. I imagine the Divine Wish ability allowed a massive number of wishes per day, if there even was a limit. Maybe the Wishmaster just took a percentage cut in exchange for the mass transport of goods. That would certainly explain why the WCP worked the way it did. In fact, it was a clever use of the Wish ability. Jesse's excitement was palatable. "What kind of place is the palace? I never hear much about it. People tend to keep it to themselves when they go. I always figured it was a shadowy underground complex where everyone wears masks and skulks around in the dark." I snorted quietly because that was a weirdly accurate description of the outer areas of the WCP, but I'd seen the edges of the higher tier district, and it looked amazing. I was also looking forward to seeing the inside. The grin on Nightstrike's face was almost predatory. "Well, the food is excellent. They have a few truly high-grade restaurants in the central area that even the executive lounge can't compete with. For some reason, the Balin branch of the WCP is even more popular than the one in the capital. People visit from off-world, so their tourism sector is the best on the planet. In terms of gear, the capital branch wins out, though. It's where basically every E-ranker on the planet lives, after all." Cap rolled his eyes. "Ignore the glutton. She's pretty much obsessed with food." He turned to look at us seriously. "General rule of thumb. Only 10% of your rank should ever come from special food or elixirs. Any more than a 10% stat density from forcibly absorbed stats can cause your ability to fracture when you rank up. Impact isn't just defense. It's the very weight of your existence, and if your ability isn't upgraded in a stable manner, that weight can shatter your entire being." My eyes widened. That explained why everyone didn't just shove elixirs and food down the throats of people with strong abilities. It also made a certain amount of sense. I looked over at Nightstrike, who rolled her eyes. "I don't eat for stat points. I hit my cap ages ago. Ascendant chefs can make all sorts of interesting dishes with different effects, and even if they couldn't, I absolutely adore the taste of high-grade fare. But yes, it's a poor decision to use artificial means to raise your stats too high. The results are unpleasant." I tried not to think about what it meant for someone's very being to shatter. I made a mental note to try to steer clear of stat-buffing food. I might try it a bit to see how it tasted, but with my power, there was no need to take that kind of risk. The Skyride touched down outside the massive building that housed that familiar elevator I'd taken with Benny. Like before, the space was empty, and we made good time getting inside. When we got to the elevator, Cap pulled out a shining metal card, which looked very distinct from my black candidate access card. I could only assume this was a normal WCP access card. When he saw me looking, he smiled. "This is Mom's. She's a steel-grade VIP, at least when the thing actually works. Half the time her access is disabled anyway, because she and Harlequin are usually not on speaking terms. The VIP ranks are separated into a bunch of different ranks: tin, iron, steel, copper, silver, gold, platinum, and obsidian." That explained what my black card meant, but I was focused on something else. Is Harlequin the name of the local deacon? I heard he's supposed to be pretty tough. I had no idea what Zeke's actual rank was, but I was guessing Captain Nightstrike didn't know either. No fucking way would someone who could swat E ranks be considered a rival by the F-ranked guildmaster of the local branch. Zeke was far stronger than that. In fact, I guessed Harlequin was a pseudonym because it was impossible that someone as strong as Zeke didn't have a far-reaching reputation. Cap nodded. Harlequin is a beast. Those stupid masks of his are a huge force multiplier. Mom says she's pretty sure he's using a disposable identity, though. She's fought him dozens of times, and she insists he's too powerful to be some random nobody. He might even be higher rank than she is, just based on how little her attacks seem to faze him sometimes. It's not that rare for crafters to be combat capable, though using your own gear is a better way of accruing renown than pure crafting, so most hit the streets at some point. The elevator opened, and after we stepped in, the same weird shifting thing happened. The apparatus pushed out into a separate shaft. We began our descent. Hearing what Zeke might be capable of was interesting. Someone like Stella had at least 32 points of impact. That was unimaginable compared to mine, especially after having experienced what even a point or two in that terrifying stat could do. Considering that any given F-ranker could usually shrug off blows from a G-ranker, blows that mobilized thousands of stat points, the concept of Zeke being a D or even a C rank blew my mind. I needed to ask him exactly what his rank was at some point. I wanted to respect his privacy, but I'd gotten so curious I couldn't hold back anymore. I hoped telling me wasn't against the rules. Knowing Dad was in the A rank just kept getting more terrifying the more I learned. It meant he had a mythic ability. The only level above that was an S-ranked divine ability. I knew the old man had synergized his power and lost the original wish ability, but whatever he'd gained must have been damn strong. When the elevator stopped, we stepped out onto the graded catwalk I'd seen last time. Seeing it all again, I was still in awe. The Wish-Cursed Palace was an underground city of staggering proportions, and seeing it once hadn't prepared me for the second viewing. We mounted the second elevator, and Jesse grabbed my arm as we walked down the catwalk. We strolled right through the outskirts. Cap and Nightstrike drew attention, but no one was stupid enough to try to stop us. We quickly made it through the rougher portions of the city. We stepped onto the higher quality cobblestones as we walked by the familiar storefront of the Wiccan Candle, then passed into the inner area. I'd gone through here on the way to Zeke's office, but I hadn't really paid much attention given my state of shock. This time, I looked around, taking it all in. The streets here were better lit, and the cobblestones had transitioned from gray to bright, shining white, becoming more pearlescent the farther we went. The roads were lined with beautifully made buildings of all shapes and styles. Squat stone houses stood next to white marble edifices, with wooden halls perched next door. One place looked like a giant boat sitting on the side of the road. Finally, we came to a huge restaurant, and Nightstrike gestured for us to stop. If we want to find out anything, we need to talk to someone with sources. Rantano's is where all the somebodies eat. So we start here. With a grin, she set off into the eatery. I looked at the others, shrugged, then followed her in. I couldn't wait to try the food. Chapter 20. Rantano's was swank. Plush, high-end carpet matched the curtains along the walls. The carved marble columns and chandeliers added elegance. The tables were separated by wide swaths of space to give the illusion of privacy in the already sparsely populated restaurant. They reminded me of the kind of seating you might see at opera performances and piano concerts. Probably. I'd never been, but Benny had, and it fit with what he told me. I was impressed with the luxury, and Jessie's jaw was hanging open, so clearly she was too. The two senior capes didn't seem fazed, but for us newbies, this place felt like a big deal. Once we stepped inside, we had a minute to look around before a man in a plush red velvet jacket appeared out of nowhere to greet us. He bowed deeply before the four of us, but his eyes were mainly focused on Nightstrike. "Miss, welcome back. Might I escort you to the same table as last time?" His voice was humble and polite, but I could just tell from standing in front of him that he was much stronger than me or Jessie. I couldn't gauge a person's impact by meeting them just yet, but I had a basic sense for how they measured up against me. This guy was G-rank at least. Nightstrike shook her head serenely. "Sorry, Gus. Can't stop to eat this time. We're here to talk to Suki. Is she in?" Instantly, his formal but relaxed manner turned stiff. He glanced around furtively, as if worried someone might have overheard, then nodded sharply. Nightstrike smiled before exhaling in relief. "Oh, good. I was worried I might have to slum it down at the Rusty Nickel to find Tiberius. He's the only person around with the kind of connection she has. Can you tell her I'm here to see her?" Gus looked like he wanted to say no, but he nodded grudgingly. "I'll let her know of your presence, miss. Please wait here. I'll return forthwith with her reply." In the blink of an eye, Gus vanished, leaving us alone in the lobby. Nightstrike stepped closer to Cap, as if trying to eliminate a direction of attack. I wasn't the only one who noticed the defensive motion. Cap drew himself up tall, clearly prepared in case he needed to fight. Nightstrike leaned in to whisper, "Listen to me, and listen closely. Suki is a very knowledgeable person, but she's also very dangerous. She's from Fairyland, and she synergized her ability with multiple skills to create a racial trait. Rather than gaining a power, she became a different species. Suki is a Kelpie, and like all Kelpies, she likes to lure in unsuspecting prey. She's pretty and sweet, but the second you let down your guard, she'll kill you. When we go inside, don't speak to her first. If she asks you a question, answer only yes or no, or defer to me." My eyes widened. "You can change your species?" Fairyland was one of the more insular and mysterious members of the Five-Faction Alliance, second only to the Black Sorrow cult. Fairyland was a monarchy with a queen, but no one talked about the place. I suspected the lack of proper knowledge of the other factions was to prevent their ascendants from gaining free renown from us. Cap nodded. "It's a complex process. Aside from having the proper skills and a matching ability, you need an alchemist to make you a catalyst elixir. The catalyst is different based on the abilities, skills, and species in question, so the alchemist must be extremely skilled. Almost no one outside Fairyland knows the process. Of course, some people just naturally awaken a racial trait when they ascend, but it's extremely rare. About 99% of all the unpeople live in Fairyland." Nightstrike smacked him in the head, her eyes widening in fear as she hissed, "Are you crazy? You can't say that here. They hate when people call them that. Suki will eat your bones if she hears you say that, and your mommy's reputation won't stop her." He winced, rubbed his head, and looked around worriedly. She turned to us. "The term he used is extremely offensive. Don't ever say it in front of anyone with a racial trait. Some will kill you just for speaking the word. Just call them they. Most fall under that umbrella." She paused. "Well, some are devils or spirits, but if you're lucky, you'll never meet one. They tend to be tricky." Before long, Gus returned, looking somber and tense. His earlier friendly formality was gone, replaced by wariness. "She says she can meet with you. She's taking her tea in the garden at the moment." He gestured off to one side, turning on his heel. "If you'll all follow me, please." He led us quickly through the restaurant, weaving between the tables. We veered around a corner and down a hallway until we found a door. Gus knocked 4 times in a sharp staccato pattern, then twice, much more softly. He pushed the door open, then ushered us in. When we stepped inside, I couldn't help but freeze. Sunlight. Lots and lots of sunlight poured down from a bright blue sky above, soaking into boxes full of beautiful flowers and plants. In the middle of the large room was a wide pond with water lilies floating across its surface. Next to the pond, casually sunning herself, was a small Asian girl with aqua blue hair cut into a shaggy shoulder-length style. She was sitting cross-legged at the shore of the pond, wearing khaki cargo pants and a white tank top under a baggy black hoodie. It was hard to imagine her as dangerous because she looked so tiny and harmless. Still, I could somewhat sense the weight of her in the world, the feeling of impact, though she seemed to have dimmed it somehow. I hadn't known it was possible to suppress that weight, though it made sense. Otherwise, high rankers would be crushing everyone around them with their presence. I already knew of ways to interact with impact, like my enchanting, so being able to suppress that feeling of weight wasn't out of left field. Or she could just be an H-ranker like me, but I doubted Nightstrike would be so worried about someone ranked lower than she was. Jesse and I stayed quiet, as Nightstrike led us up to the diminutive Fae. Nightstrike smiled down at the girl. "Suki, so good to see you. It's been a while." Her smile was bland and slightly wooden, like she was just going through the motions. Suki looked up at us, and I almost flinched. Her eyes were green. Not like Jessie's green, which had green irises, but seaweed green across the entire orb. She had no pupils, only sclera. It was deeply unsettling. It was impossible to tell where she was looking, so I got the impression I was simultaneously being ignored and stared at. Her lips peeled back in a slow smile, exposing gray teeth the color of rocks on the shore, all much sharper than they had any right to be. "Calliope, darling, so good to see you. What brings you to my pond?" Nightstrike winced. "We're looking for information. There's been another murder, and this time a G-ranker. We think the killer used some high-end gear they got here. Do you know of anyone who bought something that might help killing someone up a rank?" She was incredibly formal and polite, clearly erring on the side of caution, but I could still see her excitement. She felt we were close to getting answers. Nightstrike and the rest of the Unity had been hunting this guy for more than a year. He'd killed several people she knew already, so I imagined she was pretty gung-ho about his capture. Suki's smile widened, her lips peeling farther back, exposing even more of those sharp gravel-like teeth. A disturbing amount of them, really. It was super creepy. "Oh, I might have seen something," she said, her voice coy. "But you know as well as I that the Fae don't trade information for nothing. What exactly do I get for helping with your little problem?" Jessie tensed, but before she could speak, I grabbed her hand, squeezing it a bit harder than necessary. Wincing, she pulled back but regained her composure. She nodded gratefully at me. Nightstrike withdrew an aquamarine stone from her pocket and passed it over to the Kelpie. Her head cocked with interest. She studied the rock. "Sea agate," Nightstrike said. 130 points of fantasy. It contains a natural form rune with a water variation." Suki squinted and pursed her lips, tossing the rock up and catching it again. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. "This is useful. Very well. Your offering is accepted, but you may not be satisfied with what it bought you. The person you're asking about came here in disguise a few months ago. They purchased a high-rank blood drinker blade. They wore a well-crafted disguise, but I didn't bother to pierce it. But I remembered one notable thing about them. They stank of the magic of the stars. They were someone in regular contact with that unbearable harpy's cosmic witchcraft ability." Her hand snapped close around the stone, and it vanished. Then she turned back to the shore of the pond, ignoring us again. I expected Nightstrike to ask more questions, but she motioned for us to follow her out. We walked back out to the main dining room, and Nightstrike signaled Gus to get us a table, which he did in short order. Once we were seated at an out-of-the-way table in the corner, I finally couldn't take it anymore. "Okay, what the hell was that? What did that mean?" Nightstrike looked at Cap with a frown, and he nodded. She turned back to us. "Cosmic witchcraft is a rare created ability that involves synergizing several obscure star-related skills with the minor hex ability. It belongs to exactly one person in the entire city, someone you've already met. Cosmic witchcraft is the signature ability of the Guildmaster of the Valen branch. If the killer is in regular contact with her, that means they must be a high-ranking member of the Unity." She looked grim at the thought. "Whoever has been performing these killings isn't just targeting our members. They're one of us. We have a traitor in our midst." "Okay, yes, that's really bad. But what the hell is a blood drinker blade?" It sounded ominous. Cap sighed. "It's not good. Blood drinker blades are assassin weapons developed by the Black Sorrow cult. They're designed to kill people higher than the user. The blades are crafted from ores that are the same rank as the intended target or maybe a bit above. Then the assassin feeds the metal pieces of the target, hair, skin, saliva, or, of course, blood if they can get it. The bigger the power gap, the longer it takes to attune the blade. But once complete, The dagger assumes the aura and spiritual signature of the target. It bypasses any of their protections or defensive abilities because it feels like a part of them. We can check the shop you bought it at, I said. Can't be many places that carry stuff of that quality. Just because Suki didn't see through his disguise doesn't mean someone else didn't. Maybe they have surveillance we can study. Nightstrike nodded decisively before taking a bite of a surprisingly delicious-looking purple meat pie. She chewed for a moment, then swallowed. Definitely. Just because we might not find something doesn't mean we don't look. Any seemingly insignificant fact we notice about them could end up being helpful later in the case. She took in our stares with a smile. Investigation is one of the skills you'll need to master as a cape. The first thing to learn? All investigating is just gathering data until you find something that makes it all click. Despite being in the middle of hunting a serial killer, we were going to be here for a bit while Nightstrike ate, so Jesse and I ordered food on our mentor's dime. We didn't get anything with stat-boosting effects, just basic ascendant cooking with some odd perks. I got a kebab that gave me night vision for 24 hours, and Jessie got a bowl of rice pudding that made her 50% more heat-resistant for a week. She let me try a bit, and it was delicious, as was my kebab. Nightstrike made sure we knew it wasn't safe to eat G-ranked food unless we were nearly ready to rank up, so we ordered H-ranked meals, which were cheaper anyway. They paid for our meals in credits, but paid for their own with small coins made of odd metals. When Nightstrike saw us glancing questioningly at the coins, she smiled and held one out to us. These are called chits. They have a standardized amount of creation stats in them, making them useful for crafters. G-ranked chits have 100 creation points, F-ranked have 1,000, and so on. They're the commonly accepted currency for ascendants. I picked up the coin and rolled it around in my fingers. It felt strange, like it was almost humming. I passed it back, and she smiled, waving me off. It's only an H-rank chit. 10 points isn't much. Keep it. Creation is the most valuable currency to crafters, and the Merchant Association that standardized the currency is run by them. Most places will accept chits, so it's good to keep some on you just in case. Even the WCP uses them for high-level transactions. I'd wondered about currency before. It seemed unlikely that high-ranking ascendants would use credits, so this answered more than a few questions. It also gave me a potential method of payment other than directly taking stats from other people. I put that information out of my mind as I finished up my food. I stole another bite from Jessie's bowl before she wolfed down the last of it with a glare. As we headed outside, I said to Nightshade, "So, boss lady, Suki never mentioned a location. Do you know where we need to go to find the person who sold that dagger?" She seemed familiar with this place, so I was following her lead. Even Cap had been quiet. Clearly less comfortable down here than Nightstrike. That was probably due to his mom's weird and sordid past with Zeke. She chuckled humorlessly. I know where he bought it. You can only get Black Sorrow gear with a rank like that from the source. At the Shadow Shrine. The cultists run their own shops in some of the WCP branches. Assassin equipment and poison are always big earners, and the WCP don't care what you sell under their umbrella, as long as it works and makes money. The shrine is run by low-level cult members out on ministry, so I doubt they noticed anything impressive. But they might have surveillance, like you said. I swallowed. The Black Sorrow Cult. The shadowy organization of ruthless assassins and thieves worshipped a goddess named Black Sorrow. They were practically at war with the Church of the Red Revenant. They kept it peripheral to the major political moves in the universe since both the cult and the church were members of the Five-Faction Alliance. Still, of all the factions, the cult was one of the most frightening and least understood. It was common knowledge to stay as far away from them as one could. Nightstrike led us down the cobblestone street, around a few bends, and down a dark alley between two buildings. We came to a squat, nondescript black shack. The place was dingy and run down, almost squalid in comparison to the grand buildings around it. The wood it was made of was dark, shriveled, and brittle-looking. Nightstrike walked right up and kicked the door 4 times. A loud bang resounded after each hit, but even the might of a G-ranked ascendant didn't put a dent in the flimsy-looking shack door. There was a rustling from inside as someone moved around. The entryway creaked menacingly as it swung open slowly, revealing a dark-haired man who looked to be about 20. He stood inside, glaring out at us, his expression nervous but annoyed. What? Shockingly, he was somehow not even afraid of Nightstrike. To be fair, he did have the backing of the Black Sorrow cult. Nightstrike reached into a pocket and withdrew 3 chits that all gave off the same humming aura as the one she'd used to pay for her meal. G-rank coins. She passed them to the man, who eyed them greedily before shoving the coins in his pocket and looking around. "Get inside." He stepped back, giving us room to get by. He slammed the door behind us, then he walked around to the other side of the main counter and leaned on it casually. "What are you in the market for?" I was consistently surprised by Ascendant architecture. The inside of this place was much bigger than it looked from the front. It wasn't a garden, an ocean, or a sea of stars, though. It was just a larger version of the ratty wooden shack we'd seen from the outside. Faded rugs covered the floors, and the walls were lined with rickety counters inset with discolored glass in flimsy wooden frames. To all appearances, it was a hovel where useless junk was sold to people who didn't have the money to go to a real store. At least, on the surface. I glanced over the bottles and items on the shelves and in the cases. My blood ran cold at the sight of the labels. Manticore venom, G-rank 9 chits, glass bone curse bead, F-rank 6 chits. All the seemingly useless garbage and dusty knickknacks were deadly artifacts. I had to assume the listed number of chits was of the corresponding rank, and even knowing next to nothing about the value of the currency, I winced at the demanded price of literally thousands of points of creation for some of the artifacts. As I looked around, Nightstrike headed straight for the counter. "You sold a G-ranked blood drinker blade a few months ago. We want to know who bought it. We know they were disguised, but if you have surveillance, we want to see it. And if they came back for any reason since then, we want to know what else they did." She pushed over 2 more chits, bringing the total to 5 G-ranked coins. Her no-nonsense tone combined with the money made it almost impossible to ignore her demand. She meant business. The man behind the counter swept the chits off the counter and into his pocket. "The surveillance isn't a secret. It's why people wear disguises here to begin with." He pulled out a scan box. "Just bump it if you want." Nightstrike reached out with her ring to tap the box and retrieve the info. He put it away. "You're wrong, though. He didn't buy a G-ranked blood drinker blade." His voice was mostly calm. He was at least slightly intimidated by Nightstrike, but I could tell this clearly wasn't his first rodeo. My mentor rolled her eyes. "He used it to kill a G-ranker. It obviously wasn't H-ranked, unless you sold him some high-rank poison at the same time." Her face was grim, and I understood why. You could guard yourself against a knife, but poison was much more difficult to prepare for. If the killer had access to G-ranked poison, we would all be in trouble. The man shook his head. "You misunderstand. I said it wasn't a G-ranked dagger. It was F-ranked. I was surprised because it was the most dangerous thing we had in the shop. Most people don't carry that kind of coin on them, but he paid up front. No payment plan or anything. 9 F-ranked chits." We all froze. That was an absurd amount of money based on the stat value alone. We'd all dismissed the possibility because no one in the Balin branch should have that much money. We just assumed it wasn't an option. Feeling a chill run down my spine, I turned to look at Jesse, Cap, and Nightstrike. Jesse's face was as pale as mine probably was, and our mentor's didn't look much better. Cap looked particularly shaken, and I didn't blame him. The killer wouldn't have bought an F-ranked blade if they weren't going to use it. It would take longer for the blade to sink to an F-ranker, but when it did, the evil eye would have the means to assassinate one of the strongest people in the city. Once that happened, there would be no keeping the story under wraps. The evil eye would experience an explosive growth in power. The question remained, how long did we have to stop it? Chapter 21. No one was in the mood to explore more after the information we'd received, so we said our goodbyes and headed home. I asked Jessie if she wanted to come over, but she seemed a bit shell-shocked after everything we'd learned, and she decided to crash at the guild headquarters. We made plans to meet up the next day, though. With nothing else to do, I decided to head back and try to finish my new bat. I had enough in me for the 2 runes I needed to complete the enchantment. I snagged the tools I needed from the workshop and sat down to carve the last 2 runes. I exhaled heavily as I carved, my body shaking with effort. I was carving the might rune, and I felt my might stat resonate with my minor enchanting skill and a point of my impact. This time, it was easier. The form rune had relied entirely on my impact to take shape, but this rune shared that burden with my might stat, which was higher than my impact. Carving the small, simple design took about 15 minutes, and once again it felt like I had superimposed 100 instances of carving 100 different lines into a single design. But, unlike last time, I knew better than to jump right into carving the next rune, and took a break to let myself recover. I flopped down on my bed to read through some of the job postings I'd found at the guild. Now that I had the enchanting skill, my next priority should be raising my creation stat. The anonymity of the process was annoying when picking my next job, but I finally narrowed it down to 5. I went ahead and sent a copy of the contract to the 5 people I was interested in working with. 3 of them were desperate enough to accept, and I set up appointments with them over the course of the next 2 days. Once that was done, I ate, took a nap, then returned to working on my bat. The expression rune was my last rune, and I'd partially recovered the point of impact I'd used previously, so I should be fine to finish the carving. The expression rune was much harder, about halfway between the form and might runes in terms of difficulty. It made sense, given that I didn't have a stat to lean on, and it was incredibly tiring. It took me a full 40 minutes to drag the effort from my body, and once I finished, I collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. After a few minutes of rest and a sandwich, I finally got up the energy to climb to my feet. On wobbly legs, I stumbled over to the desk to check on the bat. As I picked it up, a feeling of satisfaction washed through me. The bat didn't look different, but it felt heavier. Not physically, but in the way that Ascendance felt heavy, like it had some semblance of impact. That was nonsense, of course, but the temporary enchantments carried hints of impact within them. I hadn't put my impact points into the bat, but I'd poured the energy into the enchantment, and the enchantment itself had hints of that power, similar to how a car might smell like gasoline after you filled the tank. I weighed the bat in my hand, tossing it back and forth between my palms, feeling out the power to see exactly how many hits I could use before the enchantment wore off. I wasn't worried about triggering it by accident. I'd made the expression rune carefully, ensuring I would need to pour some real effort into a blow to set off the charge. Based on what I could feel, I was pretty sure I could get 3 solid hits out of it. My larger might pool probably helped with that. It wasn't extremely efficient, but it was more than enough for me to test out my capabilities. According to Zeke's email, which had contained a primer on using the runes, basic temporary enchantments would destroy the item they were cast on after they expired. But until then, I had a bat that did super force damage. I wanted to test at least one of those blows, even if I saved the rest for an emergency. With the bat balanced on my shoulder, I made my way out the door. I didn't wear my costume because I didn't want to draw attention, but I tried not to be spotted leaving, just in case. I took off for a nearby storm drain, where I slunk into the tunnel and out of sight to ensure no one would see me testing out my new toy. I retreated farther in than usual, making my way to a platform in the depths of the tunnels, where I knew there was a nice, big, sturdy column. I was excited to try out my new weapon. It was my first real enchantment, which was crazy to think about. It had been time-consuming and tiring to construct, but once I hit G-rank, enchantments would be much easier. But for now, I had a magic bat. That was just so cool. I'd used my skills and granted wishes, but now I was about to perform literal magic. The thought of unleashing a blast of force on this column without any help from another person was making me giddy. I set myself properly and wound the bat over my shoulder. Then, with as much of my body behind the blow as I could manage, I swung for the fucking fences. The bat whistled through the air with all my power behind it, and the moment it smashed into the column, I felt the enchantment flare as a boom shook the platform. Grinning my ass off, I stared down at the inches-deep crater in the stone. Sure, it wasn't a huge dent, but still, I had pulverized a section of a stone pillar with this thing. I looked down at the bat, checking to see how it was holding up, and surprisingly, it was in a pretty good state. While might wasn't a defensive stat, it did reinforce the material enough to help the bat hold up under its own power. People with super strength abilities weren't necessarily tougher, but they also didn't tear themselves apart whenever they threw a punch. I glanced at the bat, then up at the pillar again, chewing my lip. I wanted to smash it again, really bad. I could always make another bat, but as long as I saved one blow for emergencies, it shouldn't matter. Grinning to myself, I got back in my batting stance. The bat in question was one Zeke had bought for me to practice t-ball as a kid. It hadn't been used in years. Still, I did know how to swing, even if I wasn't a pro. This time, my windup was smoother. I pivoted off my back foot as I rotated my body in a short, tight circle and brought the bat around, right at the divot in the deepest part of the crater where I'd made contact the first time. With 3 points of might, 2 points of focus, and the extra power of the bat, I had aim, momentum, and explosive force on my side. The bat crashed into the pillar a second time, adding the force of the enchantment to the already considerable power of my blow as I made contact. There was another loud boom, and the platform shook again. Cement dust drifted down from the ceiling as I grinned at my handiwork. Not only was the crater deeper, but a deep crack bit halfway into the pillar. The column looked like it had a jagged-looking mouth, gaping like a creepy tree from a horror movie. It was fucking awesome. Sadly, I only had one blow left, and I couldn't justify using it, so I packed it up for now. But I was so making a permanent version of this later. I did my best not to be seen slipping out of the tunnel. An application of Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery allowed me to activate the stealth overlay, which notified me when I was being watched and helped me go unnoticed. I was mostly worried about being linked to the place if someone found the damage later. When I got home, I crashed into bed, exhausted. I had arranged to spend time with Jessie tomorrow, but first thing in the morning, I had a wish-granting meeting, then another after I met up with her. I was going to be busy over the next few days, but I was almost salivating at the thought of all the stats I could build up. Other than at least 1 point of creation, I didn't even care what I got. I just wanted to feel myself getting stronger. The only real dark spot on my otherwise exciting plans was this damn serial killer who was still out there. Knowing someone in town was offing ascendance was intimidating, especially because I was a new member of the Unity and the killer was targeting the lower ranks. I wondered if Zeke would step in if the killer targeted me. I assumed he wouldn't, since he had specifically mentioned not interfering with anyone below E rank. Still, he didn't seem at all worried about me getting gutted. I shook my head, dislodging the thoughts. I needed to sleep. I had too much to do tomorrow to be sitting around worrying about this. I would take things one day at a time, stick close to my mentors, and be careful of where I went. Whoever this asshole was, he had no clue who he was messing with. To him, I was just some low H-rank crafter who had joined recently. He wouldn't see my stat gains or my skill acquisition coming, and by the time he realized he should be worried about me, it would already be too late. Chapter 22. Nothing out of the ordinary happened during my morning meeting. I got a point of might for regrowing a left arm, bringing the stat up to 4, before I went to meet Jessie. She needed some normalcy, so I brought her to the park to meet Benny, who was bringing along his sister, Maria. Despite having terrible taste in boyfriends, Maria was actually really sweet when she wasn't trying to be a renegade, and I thought making some new friends would be good for Jessie. Benny normally acted like a show-off around girls, but when I told him Jessie's brother had died, he promised to back off. My best friend could be an idiot, but he had a good heart. When I showed up in civvies at the guild to pick her up, Jessie was dressed in jean shorts and a green tank top with a short blue jacket on top. She looked nervous but excited, and I had to smile at her inexperience hanging out with normal people. She lit up when she saw me, waving to me energetically, then greeted me with a big hug. "Hey, Shane, good to see you. This is okay to wear, right? You said we were going to the park, and this is what I would normally wear to the park. Not that I normally go to the park, because I usually just grow things at home or spend time with my brother or his friends, and..." I literally covered her mouth with my hand, laughing as I prevented her from hyperventilating. When she blushed, I chuckled and pulled back. "Sorry, I was kind of worried you might pass out from lack of oxygen. Your clothes are fine. The park is pretty casual, and you look nice." She flushed again, though less in embarrassment this time. I put a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, just relax, okay? I know you don't have much experience doing normal stuff, but it's fine. I was oblivious to the Cape scene when I showed up, and you helped me out. I've got you." She gave me a grateful smile. "Okay, yeah, sorry, it's just..." Her face fell. "Things have been rough lately, but this feels like a new start or something. That sounds weird. Sorry, stop apologizing, I said. It's getting awkward. You're good. Just calm down. You're super sweet, and anyone would love hanging out with you. Even without knowing you're a cape, they'll be excited to meet you. Just ignore Maria's boyfriend if he's around. He's kind of a tool and will probably try to sell you something he stole. He absolutely would not hit on her. That I knew for certain. I was big, and Benny wasn't exactly small either. We got on the bus and sat down, heading for the park where I usually met Benny. Jessie chewed her lip. So, what are we actually going to do at the park? Is there something for us to see, someplace we can visit? I grinned and shrugged. Not really, it's just peaceful. We usually lie around in the grass, just chill and be lazy. It's just fun to spend time with friends. My smile dimmed. Sorry if that sounds boring. I didn't think about how lame that might seem from the outside. We can figure something out, maybe play a sport or something, or check out the diner down the street. Their sundaes are amazing. They make the ice cream fresh. No materializer or anything. Her eyes widened as she cut me off. No, not at all. Trust me, I'm glad to get out of the guild. I was just worried I might be missing the point. She smiled wryly, and I smiled back. It was the most awkward I'd ever felt with another person, and it wasn't even a date. She saw my expression and giggled, her shoulders relaxing. Okay, clearly you're as nervous as I am about this. I'll try to calm down so I don't embarrass you. I was actually more afraid of embarrassing myself, but the self-deprecating humor broke the ice a bit. I know you spent most of your time growing up around capes. Did you have any close cape friends, or any friends of your brother's that you knew really well? I doubted anyone as friendly and outgoing as Jessie could have grown up alone. She was too extroverted to have been cut off from people. She laughed. Oh, sure. I wasn't, sheltered or anything. We had people around all the time growing up, usually people my brother's age. But he had a few friends that would hang out with me and take me out to eat and stuff. His friend Lindsay was a pretty consistent presence in my life. That's Sparkdove. She's one of the G-rankers. Ben was my brother's best friend, and he was always around. His cape name is Rainforce. Ben is only H rank, and they kind of drifted apart after Alan and Lindsay ranked up. Ben kind of resented the surge in popularity from their promotions to executive and how it widened the gap between them. She looked sad, but when she looked up at me, she forced a smile. He got in touch with me after Alan passed. We're okay. He's been checking on me more than anyone. Both of them have, but Ben especially. Her expression as she talked was remote, sad but distant, like she had already consigned these people to a different part of her life. They were reminders of the past she was trying to move away from. I think he feels guilty for the way things ended between them. Not that he should. He didn't know what was going to happen. Alan never blamed him for how he felt. He understood and tried to give him space. Still, Ben has been super supportive, and Lindsay has been bringing me meals. There are a few others, but the three of them were kind of a clique coming up, so they were the two I saw most. Her demeanor was tough to equate to the friendly, outgoing girl who had been so excited to meet me that first day at the Unity headquarters. I hoped she got some of that happiness back, and I would do what I could to help. She seemed to realize she was drifting off, and she cleared her throat. There were even one or two children or siblings of other capes I grew up with, but I didn't really get to see them outside of visits with their families. So, yeah, socializing with people my own age will be different. The bus came to a stop, and we got off slowly, then took our time walking to the park. We didn't drag our feet, but knowing how nervous she was, I saw no reason to rush. When we got to the park, Benny was sitting on a jungle gym, hanging his feet off the side and looking down at Maria, who was lying in the grass, chatting with him. Benny and Maria both had their father's olive skin tone, but Benny's hair was brown like his dad's, and Maria's was blonde like her mother's. Both shared their mother's bright green eyes. When she saw us, Maria hopped to her feet and walked over with a glare. She pointed a finger at me. You owe me for that scan box, nerd. I looked down at the diminutive girl, who was basically a surrogate sister to me, and raised an eyebrow at her antics. Maria was 4'8", and literally could not have intimidated me any less. She rolled her eyes and turned to Jessie with a welcoming smile, ponytail swinging. You must be Jessie. Don't worry, I won't let my idiot brothers bore you too much. I'm Maria. It's really nice to meet you. Jessie blushed again and smiled at her. Thanks. Then she looked at me. I mean, Shane has been really nice so far, but I am glad to meet you, and thanks. She stammered a bit, and Maria giggled before taking her by the hand and leading her over to where she and Benny had been lounging. I followed them casually. Maria could be a force of nature, so I fully expected Jessie to be too distracted to pay attention to me for at least a little while. Maria was 2 years younger than Benny and me, and she'd always had a ton of energy, even as a kid. Benny nodded to me and called out, "Hey, you're late. We're about to send out a search party." I flipped him off because it was 3:10, and we had agreed to meet at 3 o'clock. He shook his head sadly, giving Jessie a long-suffering look. "You see what I have to deal with? I worry over his safety, and he just spits on my concern. Some people are just born uncouth, I suppose. That's what I get for befriending a giant savage." A second middle finger joined the first as Jessie giggled at my friend's antics, but I was smiling. Benny was always good at making people feel comfortable. Maria sneered at us both, clearly annoyed, and dragged Jessie over to the other side of the playground. Chuckling, Benny jumped down. Then he strolled over and greeted me with a one-armed hug, clapping me on the back. "Hey man, you all right? Maria seems to have taken a shine to her. I managed to get her to leave her scumbag at home." He paused. "His home, not ours. I wouldn't leave Zach alone in my house if you paid me." I snickered at that, but he wasn't wrong. The next few hours were a lot of fun. Maria and Jessie were pretty much joined at the hip, and while Jessie never picked up on the acerbic dynamic the three of us had, she became a lot more comfortable. Benny tried his best not to flirt, and when he did inevitably slip up, Maria shut him down as brutally as possible, much to Jessie's and my amusement. I could see Jessie was having a blast. Her eyes had started to take on a bit of the same sparkle I'd seen when I first met her, which was definitely a relief to me. We hit up the diner down the street, and we all gaped at Jessie while she polished off a 15-scoop sundae all on her own. I was shocked she didn't get brain freeze. I had 6 scoops myself, but even I couldn't keep up with the tiny blonde. After a few hours, Jessie got a text on her scan ring, interrupting Benny's terrible attempt to act out a recent movie he'd seen. When she got the message, her face closed off, and I sighed. She looked over at me. "It's Ian. He says we have to get back ASAP." It looked like our day off was over. Chapter 23. The bus ride back to the guild wasn't nearly as awkward, but we didn't talk much. We sat in silence, both of us thinking to ourselves for most of the ride. When I realized we were getting close, I turned to Jessie. "What exactly did Ian want, by the way? He made it sound really urgent. Did they get a lead or something?" I wasn't sure if I wanted that or not. I wasn't strong enough to deal with this killer bullshit yet. I'd been counting on a drawn-out investigation to give me some time to build power. She shook her head. "No, not leads, but yeah, it's urgent. Apparently, news of my brother's..." She winced. "What happened to my brother reached the capital. The guildmaster there, Night Strike's dad, sent an F-ranker specialized in target elimination to deal with it. We got called in because we're supposed to be meeting them since we're on the case." I blinked. Target elimination? That sounded like a nice way to say bounty hunter or assassin. That was all kinds of intimidating. I was confused about one thing, though. How do they have an F-ranker to just send out? Aren't they rare? There's only like 2 or 3 in town, I think. F-rankers were the top of the food chain as far as I knew. The gap between G and F was broad. I could break into G rank after clearing the 1,000-point wall, but F rank would take 10 times that amount. Considering it would probably take even me months to get through H rank, one could imagine how long it took to get to F rank through normal means. Jessie shook her head. F rankers are pretty common in the capital. E rankers are scary rare. There's only about a dozen on the whole planet, but the Ascendant Academy is in the capital, and most of the teachers are in the high F ranks. The academy spans the entire gamut of students from I to F, with the option to graduate once you break through G rank or staying to become a faculty advisor. The spots are limited, though, so only people who reach G rank before age 20 get invited from the outer cities. My eyes were wide. Wait, what? How? You make it sound like there are thousands of Ascendants there. Only 1% of people are born with impact. Where do they find so many people? Not to mention the renown required to actually rank them up. You can't farm that shit. Students needed fame to actually rank up. School competitions and the like wouldn't be enough for that. They needed to be out in the field, actively saving people. She shrugged. The capital is huge. The conglomerate terraformed most planets at a single encampment, and the rest of the cities grew out from there as needed. The entire population of Callus lived in the capital for centuries back when the planet was first settled. Besides being bigger, the city is more developed and organized because it was planned for mass occupation from the start. It's literally 10,000 times the size of Balin. She saw me gaping and giggled. Yeah, I had that same expression when I first heard that, but it's nothing compared to seeing it for the first time. That surprised me. You've been there. Jessie didn't strike me as a traveler, though I hadn't known her brother. Assuming her sheltered upbringing meant she'd never gone anywhere was kind of silly now that I thought about it. What was that like? I asked. 10,000 times the size of Balin is huge. There's 10 million people in the city. What the hell does a city of 100 billion even look like? I could hardly imagine anything that size. She breathed out in remembered awe. Enormous. I went with my brother for a conclave a few years ago. The Unity has gatherings when bigwigs come on planet, executives only, of course. Alan and Lindsay were fairly young for G-rankers, so they received extremely good treatment over there. They were past 20, so no academy invite, but the higher-ups consider them to have potential and sent them to the conclave as Balin's representatives. Her voice was soft and wistful when she talked about it, and I felt bad for bringing it up. Desperate to change the subject, I cut in. Do you know anything about this F-ranker? Sounds like they work with the Valen Guildmaster pretty closely, so they must be high in the F-ranks. I'm not sure why he would send an assassin anyway. Wouldn't an investigator be a better investment? I knew nothing about investigation, and while Nightstrike seemed to know what was what, her ability didn't seem geared to information gathering. A specialist would have helped. Jessie shook her head. Politics. Nightstrike is on the case for Valen, so if someone swoops in and solves it, she loses all the reputation that would earn her. Solving a case like this could pay dividends. Once we have the killer caught or taken care of, they can release the news. Then Nightstrike comes off like a hero and gets a ticket to F-grade. The assassin is here to take care of the killer and keep an eye on Nightstrike, and since it's gotten this far, the Guildmaster can't turn them down, even though I'm sure she wants to. I shot her a questioning look, and she sighed. Nightstrike and her dad don't get along, she explained. The old Guildmaster was powerful, but from what I know of him, he wasn't a great father. He cheated on her mother with one of the guild members, then took his mistress and Nightstrike's half-brother with him when he left. She's actually considered an academy-level talent. Even the capital wants her, but she refuses to be associated with them at all. I had no idea how Jessie knew any of this, and it must have shown because she giggled again, smirking at me. I'm friendly and cute and a good listener. People aren't careful when I talk to them. It comes in handy for getting gossip. I was more and more impressed with Jessie the longer I knew her. She was whip-smart, and even though she played the perky airhead and was genuinely a happy person, she knew how to use people's perceptions against them. Finally, the bus stopped, and we got out. We headed into the guild and separated. I was carrying my costume in a backpack. The guild made sure we had our suits on us at all times. I found an empty changing room, which the guild provided for just that purpose, while Jessie went back to the room she was staying in. We'd agreed to meet up at the conference room Ian had prepared. We met back at the invisible stairway and headed to the room in full costume about 20 minutes later. I was a bit nervous. This was just the tip of the Unity iceberg, and meeting an F-ranker from the Capital Branch would be my first introduction to the wider organization. I'd long since decided to take advantage of the Unity for as long as I could. They had a valid and well-thought-out method for raising low-grade ascendants and plenty of resources, and they offered a viable cover for the early days of my growth. If I gained power as an independent, it would draw attention to me and raise all sorts of questions, plus I would miss out on easily attainable points. Might as well get the best of both worlds. I could use the Unity for resources and cover, and the WCP for information and trading. This meeting would be crucial. I needed to keep climbing the ranks as best I could, so I needed to make an impression on the higher-ups. That was why it was somewhat off-putting when we entered the conference room to find Nightstrike glaring daggers at the small, graceful woman who waited at the head of the table. Cap looked so relieved when he noticed us, and that gave me the inexplicable urge to run away. He smiled wildly at us. Hey, come in, you two. I'd like to introduce you to someone. His eyes were practically screaming at us to help, so I glanced at Jessie, and we walked inside, closing the door behind us. I really didn't want to get between an obviously furious Nightstrike and whoever she was angry at, but we didn't seem to have a choice. I felt like we were on death row. He gestured to the tiny lithe form of the F-ranker. "This is Shadowthorn. The Capital Branch sent her to help us with the investigation." He put on a very fake smile. I was obviously missing something. That feeling became much more severe when Jessie stiffened, staring at the other woman in what can only be described as a sort of fascinated horror. Nightstrike sneered. "No, she's here to babysit me because my father knows it will make me angry and I can't actually do anything about it. It's the only reason he would send her here." Her tone was poisonous and so cold I felt like I was eating a cyanide popsicle. Cap winced, trying to keep his smile on his face as he basically oozed discomfort. This person and Nightstrike clearly had some serious history. Nightstrike confirmed that feeling seconds later when she said scathingly, "I'm surprised you didn't bring Eric along. Why not show the little prince how mommy works?" The situation clicked. Based on how people were acting, I had to guess this was Nightstrike's stepmother, the younger guild member her father had left her mother for when he was promoted to the capital. I wondered briefly what kind of asshole would send his mistress to guard his daughter from his first marriage, but to be fair, I had no knowledge of the situation. Family drama aside, she was an F-ranker, and obviously fit for the assignment. Shadowthorn sighed. "Because this is no place for a child right now, Calliope. Look, I'm not your enemy here. I understand you don't like me, I understand why, and I'm not stupid enough to try to change that. Though I do wish you weren't so hostile to Eric. He's still just a kid, and what happened wasn't his fault. Regardless, you are my son's half-sister, and even if you weren't, I'm here on orders. You find the killer and I'll take them out. The faster you do that, the sooner I can go home and leave you in peace. I'm no happier to be here than you are to have me around." Nightstrike glared at her, unwilling to budge in her obvious hatred. It sounded like her father at least cared enough to want someone looking out for Nightstrike, so he sent someone with a vested interest in her survival. It did hit a bit of a sore spot. She was in the same position I was, or at least close. Her deadbeat dad had sent a bodyguard and thought that made things okay. I hadn't dealt with my anger at my old man over just bailing on me, but seeing it in someone else, I was pretty sure I needed to soon. I sighed and sat down in the room. Regardless of the drama, we had work to do. Hopefully. Chapter 24. It took quite a while to calm everyone down. Nightstrike spent half the meeting glaring daggers at her stepmother, who did her best to ignore her. Cap looked like he was about to have a nervous breakdown the entire time, and Jessie looked almost as uncomfortable as I felt. But Shadowthorn had questions about the case, so we all stuffed our discomfort into a box and saved it for later. Even Nightstrike managed to answer questions, albeit in the most irritated and venomous way possible. Shadowthorn, to her credit, ignored all the animosity and discomfort. "Now," she said, "I've read over the witness statements from the previous murders. Nothing useful there, but we don't have any statements from you, Solomon. You found Verdant, so you may have seen something you didn't even notice." She turned to Jessie, her voice kind even behind her mask. "Agria, I was hoping to go over the events of that day with him, but I know it may be hard for you to listen. If you'd like to wait outside, that would be perfectly fine." Even Nightstrike didn't bitch about that. She just looked at Jessie in concern. My friend closed her eyes behind her mask and took a deep breath. She shook her head. "No, thank you for your concern, but I needed to learn about this eventually. Though, if you don't mind me asking, why are you going over the witness statements? I thought Nightstrike was in charge of the case?" Her tone was hesitant, and she was clearly uncomfortable questioning a superior, but unable to hold herself back. Shadowthorn chuckled. "Callie is more than capable of doing the legwork. I'm reading over the witness statements to piece together some semblance of the killer's combat style. While finding him will be up to Callie, Nightstrike, putting them down will be my job. The better idea I have of what they can do, the more prepared I'll be to counter them. Despite the blood drinker blade, we don't actually know for sure that the killer is a low ranker." Her tone was serious, and I respected her for being so thorough. With Jessie's permission, she turned her head to me. Being looked at from behind a blank, full-face mask was unnerving. I wonder if other people felt this off balance when talking to me. Shadowthorn cleared her throat. Okay, Solomon, I'd like you to retell the story of what happened as best as you can remember it. Just keep going unless I stop you, and if I ask any questions, answer them as best as you can. Understood? I nodded. Okay, start from the patrol beforehand. Tell me what happened. I told her about the nobody men and hearing the scream. I told her about finding Verdant's body and the condition he'd been in. As I spoke, Shadowthorn asked me to repeat parts of my story and pressed for more details. I found her calling question to things I hadn't really noticed or really even processed and asking questions that forced me to actually think. It was an odd experience, having the story change so much from telling it to her, like she was reaching into my head and dragging out the details. By the time she finished, Jessie was barely keeping it together. She stood up, took a deep breath, and apologized before telling us she needed a minute. Cap followed her out, clearly worried about his late friend's sister. Once Jessie left, Shadowthorn picked up the case files and gave a sad sigh. I respected her for staying, but I wish she hadn't. We go through enough pain in this line of work, without inflicting it on ourselves intentionally. She looked hard at Nightstrike, sighed again, and left the room with a nod. Nightstrike watched her go, staring after her, and I could tell she wasn't doing well. I walked over and sat down next to her. I just sat there silently, waiting. She looked at me sideways, then let out a long, exhausted sigh. She was my best friend. I turned to look at her, curious about whom she meant. Shadowthorn. Annie. She was my mentor, like a big sister to me. She taught me how to use my abilities. I winced. That was rough. She chuckled bitterly. Fucked up, right? She was the first person to take me under her wing when I joined the guild. She taught me the skills I used to make my ability what it is. She was so cool, so strong and brave and heroic. I used to be afraid that my shadow manipulation ability would get me judged as corrupted, but Annie showed me that people could still look at me as a hero. Her voice was sad, and a tear slid down from under her mask. What happened? I couldn't help but ask. I heard that your dad left when he ranked up and got offered the guildmaster spot in the capital, that she went with him. What changed between you two? It seemed hard to imagine that Shadowthorn would just announce, I'm banging your dad, sorry about that, but hey, we're moving to the capital, want to come with? There had to have been some connecting event between those two things. Based on her earlier statement, I had a guess at what it was. She chuckled. What happened is my all-powerful F-rank father was too stupid to realize he should wear a condom. Because, hey, if finding out your best friend is hooking up with your dad doesn't hurt nearly enough, she needed to get knocked up to really twist the knife. She let out a bitter laugh. You know, she wanted me to go with them. She begged me to see her side of it, said she loved him, said she loved me, wanted us to be a family. Except I found out she only started mentoring me because he told her to. Wanted her to babysit his bratty daughter so I didn't get into trouble. I put a hand on her shoulder. Nightstrike, Calliope, if that's your name. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but your dad sounds kind of like a bag of dicks. She snorted out a laugh before dissolving into giggles. I took off my mask. Shane, by the way. Since I already heard your name a few times, it only seems fair. You're an executive anyway. You could easily find out my name if you didn't already know it. She took off her own mask, rolling her eyes. Callie, please. I hate my name. Everyone I don't want to punch in the throat calls me Callie. Her face was insanely pretty, like supermodel gorgeous. She had cute features, surprisingly delicate for someone so tough. I tried not to think about that as we shook hands. Sorry to dump that on you, she said. Annie being here is unpleasant for me. Which he knew. It's why he sent her. He likes to remind me he can make me uncomfortable if he feels like it. He's under the impression it'll make me grateful for all the time he leaves me alone when I ignore him. I really didn't like her dad. I made a mental note to have Zeke kick his teeth in once I left the planet. I was pretty sure that with me gone, my uncle would be free to do whatever he felt like doing. Nothing permanent, just a light ass-kicking. Maybe have him shaved and tied to a tree in public or something. It was a satisfying mental image, even if it probably wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Hell, by that point, I could probably just kick his ass myself. I decided to change the subject. Do you think Jessie will be all right? She winced. I don't know. Hopefully. It's hard to say. Some people never recover from loss. It consumes them, becomes a part of them. Jessie's trying to move on. I just worry she might be trying to do it too fast. Alan was a good guy. He wouldn't want to see her hurting like this, but... She shrugged, and I nodded. We couldn't take away her pain. We just had to let her deal with the grief in her own time. It just sucked. She didn't deserve this, but then no one said people always got what they deserved. Look, I know it's not much coming from some low-ranked newbie, but I'm on your side here. Maybe together we can find and take down this killer before Shadowthorn gets to him. I honestly felt for Shadowthorn, too. She seemed genuinely hurt by how much Nightstrike hated her. But that wasn't anything I could or should try to fix as a stranger anyway. Nightstrike needed someone who had her back, someone she could trust. She looked surprised. Really? Even if Annie doesn't get mad, my old man will probably pitch a fit over having his plans disrupted. I suspect he's hoping that once I see how strong she's gotten in the capital, I won't be able to resist coming back and begging for his help. He rarely ever does things for a single reason. I know you're trying to move up in the Unity, and he can make that difficult if he decides he doesn't like you. Her voice was disdainful, showing what she thought of that, and even after having known her for a short time, I could tell that she wouldn't allow it. I just smirked at her. You're not the only one who can be stubborn. She smirked back at me, eyes flashing with gratitude. In all honesty, while I did like Callie, I wasn't helping her because her story had touched my soul, because she was gorgeous and I wanted to impress her, or even because it was the right thing to do. It was because, fuck her dad. That was why. Seriously, his whole attitude pissed me off. There may have been some projecting going on. I may have been refocusing my anger at my own dad at Callie's shitty absentee father, but honestly, I didn't care. Besides, the Unity was just a convenient cover for my growth, not a necessity. I liked the place and the people seemed nice, but I could get just as strong somewhere else. Hell, with my abilities, I could just catch a ride off the planet and register at another Unity branch. I wasn't really interested in the other factions, but I could even leave the conglomerate altogether. I was pretty sure the Empire wasn't that different. Regardless, I had options no matter what, so I could afford to be a little immature and irrational. With the mutual understanding between us in place, Callie and I nodded to each other and headed to the door. Cap was still trying to comfort Jessie outside, and it was shitty to leave them on their own. We were a team, after all, even if we hadn't been working together for long. I wanted that to mean something. I wanted to have people who would have my back like Zeke had my dad's. Obviously, Benny would be included once I could get him an ability, but until then, I would take care of the team I had. Chapter 25. The day after my big commitment to help Callie outfox her dad was anticlimactic. Specifically, it involved lots of wishes. I finally hit my daily allotment of 4 wishes, and the effort had left me bone-tired. But it was worth it, because with that 4th point of might, I'd managed 5 entire points to my stats, a full 20th of what I needed to hit the next rank up. Aside from a point of might, I gained 3 points of focus and a point of perception. Nothing particularly useful for the moment, but every bit helped. And focus was pretty neat to have, even if it wasn't something I'd needed much so far. I grinned to myself as I called up my stat sheet in my vision, using the purple flame to conjure it without consulting my contract. I suspected my increased focus made that possible, which was definitely useful. Wishmaster candidate status, H rank. Ability, Lesser Wish, 4 times a day, grant a lesser wish in return for proper compensation. Wish must be feasibly achievable by the candidate's own efforts within a 3-day period with current statistics. Might, 4, Impact, 2, Fantasy, 2, Vitality, 2, Focus, 5, Perception, 3, Creation, 1. Skills, Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery, Minor Piano Mastery, Minor Cooking Mastery, Minor Gymnastics Mastery, Minor Swimming Mastery, Minor Guitar Mastery, Minor Singing Mastery, Minor Enchanting Mastery. Aside from the stat boosts, I could see that all-important enchanting skill on there now. I was confident that would end up being one of my most important skills, so I was relieved to see it. I decided to create a new enchanted item today, specifically something for Jesse. I'd considered making something for Benny first, but I was concerned his mortal body couldn't handle the stat use. I was still a beginner, after all. I didn't know how everything worked, so I would wait until I had more practice for that. I sat down with a piece of paper to plan out what I wanted the item to do. Before getting started, I needed to figure out a specific scheme for the enchantment. I worked backward. My first step was deciding what the enchantment should be. I would have loved to make something crazy and overpowered, but I only had access to basic temporary enchantments, so I settled for something simpler. I decided on a trinket that would let Jesse grow plants faster. It would burn out pretty quickly, but such a limited ability should be doable even with my minimal experience. There was no stat that affected speed, so I would need to work with one related to life force. Vitality would be a must for plant growth, and luckily I had 2 points of it. On its own, vitality wouldn't produce the effect I wanted. I needed to make a proper form rune to channel it through her ability. A form rune of that kind would be tough for me, but since I would basically be making an outlet to plug the energy into, it was theoretically possible. Jessie would channel her power through the trinket, and it would release out the other end through the enchantment. I decided I would use a stick, or rather, a wand. Although a bit off the wall, it fit with the image I was going for, and making a consumable weapon would be simpler than creating something impressive looking like a ring or armband. Wood would work especially well as a medium because of its affinity with plant life. The form rune would create a structure to project her power through, and the vitality rune would supercharge it. I still needed a few other components, though. An expression rune would make sure the enchantment triggered only when she wanted it to, and not just whenever her energy leaked into the wand. A creation rune would not only help the plants grow faster, but also make it easier for them to grow at all. Finally, I added one more rune, which I hadn't had a chance to try before. I created a law rune for the design that would restrict the flow of energy from the expression rune until a certain threshold, then release it all at once. By creating a buildup of vitality shaped by both Jessie's power and the form rune, then channeled through the creation rune, I could let her increase tension before snapping it like a rubber band. When she cast the ability, it would release all at once, causing a massive spike of growth that would shoot into the plant she aimed at. I didn't know how Jessie's power worked or whether she could control the plants she grew, but this might give her a skill to do that. Even if it didn't, she could still create violent shooting plants that she could use in combat. Whatever method of battle she had, the wand should theoretically make it exponentially more effective. The only real issue with the enchantment was that since I'd created a rune layout with 5 runes, it would take me 3 days to get the damn thing done. Still, I was proud of the design. It wasn't anything extravagant, but it worked, and I'd come up with the concept fairly quickly. I saw so much potential in enchanting, and I couldn't wait to rank the damn skill up so I could realize that potential. I wanted to use my blood emerald and any other special materials I could find. I had so many amazing ideas already. I was especially excited to see if the materials made the enchantment that much more effective. Suki had mentioned back at Rantano's that the piece of sea agate had a naturally occurring form rune on it. That implied certain materials could hold certain enchantments more easily. Though I was positive this random stick didn't have any runes, even a tiny bit of compatibility could be massively helpful in the future. At the very least, I wanted to see if it made carving the form rune for the plant wand easier since the form was related to the material itself. Carving form runes fucking sucked, and I would have loved to have a cheat for it. With that in mind, I decided to carve the form rune first. I headed into the workroom to pick up the tools I needed. Zeke's carving gear was good quality, even if I was pretty sure either they were fake tools or I wasn't using them properly. They weren't nearly as effective as one would expect for being the tools of someone higher than E rank. Then again, maybe he kept the good stuff in his office, not at home. I sat down to carve the form rune. I knew better this time than to try 2 in a row, but I'd done my wishes for the day, so I had nowhere else to be. It took some digging in the workroom to find a wooden cylinder that fit the job. Once I had something, a smooth piece of oak about a foot long, I sat down at my desk to begin the carving process. I took a deep breath and started to carve. As expected, it was grueling. It still felt like I was carving hundreds of lines at once, all stacked on top of each other. However, I also noticed something amazing. Each specific line felt slightly different mentally, and this time, 1 or 2 were much easier. The only thing I could think of was that the wood was more receptive to the form of the enchantment. That meant my force burst was not a form that naturally lent itself to a wooden baseball bat. I wasn't sure what form it would lend itself to, but I made a note to do some experimenting later. When I finished the first rune, I was exhausted. Wishing didn't really deplete my resources the way that enchanting did, though I was mostly sure that was a kind of cheat. That thought made me curious about the wish power. It was so expansive and unusual. Did the first Wishmaster really just ascend with this ability in its current form? Some of the features felt intentional, and I wondered if he'd built this power by synergizing a ton of skills with something else. After finishing the first rune, I had to deal with my one true nemesis: boredom. I tried calling Zeke earlier about the enchanting, but he was unavailable. I had a ton of questions, and in retrospect, that was probably why he wasn't answering, to avoid more of my questions. I considered playing Doom Sovereign, but it had lost its appeal now that I could manifest abilities in real life. I could train in-game, but I somehow doubted I would break through to beginner rank in DS Mastery by grinding fetch quests. With all my wishes granted and my friends busy, I'd almost given up hope when I got a call on my scan ring. When I pulled up the call, Callie's face appeared on the small screen over my hand. She wasn't wearing a mask, and she grinned like a cat that had just eaten a dozen canaries. "Hey, did I interrupt something?" She barely waited for me to shake my head before launching into an excited stream of words. "Good, because I got a possible lead on the killer. One of my sources mentioned seeing someone carrying a scary-looking knife into one of Mr. Jacktastic's fight nights." I blinked. Wait, what? He lets people bring knives? And they were carrying it openly. That seems convenient. You really think it's them? I felt bad bursting her bubble, but this seemed too good to be true. And from her method of contact, it was obvious she wanted to do this with just the two of us to avoid any involvement from Shadowthorn. Apparently, she'd taken my offer to heart. On one hand, that was good because I'd meant it, but on the other, we were going in underpowered. Well, as underpowered as a team consisting of G-rankers could get in this town. She shook her head excitedly. "Addictive has a sensory ability most people don't know about. He's a security consultant at the Jerk's underground fights, and he keeps an eye out for strange things for me. Granted, it might not be him. Weird guys with scary knives is an uncomfortably large target demographic, but still, it's better than nothing." Her face fell a bit. "Unless you don't want to come. If not, that's fine. Didn't mean to bother you." It was obvious from her tone that it wasn't fine at all, but that didn't matter because I was definitely going, which I told her. "Great." She grinned at me brightly. "Get dressed in your costume. I'll pick you up in an hour." Chapter 26. It took me very little time to get dressed. I felt a bit sluggish from the enchanting. My point of impact was still regenerating, but I had one remaining, so it wasn't too bad. By the time Callie got to my door, I was dressed and ready. I hadn't given her my address, so I assumed she found it on my guild paperwork. She already knew my identity anyway, and I doubted Zeke would have survived this long if he was sloppy enough to get found out by a rookie. Still, I made sure to stay back from the door when I let her in. I didn't want to be seen by my front door in costume. When she came in, I gaped a bit. Callie was wearing dark jeans, a long-sleeved shirt, and a black leather jacket. She had her hair up in a ponytail and wore a simple black domino mask. She looked over my costume. "They do pretty good work. You should be good in that since you're so new. I'm too well known around town to go in costume. No way people don't lose their shit and tip off the target. These are the clothes I use for undercover ops." She made a little bowing flourish. "You can call me Onyx when I'm dressed like this. Professional cat burglar." I chuckled at her grandiose proclamation. "Interesting. Is this a common thing for you then, undercover missions? I would think that would screw us over with the whole renown thing. Isn't a false identity bad for your cultivation?" I still had my throwaway WCP thug outfit lying around. I could probably use that again somewhere down the line. It might be nice to have a second identity in case I needed to act in secret. She waggled a hand. "Sometimes, usually it doesn't matter. We publicize results later on anyway. The whole point of an undercover persona is to not get noticed, so it doesn't steal much limelight. If anything, it makes Night Strike's victories more impressive because they come out of nowhere. And some great deeds apply before anyone ever finds out about them. We aren't sure why. We suspect it might be recognition from the system itself or something. Regardless, my cultivation will be fine. Ready to go?" I looked down at myself again, then I paused. Hold on 1 second. I went back into my room and grabbed my force bat. It only had the 1 charge left, but that was better than nothing. I came back out and Callie raised an eyebrow at me. I shrugged. It's my lucky bat. The runes were hidden by the bag I'd shoved it in, so it just looked like I was carrying a normal wooden baseball bat. She looked at me pityingly. I know we don't include new weapons in the contract, but if you need something to fight with, we can spot you for the expense. She smirked. Though I suppose getting your armaments from a sporting goods store is one way to make a big impression. Maybe I should start carrying around a 9-iron or something, try to work it into my gimmick. I could tell from her tone that she was just messing with me rather than being genuinely mean, so I rolled my eyes and walked past her. I could have told her about the bat, but I wanted to keep my enchanting prowess in my back pocket as long as possible. I didn't want to draw attention, but I also wanted to get better at it before people found out. Nothing crazy, I wouldn't really be capable of much until I hit G rank anyway, but I wanted to be competent at least. Still, if I got attacked and needed to use the bat, I wouldn't hesitate. Pride meant very little to the dead. Probably. I heard her snicker as I walked by, still laughing at her own joke. I headed down the hall to the window. It was dark outside, and with my kick-ass stealth-looking armor, I was unlikely to be seen. Besides, Callie had shadow powers, so I just opened the window and slid out. I jumped on air courtesy of my costume's mobility features and with my gymnastic skill. I landed in a roll after bouncing from side to side a bit to bleed off the force. By the time I turned, Callie was already standing behind me. I looked up to find the window closed, and when I glanced at her questioningly, she shrugged. I wasn't sure what that meant, but I decided it wasn't worth the time I would have to devote to asking. I just clung to the shadows and slipped out of the alley behind my building. I suspected Callie might be helping because no one even glanced our way, and I didn't have a stealth skill yet. We came to another alley, and Callie stopped in front of a sleek black motorcycle. I turned to look at her. No. She smirked at me. What? The big strong man won't ride on the back of my bike? You afraid to ruin your image? You do know I'm monumentally stronger than you, right? Just get on. She sounded amused, but still firm. She wasn't taking no for an answer. Unfortunately for her, it was the only answer I was giving. I wasn't getting on the back of her bike, though it had nothing to do with pride. I pointed at the multiple scuffs on the side of the shiny bike. How many times have you crashed this thing? Motorcycles are death traps anyway, but there are more dings in this than a 10-hour game show marathon. I'm not getting on a bike with someone who gets in this many accidents. I wasn't kidding either. I hated motorcycles, and Callie was obviously a menace on this thing. She looked genuinely pissed. I don't get in that many accidents. She paused, probably realizing how telling that statement was. Shut up, just get on, you big baby. You're in full armor with shock absorbers. Even if we did wreck, you'd be fine. Not to mention, with 2 impact, you're much less likely to get hurt anyway. Now, will you get on? We don't have all day. She actually sounded a bit embarrassed, but honestly, I did feel pretty stupid myself. I'd forgotten I was wearing H-rank Ascendant armor with shock absorption to boot, though in my defense, that hadn't been my idea. With the reminder, I felt not perfectly okay with getting on the bike, but better. At least it wasn't a hover bike. Those things were incredibly expensive, but I absolutely wouldn't go near one regardless of what I was wearing. A point or 2 of impact wouldn't save me from falling 4 stories. I sighed. Fine, but be careful, please. No speeding. She snorted, but seemed mollified by my decision to trust her. I didn't, actually, but she wasn't wrong about it being less of an issue now. I had a slight fear of 2-wheel transportation after a bike accident when I was a kid, and I had let that get to me. I climbed on behind her, putting my arms around her waist in a manner that I hope seemed casual, despite making it almost impossible for me to fall off unless she went with me. I went out of my way not to squeeze very hard when she pulled out, then we were off. We were going fast, but not breakneck speeds, and she easily maneuvered the bike. It took about 20 minutes to pull up outside the warehouse where the fights were being held. She pulled into a side alley, and I climbed off the bike. My heart was still thumping, but I made a point not to show my discomfort. Callie took a few steps away from the motorcycle, and with a snap of her fingers, the shadows in the alley just shifted. The whole place suddenly looked completely empty. Not a motorcycle in sight. I blinked, turning to her. That was interesting. Did you displace it? Is it invisible? If someone stumbles in here, can they bump into it? I'd known she could shift her hair and clothes in the shadows, but not a whole bike. She shook her head. They won't bump into it. There's an enchantment on it that makes it count as part of my body, at least as far as my power is concerned. I saved up for ages to afford it, but despite his theatrics, Beaker does good work. The bike is actually part of the shadows for the moment. I can do that with stationary objects imbued with my power. I dumped it enough for a few hours, so it shouldn't be a problem leaving it here. She seemed extremely proud of the bike, and I could see why. It was a pretty cool bit of enchanting. Once we had the bike tucked away, we headed to the warehouse. I felt tense about going in with my Unity costume, but there were so many shady people around that even I barely stood out. Callie sidled up to me. Follow my lead here. These things can get kind of wild, so as long as neither of us starts screaming or stabbing people, we shouldn't draw much attention. Which is good, because a few of the higher-ranking jerks stop by this place sometimes, and if I have to throw down with Way Crazy Wyatt or Ronnie the Beef, my cover will be shot. I tried not to smirk at the almost pained way she said their names. Every cape I'd met at the Unity felt a constant trickle of embarrassment when talking about the jerks. Mr. Jacktastic was either a complete moron or a damn genius, because his ridiculous naming sense made the jerks infamous. Considering the way they dressed and the name of the gang, though, I wasn't entirely sure the fame was worth it. At the very least, I doubted I could deal with the humiliation of dyeing my hair into a neon mohawk and wearing only leather pants. At the entrance, an absolutely massive pair of men with shaved heads glared down at us. For a second, I thought they'd stopped us because we were capes, but Callie passed them a pair of 20-credit sticks, and they turned down the menace, stepping back to let us pass. I leaned closer to my companion. Have you been here before? I know you said you have a friend who works around here or something, but you seem pretty familiar with the entrance requirements. She smirked a bit. I told you, I do a lot of investigation work. I'm the stealthiest of the G-rankers, so I'm usually the one they send to look into shady stuff. I know a decent number of less than reputable people from all my time spent in the WCP. I went through a period after I had my falling out with Annie, where the guild wasn't a place I wanted to spend time. I did a lot of solo work and spent a ton of time undercover. I set up some of my biggest and most notable busts during those days. She smiled wistfully. Now, let's go find Addicbat. I want to learn more about our target. Chapter 27. The inside of the warehouse was big, crowded, and noisy. Rather than a single big pit like I'd expected, half a dozen small circles were drawn out on the cement floor. Fighters brawling inside them were surrounded by crowds of cheering, bloodthirsty watchers. People shoved past each other to get a closer look, some waving credit sticks at the fighters to make them fight harder, screaming offers for bribes and rewards to motivate the participants. It was utter fucking chaos. Callie's mouth twitched. Clearly annoyed at having to be in the middle of all this, she grabbed my arm, pulling me along. She leaned in close to talk, but the room was so loud that standing right next to me she had to shout, "We won't be out here long. Addicbat prefers to spend his time in the sub-basement." I tried to ignore the ridiculously gorgeous girl I'd had a massive crush on for years holding my arm. Instead, I searched for some kind of basement entrance, but despite my height, I couldn't see anything. Without another word, she dragged me through the crowds and into an empty back corner. She stopped next to one of the steel support columns that were dotted throughout the warehouse. Without bothering to check if we were being watched, she kicked the column sharply near the bottom. A section of the beam popped out, swinging open to reveal a small 3-by-3-foot chute hidden inside the steel. The only thing in the chute was a single tightly anchored metal ladder. Callie let go of my arm, grabbed the ladder, and started to climb down. Worried we might have been noticed, I looked around, but saw no one paying any attention to us. Whether because they were busy or because they knew better, I had no clue. But with a shrug, I grabbed the ladder, then started my own climb down. As soon as I was inside, the hatch slammed shut, clicking back into place and leaving us alone in the dark. I expected to bump into Callie, but luckily the shaft wasn't long at all. My booted feet hit the ground within a minute or two. I heard a tap, and light fled the space where we were standing. Callie held up a scan ring with a white screen floating above it. I'd forgotten they even had a flashlight mode. I was pretty surprised by what I saw. I'd expected labyrinthine tunnels under a warehouse, but in reality, we'd climbed down no more than 10 feet to a landing on a flight of cement steps. Once she saw I had my footing, Callie jerked her head down the steps, gesturing me to follow, and we set off. I felt stifled, like I shouldn't talk or even make a sound, but to my surprise, Callie spoke up after a minute. "These steps are kind of long, but Attic Bat's room is pretty close to the bottom, so once we make it down there, we should be able to find him pretty quick." She smirked over at me. "I'm surprised you haven't asked about Attic Bat. For one thing, it's probably weird to you that he lives underground with a name like that." I shrugged. It's not exactly normal, but then again, no ascendant seems to be normal. They all seem weird or eccentric somehow. Maybe it's the stats? I imagine high fantasy will make anyone come across a bit loopy. Or maybe some side effect of gaining power and renown meant that the weirdest people would obviously be the ones who had the best chance of becoming strong. To my surprise, Callie just chuckled. "I forget you're new. I suppose you're high enough up that I can tell you, though don't go spreading it around. Ascendants aren't unusual because of stats. It's a side effect of cultivation itself." I cocked my head and she sighed. "Okay, you know Captain Polaris, right? He grew up in the guild. His mom is the guildmaster. He's strong and good-looking, the perfect recipe for an unbearable asshole. It would have been easy for him to end up being a dick." I nodded. That was fair. I had kind of wondered why Eden wasn't a bigger asshole. I knew from Benny that wasn't always the case, so it had mostly been a passing thought, but I noticed how lucky I was that my mentor was a nice guy. Callie's face was serious. "The reason for that is simple. Aside from just being a nice dude, Ian is also suffering from what Ascendants call recursive cultivation. Well, suffering is the wrong word. It's not a bad thing, at least not for him. The long and short of it is that while we affect our legends, they affect us too." I blinked. My voice came out uncertain as I responded to her cryptic remarks. "I don't know what that means. Like, sure, our legends shape our stats, which shape how our powers grow, but that has nothing to do with personality, does it? I guessed hypothetically powers could affect how a person interacted with the world, and on a larger scale, how they formed as a person, but this seemed like something more direct." She sighed. "Don't talk about this to anyone. We keep it under wraps because it can give people an excuse to be unruly. In simple terms, cultivation is the act of changing from a person to an idea, the ascension from a human being to a powerful icon. However, more than just shaping your stats or powers, your legend shapes your very being. It's not immutable, it can be resisted. Honestly, most of the really powerful people are the ones with the mental fortitude to do so, but the stories people tell about you sort of nudge who you are." I stopped and turned to stare at her. She shook her head. "Not as directly as it sounds. You can think of the act of ascending as becoming bigger. As you gain impact, your footprint in reality becomes larger. Stats are how we fill that emptiness, solidifying ourselves so we can break through to the next rank and take a qualitative step toward a higher state of being. However, those stats come from your legends. That's why great deeds make us stronger, give us power. We're using the stories, the renown, to fill up our empty selves. We build the icon we ascend toward, step by step." I felt a light bulb go off in my head. "Oh, you're saying that the stronger you get, the more of you is made up of those stories, and the larger the influence they have on you. At your core, you're still you, though, right?" She nodded seriously, and I paused. "So then when you say the ones with the mental fortitude, you mean the ones able to remain themselves as they grow. What happens if they don't? What happens to the one that gets swallowed up in the stories and consumed by their own legend?" She shrugged. "Depends. We're all affected by it, but the ones who lose themselves in it usually die pretty early. Full-on villains who get swallowed up in recursion essentially feed their legend with stories about how crazy or rabid they are until they devolve into mindless killing machines. Heroes have an easier time, but someone usually kills them in an ambush or something. Rarely you get an ascendant who manages to make it to the higher ranks in recursion, but if they do, they're absurdly dangerous." Her face scrunched up in distaste. "At that point, they're more like forces of nature than people. Even the heroes like that are awful. They'll kill you for the slightest violation of their principles." She stopped walking, her eyes becoming unfocused as she remembered something. Then the spell broke, and she shook her head to clear it. "Sorry. Point is, everyone has some small amount of recursion. Ian's reputation paints him as a straightforward and heroic guy, so he's subconsciously pushed in that direction. He could resist, I suppose, but why would he? Addicbat has developed a reputation for being extremely suited to confined spaces, so he needs to sleep underground to feel comfortable. She gave me a serious look. The reason I tell you this is that Addicbat is an extremely nervous and timid individual. I need you to keep quiet when we meet him, because he spooks easily, and he might not talk if frightened. He really does act like a bat in some ways. She smirked. Though, with his insane perception stat, he probably already knows we're coming. He's known for being the H rank with the strongest perception in the city. People who focus mostly on one stat are fairly rare. That explained why she hadn't bothered to whisper on our way down. She sounded fond of the guy, and it occurred to me how much shit Callie must have gone through after the mess with her dad in Shadowthorn. She was the same age as me, so she would have been probably 16 at the oldest. I couldn't imagine being a solo cape wandering around places like the WCP at that age. I'd always known Nightstrike was a total badass, but knowing what cultivation actually entailed made the things she'd accomplished even more mind-blowing. And she didn't have a cheat ability like mine. As we walked, I kept an ear out for anyone who might sneak up on us. I didn't really like the whole underground staircase vibe, especially with only one small light source. Luckily, it didn't seem to be an issue. The place was deserted, probably because everyone was upstairs watching the fights. It took a surprisingly long time to get to the bottom of the steps, and I wondered who the hell had dug this place out. Benny's dad was the head of the miners' union, and he would have had trouble making a space this large, never mind without being noticed. Then again, I was assuming it was accomplished through normal means. Maybe someone had used some kind of earth or stone manipulation ability. Hell, even if they didn't, a high enough level of construction skill might be capable of this, for all I knew. It was a hard shift in my thinking to consider all the insane shit Ascendants were capable of in their everyday lives, even with me being one of them now. We reached the bottom of the steps after probably 5 to 10 minutes, and Callie turned us toward a nearby door. She stopped in front of it and banged on the metal. "Batty!" We waited, but there was no response. She rolled her eyes under her mask with a huff, banging again. "Batty, you absolute goon! I know you heard me coming. Let me in." This time, Callie didn't brush off the lack of response. She was starting to look uneasy. She called a key into her hand from the nearby shadows and slipped it into the door, unlocking it. She waited a bit before pushing it open. "Batty? Last chance. Answer, or we are busting in on our own." When there wasn't a reply, she shoved the door open and froze. I stared into the room and immediately realized two things. One, I knew why Addicbat hadn't answered. And two, we hadn't come here chasing ghosts. Judging by the bloody symbol drawn on the wall, we were definitely in the right place. The evil eye had been here. And he'd struck again. Chapter 28. So apparently, the lead we had followed here was the evil eye. The murdered Ascendant, lying on the floor posed under the killer's symbol, a symbol drawn in the victim's own blood, was a dead giveaway. That said, Callie was clearly not processing anything. She just stared at the body of her friend. I winced and grabbed the heroine, dragging her into the room and shutting the door behind us. I somehow doubted being caught with the corpse of one of their security consultants would go well for us. She moved with me, but once the door was shut, she just stood frozen, staring down at the body in shock. I winced again. I'd expected her to be more stable than this. But then again, if I found Benny dead, I would probably have blue screened too. I never asked how close they were. I reached down to take her shoulders in my hands and turned her to face me. "Onyx?" I tried using the fake cape name we had settled on for this outing, since she wasn't in her normal costume. No response. "Callie, I need you to look at me." She did. "This is rough. I get it, and I can't imagine what you're going through, but we need to focus. Try not to think too hard about what's happening. Tell me how you know Addicbat." She blinked. Her eyes looked lost. "When I found out about Annie and my dad, I ran away. I was mad at my dad, mad at Annie, mad at my mom for not noticing. I was just mad. I ended up in the WCP. I was only 16, but I was mid-H rank, so I thought I could handle myself. Batty lived down there at the time. He saw me wandering around and offered me something to eat. He looked out for me as best he could until I was ready to go home. She blinked, her eyes filling with pain and then tears as she squeezed them shut. She turned, took a few steps, and punched the wall. Fuck! This is bullshit! Her hand was shaking and bleeding slightly, but she didn't seem to notice. I put the word out to some of my friends to be on the lookout. He wouldn't even have been looking for the killer if I hadn't asked. I don't know even how the hell they could have... She cursed, spinning up an image on her scan ring. Shit, this is my Unity line. I didn't even fucking think. She jerked the ring off with a scream and hurled it across the room at the wall. I flinched, then stepped up to put a hand on her shoulder. Hey, it's okay, just breathe. You think they tracked your message through the line? Who would have the access to do that? I silently cursed the killer. This asshole was somehow everywhere. It was terrifying how organized and prescient they seemed to be. Luckily, Jesse and I didn't have Unity scan rings yet. It took a month or two for them to issue guild communications to newbies. Cap needed to be warned in person as soon as possible. She shook her head, eyes still shut tightly. Anyone? The comms are an open system. People are constantly asking for help, and we keep the logs open so we can check who responds and when. It's a failsafe in case a backup team doesn't report in again after heading out to support someone. Her voice was tight with anger, and she clenched her bloody hand in a way that looked painful. I hated to interrupt her when she was so obviously hurting, but we needed to focus. Callie. Her eyes opened, snapping to my face, still red from crying and obviously full of rage. I know you lost another friend, this one in a much more personal way, but we're down here and this blood isn't even dry. The killer might be nearby. We need to decide what we're going to do next. You're the boss here. What's the plan? I cringed internally. Just shoving that on her felt cold, but I was positive she needed something else to focus on. I knew I would have. She closed her eyes again, but this time it was an almost meditative state to find her calm. She exhaled slowly, then opened her eyes again. Okay, you're right. He's nearby, and we have no backup, which is bad. It was stupid of me to come here like this. Annie being in town has me shaken. She clenched her teeth. Forgetting a traitor could use our comms, coming here alone without even Ian as backup. I'm making stupid rookie calls all for the sake of my own pride and impatience. And now Batty's dead. I snapped my fingers right in her face, and she flinched back, looking annoyed and offended. Focus. We don't have time for self-pity. I know that sucks, but it's true. We need to figure out our next move now. What would the killer do? Would he have run back upstairs? Is there a way we can figure out who's left this basement recently or who came down here? I doubt gangsters have security cameras. Or maybe they did. I obviously understood very little about how the world worked. Callie's eyes widened. Fuck! They don't, but Batty did. I'm an idiot. She turned and sprinted across the room to a huge world map. The massive canvas looked incredibly old, peeling at the edges and suspended in a thick frame of glass. She ran her fingers along the bottom edge impatiently, looking for something. Finally, she shouted in triumph and pressed down. With an audible click, the glass and the map both slid upward, revealing a large expanse of wall with a scan box set into it. She turned to me with a fierce grin. Batty was obsessed with information. He always wired up the places he lived. She started swiping her fingers across the front of the box, spinning out menus and tweaking settings. She brought up old videos and tossed them away until she found what she was looking for. Ha! Got it! Let's see who you are, you sneaky fuck. She spread the projection of the video out across the blank expanse of wall so we could watch it in detail. She flicked a finger to start the playback. The video showed Attic Bat alone, standing at a table that had been hurled across the room and shattered against the wall in the present iteration of the room. The tall, thin, twitchy man reminded me a bit of Pack Rat, but with a much darker skin tone. He was moving objects on the table, shifting small shapes around in an endlessly changing configuration. He was so focused on the table, I don't think he even saw the dark shape behind him, until he'd already moved out of the way of the knife. Callie paused the video, trying to get a better look at the shape, but it was completely impossible to make out any details. She shook her head in frustration. Damn it, this was sloppy. He didn't even attune the dagger. I'm guessing he panicked and reacted as fast as he could. Still, he was insanely careful. He didn't even know about the cameras, but he's obsessively careful not to let a single scrap of skin show. She hit the terminal a few times, then played the video so slowly the image barely moved at all. The killer attacked Bat with fluid, deadly strikes, but the tall man was like a ghost, slipping agilely around the blows as if he were dancing. He was finally caught by surprise when he suddenly tripped mid-dodge. The blade lashed out at his throat and opened it. Blood spurted across the room. At the last second, though, Attic Bat kicked out and stomped down on the killer's knee on the inside of his leg. The killer jerked back in pain, stumbling without revealing anything under his full-body coverage of dark clothes. He limped over to the body and dragged it across the room to the wall where he had found it. When he finished painting the eye symbol, he searched the room for something, but he didn't seem to find what he was looking for. He hurled the table against the wall in frustration before looking up sharply toward the door and fleeing, still limping as he ran. Callie and I stared at each other before looking back. As we watched the screen, our own forms appeared on the screen, kicking open the same door the killer had used and somehow locked from the outside only minutes earlier. With a shared glance, we bolted to the door to look outside and stared down the hall to see which way he'd escaped. We both cursed, realizing the other end of the hallway was an intersection. Callie tugged me back inside and shut the door again, locking it. I looked at her in confusion. What are we doing? Shouldn't we chase him? She shook her head in frustration. No, he's an assassin, and we've been on his tail for a year. If he was the kind of person who would get caught in a dark underground base with 4 different directions to go, we would have got him months ago. This place has other exits. I've visited Batty a few times here, and it's bigger than it looks. She walked back over and replayed the video. But that might not be the only thing we have to find. Come look at this. I followed her over to watch the video again. When it got to the part where Attic Bat kicked the killer, she paused. There, see? He was limping after that hit. I gave her a confused look. She rolled her eyes. God, you're so green. Batty was an H-ranker who specialized in perception. It was his main stat, and might was one of his weakest. If the killer had been an I-ranker, that blow would have shattered his entire kneecap. She sounded positively gleeful, but not specifically about the killer's pain. It took me a second to figure out what she was talking about. My eyes widened. If he was higher ranked, his impact would have been at least 10 points higher. Hurting someone with that much impact would require a seriously powerful combat ability and a ton of physical stats, neither of which Attic Bat had. The killer is an H-ranker. That was big. We'd been half convinced the murderer was one of the executives, but narrowing down the exact rank of the killer was a huge step in figuring out who it was. I pointed out something else. What were they looking for? They didn't seem happy about not finding it. Callie rewound the video to before the killer came in, hours before, in fact. I saw Attic Bat making a call on a scan ring to Callie. As soon as he finished making the call, he typed a few commands on the scan ring, took it off, and walked to the corner of the room. As we watched, he pulled out one of the bricks that made up the wall, slipped the ring into the empty space, rooted around, put the brick back, and walked over to the table. Kelly giggled, then started laughing maniacally. I looked at her in confusion. Batty was paranoid about comms. He kept his ring in a shielded lockbox when he wasn't using it, and only took it out at certain times or when making a call. She grinned at me. He must have gotten a picture of the killer or something. I thought the evil eye found out from my comm logs, but the timeline there doesn't make sense. The killer must have spotted Batty watching him and followed him down here. Poor Batty was too distracted to notice in his excitement to call me. She rushed over to the wall and pulled out a brick. We might have a lead. Chapter 29. When she finally got the ring out, Callie was triumphant. It took about 20 minutes to get the safe open because she didn't know the combo. Instead, she used her ability to open it up. I was shocked to see her pluck 2 strands of hair and hold them up. The hair straightened out into needles and turned an even darker black than usual. With the 2 living needles, Callie picked the lock on the safe. She grinned at my amazement. My ability is pretty useful. It can make objects from shadows easily enough, but the constructs made from my body are much more durable and easier to control. For durability or precision work, I use my hair or clothes, which can be shifted into a shadow form. Keys and throwaway stuff are easy enough to manage from any random shadow, though. With a smug grin, she pulled out the scan ring and showed it to me for dramatic effect. I was definitely impressed, but I felt compelled to point out one thing. So that's almost definitely encrypted, right? She blinked, then brought up the ring with an annoyed snarl and tried to start up the user interface. Nothing. She tried a second command. Nothing. She spent the next 15 minutes trying passphrases and other ways to get in before finally cursing and spinning to glare at me. I threw my hands up. Whoa, don't shoot. I wasn't the one who encrypted it. I'm sure Beaker can crack it or something. She huffed and rolled her eyes. Sorry. You're right. I know. I was just irritated. Batty was too paranoid for his own good. Ugh, I just wish we could open it right now. I froze, knowing she had absolutely no idea what she'd just done, wondering if it could really be that easy. Wish detected. Grant wish? I confirmed excitedly. It wouldn't grant it with no warning anyway. She'd need to offer compensation first, so I could at least see what it would cost me. Insufficient stat points to grant wish. Requirements: 75 fantasy, 100 perception, 90 focus. I was shocked. What the actual fuck? Who the hell encrypted this thing? If Addicbat had done it personally, that guy was terrifying. 100 points meant the skill used in the encryption was beginner level, the equivalent of a G-ranked ability, even if only barely. At least that was how stats were calculated for this. I was still a bit shaky on the requirements for wishes and how they worked. There seemed to be modifiers aside from just counterforce from perceived secrecy or conceptual weight. For instance, the fact that the information on the ring was so secretive probably drove up the perception cost. Still, the encryption should be tough. Callie sighed. Unfortunately, Beaker is enchanting focused. We need an inventor to break an encryption this good, which is something of a problem because the guild doesn't have an inventor in the high H rank. Crafting skills are a bitch to rank up, and inventors aren't exactly common because of the stigma against mad scientists. She bit her lip. I can ask around. I'm sure we have someone in town who can do the job, even if we have to subcontract to one of the gangs. I want this guy found. That was easy enough to understand. I could tell Addicbat's death was affecting her a lot. It was unfortunate that I couldn't help her with a wish, though I honestly wasn't sure if it was a good idea to offer, even if I could have. I still would have done it because I liked Callie and wanted to help, but it probably would have been unwise. I shook off my thoughts on what could have been and focused on what was. Wishing for secrets wasn't viable unless the people involved were weak or my perception got a lot higher. So what's our next move? She frowned harder. We search the tunnels down here. The killer is H rank. With the two of us together, we'll be fine as long as we don't get separated. He's probably gone already, but if we can find any clues as to where he exited the tunnels, it might give us an idea of where he went. The more data points we have, the more likely one of us stumbles onto something later that clicks everything into place. We headed to the door, unlocked it, and looked around. Before we left, Callie pressed the button on the map, closing it up. She sighed heavily. The jerks won't have any good investigators on staff. So long as we aren't caught here, we should be clear. She sounded pained. Batty deserved better than this, Solomon. He was weird and antisocial, but he was my friend. He was kind to me when not many people would have been. She swallowed hard before turning to me with a harsh gaze. I'm going to be more careful about this. Just because my fuck-up with the ring didn't cause his death doesn't mean it couldn't have. We go slow and steady. We stick together. I won't lose another friend. Even a new one. Not to this asshole. I smiled, touched by her sentiment, and nodded. Of course. Slow and steady. I'd rather not die either, so no argument from me. Callie didn't know about my bat, so she might not understand how unlikely that was, but it was still nice of her to be concerned. I figured that kind of blow would deal at least some damage to an H-ranker, even if it probably wouldn't crush them. Considering what I'd done to the support pillar, a measly 2 impact shouldn't blunt the blow much. If he'd been a G-rank, I would have saved it, but given we were basically the same level, fuck that guy in particular. We moved to the door slowly, trying not to make too much noise. We both glanced up and down the hall. Callie shot an indecisive look back at Addicbat's body, before her expression firmed. I tapped her shoulder, whispering to her. Okay, so what's the play here? I know nothing about tracking. How about you? I made a mental note to add that to my growing list of skills to ask for as compensation for my wishes. I honestly had too many I was hoping to pick up. Luckily, the job of investigator/spy lent itself to that sort of thing, because Callie looked pleased by the question. Her voice was relieved when she responded. Yeah, I have a minor tracking skill. Minor skills are easier to pick up when your stats are higher, though most high rankers only have a few, because if you stretch yourself thin, the skills you use more often don't rank up as fast. I do this kind of work sometimes, though, so tracking targets is something I picked up. She gave me a wry grin. Weirdly, my perception is pretty decent. Guess it's the assassin-like way my powers work. Gives a certain impression. Callie took a deep breath, closed her eyes, then opened them to focus on the hallway. I see some small traces, scuffs on the cement, disturbed dust, that kind of thing. Follow me. She started to creep forward, moving slowly and low to the ground. Before we got much farther, though, she stopped. Without looking back, she whispered, Keep an eye out for anyone coming up behind us. I'm going to be a bit focused. With that, she resumed her slow forward creep, eyes glued to the ground as she made her way down the hall. I was curious what she was seeing as we walked. Aside from keeping an eye out from anyone sneaking up on us, I also did my best to follow the traces she mentioned. I saw absolutely nothing, which I had to assume meant she was resonating perception with the skill in the way I used might and fantasy with my lesser Doom Sovereign mastery. She clearly saw details that I couldn't come close to picking up, and it was fascinating to observe someone using a skill from the other side, even if that fascination stemmed from a complete lack of understanding. We followed the hall, taking a left turn at the intersection. I marveled at the size of this place. Whoever had made it was incredibly powerful. I didn't know what kind of skill or ability could shape solid material like this, but the stat requirements must have been insane. Maybe fantasy and creation? My train of thought was derailed when we came to a dead end. Callie stood up, looking around in confusion. This should be the spot, but I don't see anything. There has to be something here, somewhere. She stepped up to the wall and ran her fingers along the edge until she gasped. Here, hold on. She pressed down on a seemingly innocuous spot in the cement, and there was a click. With a silent shift of air, a hatch dropped open above us. A ladder slid down and clicked into place. It led up into the darkness of a shaft that looked like it extended upward quite a ways. Callie turned to me. I'll go up first in case he's waiting up there. Keep an eye out for anyone following, and climb up when I give the all clear. She grabbed the ladder and hauled herself up with ease. The bottom hung a foot or two off the ground, but it was easy enough to step onto, and she scaled it in record time. I turned to look behind us, making sure there was no one around, and settled in to wait. This whole operation racked my nerves. Even knowing that the killer wasn't down here anymore, being in a secret underground gang bunker with the corpse of a murder victim 3 hallways away was deeply unsettling. I jumped a foot in the air when I heard a banging from above me, but it was just Callie. Glad she wasn't there to see me so startled, I climbed onto the ladder and made my way up easily. At the top, I heard a slight click and looked down. The hatch had snapped shut on its own. Callie stood to the side of me, looking down, and I jumped a bit when I heard her voice. Man, it's always creepy when the secret doors close themselves. Like every time. I rolled my eyes, but smiled as she grabbed my hand and helped me out of the ladder shaft. The entrance was one of those completely forgettable metal boxes you see on the sides of streets that you assume does something electrical because of the danger sign, but have no idea what that might be. As soon as I got out, it clicked shut. I turned to Callie questioningly. You get anything? She didn't look pissed, so I assumed she'd found some kind of clue, but maybe she just hadn't been expecting much. Grinning, she held up a scrap of torn fabric, a very tiny piece of colored silk. Whoever they are, she said, they dressed ridiculously under that black outfit. Still, this is pretty distinctive, so we can track it to some kind of point of origin. Between this and whatever baddie recorded on that ring, I bet we can finally track this bastard down. She grinned viciously. This son of a bitch killed my friend, Solomon. I want his head on a spike. You ready to do that? Oddly, I very much was. Chapter 30. The next day, I took off. I was exhausted, and our only lead needed a decryption expert anyway, which Callie was looking for. She'd reported our findings to the guild and received a light slap on the wrist for moving without backup. I thought they didn't want to pile on her too hard because of Addict's death. I decided that for my day off, I would have Benny over to hang out and finally do some exploring with my wish power. I'd been neglecting it a bit. Sure, I'd tried to fill my quota, but I couldn't really experiment with strangers. I needed someone I could trust, and I'd been too busy with everything else. In my defense, my life had gotten nuts. Superheroes, new powers, evil serial killers, the whole shebang. But this was my power, and the better I could use it, the more advantage I would have going forward. I called Benny to come over, told him to get anything he could use as compensation, then sat down to wait and think. To begin with, I went over what I knew about my abilities. My power was less effective on higher impact subjects, but lower impact subjects seemed to make things cheaper. Mortals were easy to mess with, and higher ranks were a bitch to affect unless you had a ton of power. As far as I could tell, the wish ability was some kind of meta power that created powers even if they were temporary. When someone made a wish, my power created a sort of one-time template for that wish, treating it like a consumable ability. The stats needed for the wish were channeled through the ability, and the base amount of stats was somehow amplified by the structure of the wish, somehow. But the wish was destroyed in that process. The ability used the connection of the wish to draw the compensation into the ability itself as a secondary fuel, and when the wish was destroyed, that compensation flooded back into me, along with the used stats. It worked about the same as a bank transfer. That same conceptual nature also explained why wishing for stats was incredibly cost inefficient. Whereas normal cultivation empowered things through renown based on what I felt when testing that encryption wish, the opposite was also true. Ignorance was its own sort of power, and a well-kept secret had conceptual weight that I needed perception to get past. I also knew my power was unique, or at least special. The existence of that 3 times multiplier for wish granting proved it, and the fact that altering my power destroyed it meant that my ability had been optimized somehow. Given the process for synergizing, I could only assume someone had built the damn thing, probably the original Wishmaster, and I couldn't imagine the amount of skill required to build it up to this point. And I had no clue how the hell he'd managed to create some sort of bloodline for it. Most abilities seemed semi-random. An Ascendant could end up with anything. The existence of an entire line of people with the wish ability, or even a fraction of that line, meant the Wishmaster had done at least 2 things with powers that made no goddamn sense to me. I shook off that train of thought. It was interesting, but didn't help with my actual experiments. I heard the doorbell ring and let Benny inside. Grinning, he carried his backpack inside and tossed it onto my couch. "Hey man, brought the stuff?" he said. "You ready to get this show on the road? Because I have so many things I want to wish for. I know we can only do 4 today, but still, I'm pumped for this." He gestured to the bag. "Not to mention I called in some favors with Dad's old friends and got some pretty valuable stuff to offer as payment. I know you said the payments have to be legit, no back-end deals, or your power won't accept." I nodded, curious what was in the bag. I didn't want to look too closely, though, in case my power decided I was in possession of them already. I didn't know the limits, and I wanted to be careful. "Okay, so before you make your wishes, a couple things," I said. "You only get 4. Try to aim for stuff that doesn't involve high-ranking Ascendant things. Skills are fine. I can't do an ability until I hit G rank and get more impact. Other than that, go nuts." I nodded. I didn't want to limit him too much in case he found a loophole I hadn't considered. He grinned. "Well, hell, man, I'm just spoiled for choice." He hopped up to sit on the back of the couch. Zeke hated that, and Betty never did it when my uncle was home. "I've been thinking this over, and I want to make my first wish something that'll help you. I know if you convince me it doesn't work because the compensation will be unfair, but since it's my idea, it should be fine. With that said, I'm gonna try the obvious. I wish we knew who this serial killer was." Wish detected. Grant wish. I sighed because I was pretty sure it wouldn't work, but I confirmed anyway. No harm in trying. Insufficient stat points to grant wish. Requirements: 90 fantasy, 250 perception, 150 focus, 3 impact. I blinked at that last part. I could only assume I needed more impact than the killer, but more importantly, countering the secret of the killer's identity cost 250,000 points in perception. Between all the stats, the requirements were halfway to F rank. I shook my head at him sadly. Sorry, man. Nice try, but secret seemed to be a bit of a blind spot for me unless I decide to stack perception and focus hard. He looked downcast, but I reached out to slap him on the shoulder. It's cool. Thanks for trying. And it might have worked. Better safe than sorry, so no harm done. I honestly feel like an idiot for not considering it before. I chuckled wryly at my own slip-up, but decided to change the subject. Anyway, you still have your 4 wishes? What do you want to wish for? I figured getting his heart's desire would be the best way to take Benny's mind off the failure, and lo and behold, I was right. He grinned broadly, rubbing his hands together. You're right. No more moping. Time for the good stuff. The first thing I wish for is cooking skills. I want genius-level chef skills so that I can cook my own meals and enjoy them again. He glared at me. You completely ruined normal food for me with that steak, you bastard. I wish for the best cooking skills you can give me with your current stats. I blinked. Holy shit, that was a great workaround. It optimized the skill he got without danger of outright rejection. Shit, why haven't I thought of that? I would have to tweak the wording for people who didn't know how my ability worked, but a vague disclaimer about possible failure would maximize my output and cut down on rejected wishes. Wish detected. Grant wish. I confirmed. Stat points sufficient. Requirements: 6 vitality, 15 focus, 6 fantasy. Compensation required. I grinned. A quick check of my stats confirmed that those were the max values I could put to use. This wish was as strong as I could make it. Seems like that worked, I said. Now you just need to pay me for it. Keep in mind this skill will most likely be the peak of minor, which will make you one of the best mortal chefs on the planet and put you right on the edge of lesser once you get some impact. Whatever you pay should be pretty valuable. I would have loved to just give it to him, but sadly that wasn't in the cards. He almost cackled with glee as he leapt off the back of the couch. Then he grabbed his bag and dug through it before pulling out a fucking emerald the size of my fist. I blinked. He seemed pretty pleased with himself. I couldn't get more of those magic gems or whatever, but I figured you could use this for enchanting. If they can naturally gain stats, maybe they're better at holding them or something. I blinked again. Holy shit, he's right. I'd already discovered that materials affected enchantments. I bet that emerald would work great for a vitality enchantment. I took the stone and confirmed the wish again, and I was happy to see that the emerald was enough to cover the cost. This was a win for me too, even with the fair compensation, because I could definitely bum meals off him in the future. Fortunately, seeing an upside was apparently fine as long as I wasn't actively planning to invalidate the exchange later. Even without trying, I could feel that giving him skills, then allowing him to trade those skills to me wouldn't work. My power wouldn't accept any payment offered for that sort of wish because it would be something for nothing, in a sense. I felt the static charge build in my skin as usual, though this time it felt slightly heavier. Being so close to my limit likely made it feel more dramatic. When the feeling finally discharged, the telltale purple flashed in Benny's eyes as the skill formed. He hissed in pain, grabbing his head. This was much more intense than last time, presumably because this skill pressed up against the limits of the minor rank. I was pretty sure mortals couldn't have lesser skills. I assumed all the focus was for downloading the knowledge into his head or possibly creating it. But as before, the feeling passed, and Benny blinked away the pain. Holy shit, man, that was really, really unpleasant. Way more than last time. But I got more out of it, too. Grinning, he hopped up. His pain forgotten, he bolted to the kitchen. We did have a few things in the fridge, even if we mostly used the materializer because neither my uncle nor I could cook. Materializer food was decent, but it was expensive, and the materializers used standardized meals for their templates, so the quality standard was consistent. Properly cooked food made by an actual chef was obviously better. That was why I was shocked when I saw what Benny was able to do with the random assortment of shitty ingredients we had on hand. His fingers flew, knife flashing as he took apart the veggies and cracked the eggs. He grabbed flour from somewhere. Within 15 minutes, he'd put together a solid tempura out of just random stuff and was carefully plating it for us. As I took a bite, my eyes widened in delight, and his satisfaction was obvious. This was amazing. A peak miner's skill was absolutely fantastic, even if it wasn't reality warping power. I couldn't help but get excited for what was to come. After all, my best friend had 3 wishes left. Chapter 31. We finished all the tempura pretty quickly, and Benny basically preened the whole time as I rolled my eyes at his gloating. I didn't actually comment because holy shit was the food amazing. Once we were done, though, I decided it was time to move on to his next 3 wishes. Okay, so minor cooking mastery at the peak of that skill rank is pretty awesome, I said. Noted, though honestly, I still feel like it cost too much. Minor is equal to I rank, and the cap for I rank is 10 stats. Your wish was more than double that. Benny nodded. I think I know what that's about, actually. I felt like my brain wasn't big enough to hold all the information. I was probably nearing the limits of a normal human mind, and apparently I didn't measure up. I think some of your points burned up to kind of pad my brain to ease the transition. It's hard to explain. I don't think I'm like you, with a point of focus or something, but my brain works better than it did before, at the very least. That made sense, actually. Minor skills were the limit of what a normal person could handle, so the peak of minor would require the peak of a normal person. Benny wasn't stupid, but he wasn't exactly a genius, even by non-ascendant standards. I'd probably pushed him up to 3/4 of a point of focus or something. Most normal people had to naturally have might and vitality at least, though I suspected being close to a single point meant being nearly peak mortal. That also implied that I was superhuman in every aspect, even if I hadn't really experimented with that yet. All right, man, 3 more wishes to go, I reminded Benny. You said you had ideas, so bust them out. Impress me with your creativity. That whole most powerful skill you can give me thing was fantastic and will solve a bunch of my problems. I want you to give me more of that. I needed clever ways to use my powers to get ahead of the other candidates, and this was a good time to brainstorm. Benny chuckled and cracked his neck. 1 clever wish, coming up. He made a speculative face. Okay, gonna do something good. He stared off into the middle distance, eyes narrowed. Any second, gonna make the perfect wish. His shoulders slumped. Shit. Putting me on the spot like that isn't helping. I keep thinking of all my wishes and tossing them because they're too simple or similar to the last one. Any suggestions? As long as I actually want it and pay you, it'll still help me out. I laughed. Yeah, should be fine. It's not a huge deal, man. There's only so much metagaming we can manage. Like, I'm pretty sure you can't handle getting a stat point without impact. If you wished for a point of might, I think you would explode. The focus thing only worked because you stayed within human limits, though only just barely. That said, I do have an idea. I can't give you a skill, then trade it back, because then the original wish will have had no value, which my power won't allow. There's nothing saying I can't give you a skill and learn it the hard way, though. As long as you actually want it and pay for it, it's yours to do with what you want. He blinked. Huh, that's a good point. I knew you could learn skills through practice. Not everyone uses wishes, after all. I'll do that, let's see. He chewed his lip for a second, clearly still undecided, before his eyes lit up. What about inventing? You said that's one of the crafting skills, right? Inventing, alchemy, and enchanting are the main ones. Do I need stats to learn to invent? He seemed really interested in it, which was great because so was I. Luckily, he was definitely able to pick it up, especially since he was at or close to the normal max for focus now. No stats needed, I said. The main 3 crafting skills are on a sliding scale in terms of resources. Alchemy requires a ton of impact-imbued resources, as well as a few of your own stats. Enchanting requires pure stats with only a small amount of resources, if any. Inventing requires almost no stats or resources at all, but is basically random in terms of outcome. Of course, that's only the start. They all require both later down the line. I'd done plenty of research on crafting after learning enchanting, so I knew how the other skills worked. It was fascinating stuff. I couldn't keep the excitement out of my voice as I explained it all. The trade-off is that inventing has the highest bar to learn. Minor inventing is nearly impossible for mortals to pick up. Without stats to lean on, it's basically trying to build things that slightly violate the laws of physics by virtue of crafting and skill alone. That said, if anyone can bypass that problem, it would be me. Benny looked as pumped as I felt. That sounds fucking awesome. It won't be mad science, but it's pretty close, and maybe I can synergize it with whatever power I get when you can grant my wish for one. That's the wish I want. I wish for the strongest minor inventing mastery skill you can safely give me. I was excited to see what the human limit for inventing actually was. It would be higher than for a chef at least, though I knew cooking was a crafting skill once you raised it, so maybe they would cost the same. Wish detected. Grant wish. I confirmed. Sufficient stat points available. Requirements: 3 creation, 15 focus, 6 fantasy, 9 perception, 1 impact. Compensation required. I gave a low whistle. Damn, that's pricey. I was especially surprised because this was the first time I'd seen a non-ascendant wish cost impact. Even most ascendant wishes didn't. If the requirements were this high, it was no surprise mortals almost never learned inventing. I nodded to the backpack, and Benny opened it. He fished out a square-cut sapphire the size of a playing card and passed it to me. I focused but shook my head. I could feel it wasn't enough. He reached into the bag again and again, passing over more and more stones. Finally, after 4 rubies, a diamond, another sapphire, and a sparkly emerald, I felt the familiar static. I gestured for him to stop, and he lay down on the couch, trying to get comfortable for what would likely be an extremely painful experience. When he nodded, I granted the wish. He started screaming almost immediately. I felt for him. The charge on this spell was massive, and my bones tingled just from granting it. He clenched his teeth to muffle the screams, but that didn't really work. I winced in worry and sympathy as his whole body locked up into an arch of pure agony. It felt like the process took an hour to finish, though I suspected it had really only been a few minutes. When it was finally done, he collapsed, panting and covered in sweat. His eyes were still glowing purple when he opened them, turning his head to grin weakly at me. Wow, you just keep raising the bar for the shittiest possible experience. Blinking owlishly, he sat up. I get why mortals don't learn this, though. It's possible to use this skill without stats, or rather with stats below 1 point, but it's monstrously complex. You need specialized knowledge and abilities that would take almost a lifetime to acquire. I can also see why the entry-level version doesn't have a stat requirement. It's amazing. He rubbed his temples with a wince. Gods, it's a lot to take in. I can teach you this, especially with 5 focus to help you learn, but it won't be fast. Inventing is an inexact term for this. It's more like stacking, maybe? You use mechanical and technical knowledge to put together a bunch of parts that accomplish more than they can do on their own. Use just a touch of power to shift the nature of an item. You can do it without stat points, but it's like setting up a million dominoes to knock over something heavy, complicated and time-consuming. That was fascinating. In a way, enchanting is using your energy to do the heavy lifting, alchemy is using the materials, and inventing is perfectly integrating both to achieve an exponential result. He nodded, looking tired and distracted. You okay, man? You seem fried. I don't think we should do any more skill wishes today. Hell, we maybe shouldn't have done 2 of them in succession like that. I went back into the kitchen to get him some water. When I handed it to him, he took it with a wan smile. Yeah, 2 in a row might have been a bad decision, but I'm fine. I felt something reinforcing me, like I was becoming more real, more solid, so the changes wouldn't hurt me. Was that impact? I nodded, and he whistled. Nice. It didn't stick around, so I guess slowly building up to a point of impact won't work, but it was a rush when I was feeling it. I can't imagine experiencing that all the time. He took a deep pull of the water, closing his eyes with a refreshed sigh. Thanks, man. I needed that. I nodded. It's fine, just take your time. We should have waited between wishes. No reason to rush the next 2. We can give it a few hours. Maybe you can wish for some materials later and test out your new skill, but for now, just take it easy. Despite his insistence that he was fine, Benny looked pale and a bit shaken. I should have considered that acquiring skills could cause cumulative stress, especially after seeing how much the first wish had hurt. That was sloppy of me, but he had known. You wished for the strongest skill I could safely give you. You knew it might be too much. He chuckled. I did. I could feel the stress, but Shane, I needed more. The feeling of becoming more than I was, of gaining so much just from a few words. It's intoxicating. Bit off more than I can chew, though, so I don't think I'll be wishing for any more skills. This one will be more than enough to play with for quite a while anyway. He gave an easy shrug. All's well that ends well, man. I'm fine, and we learned some very cool stuff. And now I can teach you inventing. I rolled my eyes. You impulsive ass. Learning something cool means nothing if I have to wipe your liquefied brains off my face after your fool head explodes from being stuffed too full of random junk. He scoffed, but didn't argue, so I knew he took it seriously. Danger aside, he was right. We had learned some interesting things. When he recovered and wished for inventing materials to use, we could learn even more. I licked my lips in anticipation. My power might even be more interesting than I thought. Chapter 32. Unlike my experience with enchanting, Benny was perfectly aware of the finer points of inventing. I'd really fucked myself getting my enchanting skill from someone with almost no personal experience. It was a reminder that while my ability would thwart any attempts at unfair compensation, it also worked off intent. I could still get screwed if I didn't understand what I was getting, as long as the other person genuinely thought it had value. Not that I was angry at Mr. Patel. I'd been the idiot who'd done zero research before asking for his skill. Once Benny was feeling better, we continued with the last two wishes. As agreed, we didn't do any more skills, and instead Benny wished for some supplies for entry-level inventing. I was fascinated by how exactly the information inside his head worked. Since the skill had been created instead of being transferred from someone, I wondered where the information had come from. I reasoned that the exact amount of knowledge depended on the stats I spent on it, but that didn't answer the question of where it came from. Still, Benny had the knowledge and clearly knew how to use it. He got exactly what he needed by making a list and wishing for as much of the contents of this list as you have the power to give me. He'd managed to get everything he asked for with the two wishes combined. Some of the stuff he'd requested was weird to me, but he seemed so excited, so I decided to wait to find out what he could do. He borrowed some tools from Zeke's workshop, and we retired to my game room, where there was space to work. Then he set down the odd pile of randomly shaped metal objects and tubes of chemicals on the floor and stood back. Okay, teaching you will probably take a while, but the first step is helping you learn what inventing actually is. It's complicated, but I'll do my best to explain it. Like all crafting skills, inventing is about stats. That isn't surprising because stats basically quantify all important elements in existence, and they exist in some form in everything. I nodded. That fit well enough with what I knew. As we'd seen, even mortals had stats. They were just too low to quantify, and as such they weren't able to handle cultivation. Being an ascendant was built on the foundation of having one point of impact. Benny picked up a tube of red liquid and a bronze pipe. This chemical is called virium, and this pipe is made of phosphorus bronze. Virium has extreme regenerative properties, and phosphorus bronze is incredibly hard. These are mundane elements, but they both possess higher than average traces of stats. Vitality and might, in this case. Still below a point, but the values are there, and that's where inventing does its work. Whereas enchanting shoves your stats into an object and alchemy mixes them together, inventing is more than simply combining things. He picked up a few other items and started fashioning them together. Rather than combine the elements together by merging them, inventing treats the various objects as parts of a whole. Phosphorus bronze has more might than most metals. It's good for striking or cutting. Virium has more vitality. It can heal. The item I make will have both of these properties, but rather than just adding them together, it applies them to the entirety of my creation. His hands moved swiftly and surely as he made adjustments, slowly rotating gears and small pieces of random junk he pulled from the pile. It took him about 10 minutes to finish the invention, explaining as he went. With multiple pieces of phosphorus bronze here, with about 1/10 of a point of might each, the inventing skill lets me treat the whole device as a piece of gear with 1 point of might. With a few of the other items added together, I also have a point of vitality mixed in, and because of the strange construction and visual effect, I was able to capitalize on small amounts of fantasy and get a point of that. He finished and set down a tiny humanoid robot. Its thick legs were attached high up the sides of its square body, and it had two tiny flexible arms. The red glow behind its eyes made it look almost excited. It stomped around the empty room, its metal feet clanging as it ran playfully in circles. I blinked at Benny. He just grinned. I call him Talk. As you can see, inventing can make amazing things. Unfortunately, it's somewhat more limited than enchanting or alchemy. I raised a questioning eyebrow, and he shrugged. When you enchant, you shape the runes to your will. When you use alchemy, you can use your stats to prioritize ingredients, I think. There was some basic knowledge included in my inventing skill, but it was vague. Anyway, inventing is different than the others due to its nature as a cumulative discipline. The nature of what you make is entirely dependent on the materials you use. You can make bigger, more impressive things out of ascendant materials, but it still works based on the properties of whatever you use. I blinked in understanding. Oh, I bet that's part of why people are so skittish around mad scientists. They're at the mercy of their materials, so they don't control what comes out when they create. I paused. Well, I mean, they control it by choosing relevant materials, but it explains why their results are so inconsistent. It probably takes a ton of experimenting to identify what combination produces a specific item, even after you finish making it. Benny nodded. It does. The trade-off is the fact that, unlike alchemy and enchanting, you aren't mobilizing much of your own energy. Mad scientists can work for days, where dedicated enchanters have a hard limit based on their rank. Alchemists can push themselves farther because of their reliance on more powerful materials, but inventing is the most economic and least tiring crafting discipline, even if it's also the most unpredictable. It was weird seeing my friend talk with such authority about a subject he'd had no clue about a few hours ago, but not in a bad way. I got down on the floor to look at the frolicking little robot. It was, in a word, adorable. I looked over at my friend, and he chuckled. Vitality, fantasy, and might, he said. The combination makes an animated robot. He paused. Well, the combination of these ingredients makes an animated robot. The biggest gamble in inventing is that the nuance of the materials can create a totally different outcome if you don't use the exact same combination. If I was using some other metal, I might have gotten a belt with a robotic arm on it. Benny's explanation made the way mad scientists were treated a lot more understandable. If a mad scientist accidentally made something crazy or dangerous, it could push their reputation in a more negative direction. Hell, even the general perception of certain corrupted abilities probably pushed people with those powers toward more selfish or brutal actions. The worst part was, I could see why they just didn't tell everyone the truth. If it became common knowledge that ascendants were vulnerable to mental manipulation, it would seriously shake the public faith in us, and the worry of the masses might cause an even worse wide-scale effect. The image curation that the Unity did behind the scenes made so much more sense in that context. The entire existence of the Unity made more sense. Snatching up all the talented new ascendants and pushing them to be heroes gave them a sharp push down the right path at the beginning. Regardless, this was all way above my pay grade. I was just an H-ranker. I could worry about this later, when I had the power to actually experience it for myself. For now, I was just going to play with this weird little robot because it was hilarious and adorable. The robot, having noticed me, was trying to stalk me. It circled around behind me as if to pounce. It apparently wasn't aware that its big metal feet clanked on the floor with every step, and to make its complete lack of stealth more apparent, as soon as it got out of sight, it wailed. 3! It charged me, loudly. I felt it bump gently into my leg at what was probably its top speed, then stop. The little guy was all of 7 inches tall and made of relatively lightweight material. Despite the loud impacts as it walked, there was little force behind it. The robot came to a stop against my leg and kept trying to run, obviously attempting to push me. I looked up at Benny, who just shrugged. He's a guard robot, because of the might. You're intruding on his floor, so he's trying to remove you. His lips twitched a bit as the robot pushed harder, obviously not trying to laugh at the little bot's antics. I rolled my eyes and picked the little thing up. Its legs kicked in the air, and its arms waved furiously as the robot repeated its high-pitched cry. I felt like an asshole, so I put it back down. It stood up and went right back to slamming harmlessly into the side of my shoe. I looked to Benny, who was staring in fascination at the little guy. Well, how does it feel to have an almost superpower? I asked. A minor skill is technically within human limits, but you're right on the edge of that one. He grinned at me. It feels amazing. I almost picked alchemy because it went with my cooking skill, but this is better. For one, I don't need expensive-ass off-planet ingredients. Plus, look how cute that little guy is. He nodded down to the robotic menace ramming into my leg. I'm gonna give him to Maria. Maybe it'll shut her up about that scan box. Speaking of which, have you been back on Doom Sovereign lately? Seems like a waste not to use your skill, even if you have a better source for wishes now. I sighed. No, I really need to, actually. I've wanted to experiment and try to get a better handle on my lesser Doom Sovereign mastery skill. I think the stronger it gets, the more game mechanics I can use in real life. Since my power isn't combat applicable, I want to focus on that skill for fighting. I decided against synergizing it after I'd learned I would lose my 3x stat multiplier if it changed. Benny grinned. Well, I'm here, and you have your original setup. Why don't I log in with your original rig, and you can use the newer box? I don't remember how to play much, but you could use a sounding board. And with my new almost point of focus, I bet I'll pick things up pretty quick. I returned his smile and walked over to pick up my old scan box. I tossed it over. It was time for more testing. Chapter 33. Being back in Doom Sovereign felt weird. Specifically, it was weird to note how differently all my actions affected the world around me. Doom Sovereign compensated for levels and power enhancement in an unusual way. Since people played with their real bodies, just upgrading the character wouldn't work. Instead, as players became stronger, the world around them shifted. Items became lighter, gravity lessened. Other people's avatars also went through relative adjustments. Having played this game for quite some time, I was pretty used to what level of power my body would have at different levels. And my current level shouldn't have been nearly enough to create the kind of effect I was seeing. In retrospect, the concept that a stronger base body would affect your in-game character was nothing new, but the sheer power I had, even at this low level, boggled my mind. It didn't matter that much anyway. Aside from being kind of shocking, it barely affected the actual game experience. I basically just moved like a higher-level character. As long as I didn't springboard myself into the ceiling or something, what I did in the game wasn't really important. I was knocked out of my thoughts when Benny's character showed up at the house I was currently living in. Last time I played, I was working on building my reputation, and part of that was having a good meeting place. A quick quest early on in my playtime had earned me a bare-bones cabin. Apparently, doors still worked in the game because Benny was banging on mine, waiting to come in. The strangeness of my best friend, who was just down the hall, being at the door of a virtual cabin and knocking on said door with a second body that existed as part of a holographic projection, was not lost on me. It wasn't just me either. When I opened the door, Benny's orc shaman looked troubled. He nodded as I let him inside. Man, remind me to never play DS with someone in the same house again. My brain is twisting in knots trying to keep track of both our relative positions. It's deeply unsettling. I nodded, and he puffed out a breath. Okay, so, training day, part 2. What are we doing here? You should tell me how your skill works, by the way. Is it character dependent? If so, let's go over your build. That seemed as good a place as any to start. Yeah, seems to be character dependent. As for my build, I shrugged. Same as my last. I'm playing a hybrid multi-class rogue, diviner, and monk. Most of the websites call it a Fate Walker build. The diviner's prediction and the monk's elemental attacks combined with the rogue's stealth and damage over time. So far, only my diviner layout has been available to me in real life. Diviners were mainly non-combat classes. Their predictions could be adjusted to the template I used, with the multiple arrows displaying possible strike options, but most people use them as a dowsing rod for finding deposits of ore or rare plants. The farther the divination range, the larger the arrow and the less specific the prediction, but it remained a damn useful skill set. My build was somewhat unconventional, but I'd always enjoyed weird combinations in games, even if there were more effective ways to do things. Benny blinked in surprise. Huh, diviner was the first to work? I wouldn't have expected that. I'd have guessed rogue or even monk, something physical-based. Do you know why? His character strolled over and plopped down on my couch. Why had my diviner skills been the first to unlock? Looking back and considering the combination of factors, I was pretty sure it was because they only required a physical component. I really only had physical skills. I didn't have the ability to throw fireballs or mobilize fantasy in a magic-like way. I knew those skills existed, though they were mostly unlocked by mastering enchanted items, but so far I've been firmly stuck with the more mundane abilities. However, that was in the past. I did have a magical skill now. It was a crafting-based skill, sure, but it still counted. If the whole skill harmonizing thing was what amplified my lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery skill, then now that I had minor enchanting mastery, I could apply the less mundane aspects of my build. If it worked like it did in the game, I would be limited to 2 attacks per day. But 2 supernatural attacks were better than none, and I could potentially improve that going forward. Waiting until I reached G rank wasn't the only way either. My rune capacity per point of impact would rise once I reached lesser enchanting. That was only to 2 per point, granted, but still, it would be a big bump. It would also compound with the impact I gained for hitting G rank. The important thing was that I had an idea of how to harmonize my enchanting and Doom Sovereign skills. I had only one shot at this today, since I still needed to carve a rune for Jesse's wand. I had to pick carefully. Something easy to use that didn't do too much damage was preferable. I was still in my game room, and I was pretty motivated not to blow a hole in my wall with a fireball. My rogue skills were all dangerous, though some, like my escape skill, Double Trouble, were more obliquely dangerous. I didn't think a curse or cloud of poison would be a good idea, even if I had the stats to manage them, which I probably didn't. That left me with monk skills. Most of those were elemental, though, and most elemental attacks would be too damaging for an indoor test like this. Fire was a no-go, obviously, as was wind, because air pressure was brutal. Earth would be feasible because it mostly just coated my limbs, but that seemed creation-heavy, and I still only had a single point. I decided my best bet was a water-style technique. I'd never focused much on the water style of my monk class. I tended to prefer speed or explosive force, either fire if I was fighting up close, or wind when mixed with my rogue skills. I did have a few of them, though, and it didn't take long to pick out the low-level water skill. The actual water required was scant, so most of the heavy lifting would be done by fantasy, of which I had plenty. Besides, as a low-level skill, I doubted it would require much in the way of stats. The technique in question was called mist walking. It was the first water ability in the skill tree for monks, and I only got it to unlock the next layer of the tree because of a steam skill that worked well as a surprise attack. Still, it suited my purpose here, so I brought up the game menu for my character and activated the skill. As I did, though, I focused on my Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery, my Minor Enchanting Mastery, and my Fantasy and Creation stats. The feeling of the 2 skills resonating was intense. Minor Gymnastics Mastery had been a clear subordinate to my Doom Sovereign skill, but the resonance it had been elicited from the larger skill was relatively tame. The skill I paired my lesser skill with would have a huge impact on how powerful the resulting attack could be. This was halfway to what Ian and Callie had told me about partially making a unique skill, but I could tell that true merging between the skills wasn't something that happened by mistake, so using them like this was safe enough. I reached out to the air around me, feeling for the moisture. In the game, the system did this part. The concept of using nearby moisture was just a mechanic that balanced water skill users. In reality, though, this was important. I used fantasy to engage the moisture in the air, minimizing the need for creation for now so I could employ it later in the technique. It was a slow and draining process, but eventually I managed to draw in a cloud of mist. I could see the technique around me in-game as well. Benny stared, wide-eyed from his spot on my virtual couch. Slowly, deliberately, I used the game menu to shut off the scan box, leaving myself standing in the empty room alone. Benny's robot creation, Talk, had followed him when he went to my room, leaving me alone in the game room. Just me, the scan box, and a cloud of opaque mist clinging to my skin. I almost cheered when I noticed the skill still active, though the disturbance of my concentration caused the already pitiful cloud of mist to dissolve. Although the mist was weak and temporary, I'd still done it. Enchanting was the key to using my Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery skill to the fullest. This accidental and insane skill that no one else had, to my knowledge, would be the key to my success. All I had to do was build up my stats to use it properly. My rogue class curse techniques and stealth skills, the other elemental powers of my monk class, even some of the more powerful diviner abilities would be useful. If I could gain access to those in reality, it would be a powerful skill set that could be a huge advantage. I understood now what Ian had meant when he said unique skills were powerful but complicated to improve, but with my abilities, I was sure I could manage it. Sure, I could succeed where a normal person would have no hope of growing further. I could keep gaining experience from my skill through wishes. Maybe a single person's doomed sovereign skills would be useless, being even below a minor skill. But what about 1,000, 2,000, 10,000? If I kept gaining more and more experience, I refused to believe I couldn't get this skill to beginner, or even higher. For now, I needed to focus on learning more about my abilities through my own training. A foundation of normal people's experience wouldn't be enough without actual practice and ability to strengthen it. If I was really going to make a unique skill, I needed to put in the work. In the end, though, I would have at least one ability in my corner that no one would see coming. Hopefully, that ace in the hole would be my secret to surpassing the other candidates. The idea of becoming the Wishmaster suddenly seemed a lot more enticing, now that I had hope. Chapter 34. The next few days were busy. I finished Jesse's wand, then used the rest of my enchanting capacity to practice attacks for my lesser doomed sovereign mastery. I also used up all my wishes, focusing exclusively on stats and netting myself another 12 points. The boost to my stats was substantial, and I couldn't help but be excited looking at my stat sheet. Wishmaster candidate status, H rank. Ability, Lesser Wish. 4 times a day, grant a lesser wish in return for proper compensation. Wish must be feasibly achievable by the candidate's own efforts within a 3-day period with current statistics. Might, 5. Impact, 2. Fantasy, 5. Vitality, 4. Focus, 5. Perception, 3. Creation, 5. Skills, Lesser Doomed Sovereign Mastery, Minor Piano Mastery, Minor Cooking Mastery, Minor Gymnastics Mastery, Minor Swimming Mastery, Minor Guitar Mastery, Minor Singing Mastery, Minor Enchanting Mastery. My total gains over a 3-day wish binge through the guild's job board were staggering. 4 points of creation, 3 of fantasy, 2 of vitality, and 1 of might. I sat at nearly 30 points of stats, almost a third of the way to G rank. I was weaker than most people at my level in terms of individual stats, simply because my points were so well distributed, but I more than made up for it in versatility. I was absolutely ecstatic with my progress, and I had specifically saved both of my enchanting attempts for today to test how it affected my DS mastery skill. Before I headed out, I called to check in with Callie. I hadn't heard from her in a while, and Ian hadn't called me either. Her face looked haggard when she picked up the call, but she still had a warm smile for me. "Hey there, stranger," she said. "I was beginning to wonder if you fell in a hole or something. You been all right?" The dark circles under her eyes made it clear that she'd been busy the last few days, but it warmed my heart that she still decided to ask about me. I raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? You look absolutely terrible. What do they do for you for going rogue like that? Also, I hadn't heard from you or Ian in a few days. I wanted to check if everything is okay. Jesse has been busy with stuff around the guild, but I figured you guys would call me for training or something, though I guess with how busy you've been, it was more likely to be Ian." Callie laughed, a tired but genuinely happy sound. "What a sweet talker. But I'm fine. They've had me processing damage compensation requests from the owners of buildings that play host to Cape battles." She looked over her shoulder where I could see Stricture sitting at a desk, raising her voice so he could hear her. "Which is hell, by the way." The suit-wearing man simply waved a casual hand as he peeled an apple with a small paring knife. Callie rolled her eyes and turned back to me. Her smile widened. "Anyway, we haven't called because Dolly down at the crafting hall reports all those missions you've taken. You're working yourself to the bone. We may not know the details because of confidentiality, but the clients still report the job as completed. The people upstairs have been pretty impressed." My eyes widened. I hadn't even considered that. She rolled hers. "No need to freak. Trade secrets are sacred among crafters. No one will pry into how you do your thing." She paused. "Though everyone is wondering why you haven't collected any of your pay yet." I blinked, opened my mouth, then closed it. I groaned and pinched the bridge of my nose in annoyance. I'd been so excited about getting all those points from wishes, I'd forgotten I was doing jobs, for which I got paid. Callie was cracking up. "Oh, gods, your face. Did you seriously forget you got paid for crafting jobs? We aren't slave drivers, Shane." She shook her head exasperatedly. "It's fine, though. Accounting has just been holding on to your pay. Stricture has been bugging me to have you pick it up soon, though. Stricture's dull voice rang out over the call. No need to rush, Solomon. I've taken the liberty of having all your credits converted into H-rank chits. The balance will be waiting for you when you find the time to come in. Nightstrike simply enjoys stirring the pot. I could practically see the disapproval radiating from behind her in a palpable wave, but Callie just rolled her eyes. She had her face uncovered since she wasn't on active duty and wore a t-shirt with her hair up in a ponytail. Her voice was relaxed when she spoke, though. Ignore Stricture. He's been here the longest of any of the H-ranks, and he generally treats us all like kids. She shouted back over her shoulder again. Even though some of us are higher ranked than him. Her eyes focused back on me. No one would put up with him if he wasn't an organizational genius, but he knows where everyone is all the time, and it makes keeping up with all the guild members crazy convenient. Sadly, he has yet to realize that being organized isn't an actual personality. She waited a beat to see if the man would respond, and when he didn't, she just smirked triumphantly. Anyway, I got reamed out good for taking an untrained rookie into a dangerous gangland fight club to chase down a murderous lunatic. They decided to inflict the unspeakable torment of paperwork on me as punishment. I'll be at this for a while, so just take the next few days and relax, okay? Don't burn yourself out. She gave me a soft smile. I really appreciate how hard you've been working. I know what happened must have been pretty nuts for your first job, and I'm really sorry. I realized Callie thought I was overworking myself to deal with finding her friend. I shook my head quickly, giving her a cheerful smile. Hey, no need. It was rough. My smile dimmed. If you ever need to talk about it, I'm here. You were the one who lost someone close. Her face clouded, and I changed the subject. How about the ring? Did you guys crack it yet? She'd been pretty excited about that discovery, so I figured it was a safe bet to cheer her up. She scowled. No, they took it from me when they stuck me on desk duty. Stella and Annie are looking into finding an inventor with a high perception stat, or perception-based invention at least, to get into it. But we're not exactly living in a metropolis of ascendant skill and culture. They're pretty sure they might need to send it to the capital and have someone at the main branch take a crack at it. She shook off her annoyance. Anyway, I'm glad to hear from you. Keep in touch, okay? We'll be back on the case soon enough. Until then, I have to get back to work. Be safe. She gave me a wan smile and hung up. I sighed at my own stupidity. I wished I hadn't brought up the damn thing. Slipping on my jacket, I headed for the storm drain. I wanted to work out some of my frustrations on that pillar. I'd looked into it, and it wasn't load-bearing, so even if I somehow broke it, nothing would come down on me. Zeke had been in stitches when I asked him about it, and he hadn't stopped teasing me since. Now, though, it was time to test out some of my other moves. I'd beefed up my stats, more than a little, which would let me use at least one of my other monk skills. I decided on an earth skill called Stone Limb as my first attack of the day. With the extra points in creation, might, and fantasy all working together, I bet I could inflict some real damage, especially with the might points increasing my actual physical striking force. Standing in front of the pillar, though, I felt nervous. Punching a giant chunk of rock is kind of intimidating, and I had to psych myself up before I was ready to attack. Closing my eyes, I activated Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery, as well as Minor Enchanting Mastery. I resonated my might, fantasy, vitality, and creation stats. I focused hard on my right arm, then knelt to place my fist against the ground. The feeling of absorbing something from the stone was odd, and I felt power pump into my arm as I waited. My limb became heavier and stiffer, though still mobile. While it wasn't at the level of the in-game stone limb, I knew that my arm was much sturdier than it had been before. Most of the effect wrapped around the outside, enhancing the skin, which prevented the brittle limb from shattering. At higher levels, I could turn my body to actual rock or even metal, but for now, even this was a huge multiplier of the force my arm could bring to bear against an enemy. With a deep breath, I stepped forward, wound up, and threw a haymaker right at the pillar, aiming for an undamaged spot above the previous crack from my bat. There was a massive crash as my fist hit the rock, 5 points of might propelling a stone arm at speeds that would put a catapult to shame. The force of my fist was much more concentrated than the bat, so the crater was deeper, but also less spread out. I pulled back my unharmed fist to stare in awe at a hole that cut a few inches into the solid stone support pillar. My hand was unharmed, though the impact had cracked the stone shell, and I watched as it flaked off. I winced. Stone Limb was supposed to be a buff that lasted a while, but my stats weren't up to holding it together yet, which was fine. I grinned in triumph. I was getting stronger. I decided to head back home. I only had 2 enchanting attempts per day, and using enchanting for my attack still counted. I didn't want to burn that point of impact too soon after the first, since I remembered what had happened last time. After I got home and showered, I considered my options. I'd used up my wishes for today, and I only had a single use of DS Mastery left. I needed to do something. I would go stir-crazy at home, and I didn't feel like playing Doom Sovereign. Benny had holed up working on his inventing. He was basically addicted to it, and I didn't have the heart to interrupt him. I went into my room to look around. Then I caught sight of my Unity gear in the corner. I bit my lip. I tapped my scan ring and called Ian. When his face popped up, I gave him a wry grin. "Hey, boss. So, I know you guys wanted me to take a break, but I'm wired. Any chance you would be up for a spur-of-the-moment patrol?" Wishes weren't the only way to gain power. I could still do it the old-fashioned way, and I had plenty of new tricks to show off to get those sweet, sweet stat points. Time to go fight some crime. Chapter 35. Wearing my costume, I snuck out the back window to meet up with Cap. I made sure to be careful about using cape names when in costume. Even though Cap was out as an ascendant due to not bothering with a mask, I very much wasn't. Neither was most of my team, so it seemed like a good habit to get into. When my mentor showed up, it was in a car, and thankfully not a 2-wheeled death machine. Grinning, he gestured for me to get in before we pulled out of the alley and headed into town. He took in my appearance with amusement. "I still can't believe you want to go out after spending 3 straight days doing nonstop crafting jobs. Don't you sleep?" He sighed, face softening a little. "Still, I won't pretend I'm not relieved to get away. Shadowthorn has been on the warpath since Callie pulled her stunt at the Fight Club. She's furious, but knows she can't actually discipline her without the guildmaster's say-so, and Mom slapped Callie with that desk duty too quick for her to run a complaint up the chain. They never did get along." I raised an eyebrow. "Isn't Shadowthorn high up in the guild? You'd think with the capital guildmaster on speed dial she could do whatever she wants." I'd heard nothing but shitty things about Callie's dad, and I could absolutely see him interfering in a branch matter directly if he felt like it. He was obviously someone with a lot of rep. Actually, if he'd been around that long, I might have heard of him. I'd never bothered to ask before. "Who actually is Callie's dad?" He looked at me in surprise. "You didn't know? Her dad is Midnight. As for his position," he waggled a hand indecisively, "he's pretty high up, but there are other factors. The smaller cities' guildmasters reign by virtue of absolute authority, but the capital has the strongest ascendants on the planet. The executives at the capital branch are all E-rankers, and they mostly have connections higher up in the Unity. Midnight has to watch his step, or they can force him out. Based on what I've heard of him, he hates it, but he has to play ball anyway." That was interesting, but it paled in comparison to the revelation of who Callie's dad was. Midnight was a big deal. He was one of the most prolific and powerful ascendants to have ever lived in Valen. The inner workings of the Unity had never been clear to mortals, so I hadn't known he was the guildmaster, but I knew who Midnight was. Everyone did. I suppose that was to be expected from someone who'd managed to hit E-rank in Valen. Still, it was pretty intense to realize he was the asshole I'd been angry at. I'd had several data packets focused on him in my education downloads, and the guy was a legend. Thinking about it, his power did bear some similarities to Nightstrike's shadow ability. The way she transformed her hair and clothes was incredibly reminiscent of the living Black Knight armor that Midnight paired with his control over shadows, to devastating effect. His main method of attack was to send a legion of shadow-armored constructs against his foes, and knowing how Callie's powers worked, I recognized the higher level of her shadow conjuring ability. It was easy to see where she'd learned to use her powers. While inherited powers like mine seemed to be rare enough that I hadn't even heard about any other examples, it wasn't uncommon for people to receive abilities similar to their ascendant parents. In those cases, parents would pass down the combinations of skills synergized with their ability, if they had any, creating legacy powers that allowed some capes to mimic what their parents could do. That made training exponentially easier, but it also somewhat limited creativity. I wasn't shocked that Callie had a legacy ability. I knew Cap's power was based on his mother's too, both of them using star-based abilities. If someone like Stella could pass down a legacy, a monster like Midnight definitely had enough experience. Of course, sometimes people did what I did and never synergized their skills, but descendants would often go out of their way to create a duplicate power of a famous relative, to siphon some of the renown off their more powerful ancestor. Cap seemed to have been lost in thought right along with me, but he shook it off, clearing his throat to refocus. So, yeah, Shadowthorn has to play by the rules, which means the local guildmaster has priority over punishing wayward subordinates. The main branch frowns upon micromanaging. They do their best to keep the cities isolated from the mid-tier capital branches because it lets them farm more renown from small towns like ours without having it siphoned off by some capital big shot. That I knew about. The factions all seeded every planet they could terraform with as many colonists as possible. The more people, the more renown there was. Because of this, the higher-ups of the different factions tended to keep the hierarchy strictly isolated at each step up the ladder. It was the same reason cities were split into tiers of 3 or 4 ranks. By keeping things contained and sectioned off, they left enough renown for local ascendants to get stronger, but funneled the rest directly to the big shots, bypassing all the mid-level capes who might distract the populace. I'd stumbled onto this bit of trivia when asking around at the guild about the capital's population. It wasn't talked about much, but it was a known fact, even among low-level ascendants. It was crazy to see how compartmentalized the various powers kept information, all with seemingly no effort. The mortals knew exactly enough to be of benefit, but not enough to know how anything worked. The degree of information control staggered me. When we arrived downtown, we were in a totally different area of the city than last time. Cap turned to me with a grin. Since our last patrol was such a bad experience, I thought I'd bring you somewhere a bit more fun. I relieved a friend of mine for the day so we could play around in a more direct part of the city. This, specifically, is where the Jacktastic Jerks run the show. I thought you might enjoy the chance to blow off some steam, and this is the place we're most likely to find random street crime. We climbed out of the car and took a walk down what seemed to me like a random street. Most likely, Cap had a reason for picking it. Past experiences aside, I was genuinely excited to be back on the street again. My stats had all risen, so even my basic DS gymnastics combo would be way stronger and more capable, and I couldn't wait to test it out in combat. It didn't take us long to find a crime taking place. Cap hadn't been kidding. Things in this part of town were wilder by far. In fact, things were so weird I had to stop and blink as we stumbled on the first set of jerks perpetrating a theft. I turned to Cap. So, is this actually happening, or did I just snap, and now I'm hallucinating the most ridiculous thing I can imagine? In front of us were 2 huge jerks climbing through a broken window out of an artisanal meat shop. They were covered in sausages, wearing links around their necks with some shoved into pockets or held in their mouths and hands. When they saw us, they both froze. Cap pinched the bridge of his nose. No, this is happening. Stuff like this happens all the time over here. I suspect it's why my friend, who usually patrols this area, is so weird all the time. He glared drolly at the 2 jerks. Do we need to tell you to give up and put down the... He looked pained. Meat? The smaller of the 2 jerks, who was still about as tall as me at 6'3" and much more heavily muscled, sneered at him. You think we're scared of you, Captain Pull-Asshole? He snickered at his own bad joke. We know what you can do, and we ain't afraid of nobody. This is the crime of the century. We're gonna be legends. Everyone is gonna know the name Punchin' Carl. He pulled himself up to his full height when he said that last part, as if he just made a powerful declaration. I had to force myself not to facepalm, or would it be mask palm? Whatever the case, it was difficult to not show outright how stupid I thought he was. His buddy chimed in, bigger and somehow giving the impression of being even dumber. Yeah, and he ain't alone neither. You want to pick a fight with Carl, you gotta go through me, Stephen the Shoe. I looked down. Stephen was in fact not wearing any shoes, because of course he wasn't. I was beginning to understand that comment earlier about Cap's friend being weird. If I had to deal with this nonsense on the regular, I would be weird too. I activated my overlay because there was no way people this stupid wouldn't try some kind of surprise. Yup. As soon as the overlay appeared, I saw the arrow of an attack arc over from the two of them. I reacted before Steven could finish, and my foot reached up to intercept a sausage. They had thrown a sausage at us. The lone piece of meat went flying off back into the broken window behind them. The two of them just stared at us, beginning to grow slightly uneasy. We all just kinda stood there for a minute before Carl yelled, "Run for it!" The two jerks then proceeded to turn and sprint in the other direction. Each of them had 2 points of impact, as far as I could tell, and ran through the glass. They made decent time but didn't get far before they ran into Cap, who could fly. The two of them glanced at him, then back at me. Punch and Carl sneered at us. "You might think you beat us, but we almost got away. People will be telling stories about this heist for years, how even Captain Polaris needed backup to take us down." As he spoke, he took the sausages from around his neck and from his pockets, laying them on the ground. I cringed because I was pretty sure those weren't safe to eat anymore, but we let them disarm before we detained them. Once we had them swept up and restrained, we called the local security bureau to come and haul them away. The Unity had close ties with the conglomerate government, so while we dealt with the sin and crime, they generally picked up the minor offenders. After they left, I turned to Cap. "So, what are the chances that will be the weirdest thing to happen to us today?" He gave me a sheepish look, and I closed my eyes and sighed. I had the very unpleasant suspicion that this day was going to be much longer than I'd expected. But hey, maybe I would get some decent points out of it. Chapter 36. I did, in fact, gain 3 points while working in the jerk's territory, but even so, I wasn't sure it was worth it. During the course of the day, I had fallen into a concealed pit with a giant trampoline at the bottom, been attacked by flying sentient books, had coleslaw fired at me out of a cannon, and been chased by an army of possums controlled by an old woman with an enchanted flute. By the time the day ended, I was glaring non-stop at Cap, who looked pretty sheepish about the whole thing. He sighed. "Okay, so I might have forgotten how bad it gets here, but in my defense, all the weirdness is a side effect. The jerks have such a reputation for strange behavior that recursion pushes them to do crazy stuff, which earns them more renown for how weird they are, which only pushes them to be stranger. Most of them aren't too bright in the first place, so you end up with an entire gang of weirdos. They are generally just harmless and strange, but a select few of them are legitimately dangerous." That actually described the jerks pretty well. I sighed. "Yeah, fine, I get it. I just never want to experience a day like that again. Even if it was helpful for getting stronger, getting sucked into their frantic pace gave me a solid boost in points." I exhaled loudly. "All right, boss, let's hit the guild hall. I have something I want to give Jesse." He chuckled and pulled into the traffic, heading for our workspace. As he drove, I went over my gains for the day. Wishmaster candidate status, H rank. Ability, Lesser Wish, 4 times a day, grant a lesser wish in return for proper compensation. Wish must be feasibly achievable by the candidate's own efforts within a 3-day period with current statistics. Might, 6. Impact, 2. Fantasy, 5. Vitality, 5. Focus, 5. Perception, 4. Creation, 5. Skills, Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery, Minor Piano Mastery, Minor Cooking Mastery, Minor Gymnastics Mastery, Minor Swimming Mastery, Minor Guitar Mastery, Minor Singing Mastery, Minor Enchanting Mastery, Minor Inventing Mastery. A point each in Perception, Might, and Vitality were nice, but the biggest benefit I had gained today was an epiphany when I saw one of the jerks pull out some ludicrous bubble gun made out of copper wire. When I saw what it could do, Benny's lesson and all the reading I've been doing and inventing since then clicked into place. I'd gotten the Minor Inventing Mastery skill, which meant I could have people teach me the skills they wished for, even if I couldn't tell them to wish for them to begin with. Of course, I'd only managed the entry level of even the minor tier of the skill, and I had insane amounts of research to do if I wanted to catch up. Most of the mental stats were harder to pin down. Peak human athletes and scholars were as close as a mortal could get to 1 point of focus, might, perception, or vitality. Physical and mental stats were pretty much clocked at whatever the stat was multiplied by peak human. That wasn't even possible into creation and fantasy, as well as the ethereal stats, which were nearly impossible to compare to a normal person. Because of focus, I was about 5 times better at remembering information and processing it than a normal person, and that would make studying easier. My thoughts were cut off as we arrived at the guild, and I climbed out of the car. I'd expected to stop in today, so I brought Jessie's wand with me. I was pretty excited to see how she liked it. Using my own hands to make something for a friend had felt good. I planned to make Benny something too, but I wanted to wait until I got him an ability. That way I could make something that complemented his future power. After saying my goodbyes to Cap, I wandered into the guild building, heading upstairs to where Jessie was staying. Since I was on guild property, I removed my mask. The guild kept on-site apartments for members visiting from out of town, and after what happened to Verdant, Jessie had been invited to stay since she lived alone with her brother. I rapped on the wood a few times, and the door opened, but the person on the other side wasn't Jessie. A tall, athletic blonde woman with bright blue eyes stood at the doorstep. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and she had a kind, upbeat look to her. When she saw me, she broke into a grin and called over her shoulder, "Hey, Jessie, that friend you've been talking about is here." "Shane, right?" she asked, reaching out to shake my hand. "I'm Lindsay. It's nice to meet you. Jessie won't shut up about you and her other new friends." Jessie appeared, the smaller girl body-checking Lindsay lightly out of the way. She glared up at her older friend. "Ignore Lindsay. All the electricity she handles has clearly fried her brain." Lindsay stuck her tongue out at the smaller blonde, who rolled her eyes, trying her best to hide a smirk. Turning away from the girl, who my guest was sparked of, the friend of Jessie's brother she'd mentioned growing up around, she gave me a happy smile. "I wasn't expecting you today. Please, come in. Excuse the mess. I'd have cleaned up if I knew I was having company." I smiled and slipped past her, ignoring Lindsay's offended scoff at not being considered company. I stopped when I saw bedlam. Jessie's room was demolished. Piles of clothes, random pizza boxes, and soda cans were strewn everywhere, and one of her shoes was somehow hanging from a light fixture. As a teenage guy, I was no neat freak, but this was just awful. I turned to Jessie and raised an eyebrow. Lindsay cracked up at the flush that covered Jessie's face. "Big mess for such a tiny girl, right? There's a reason I call her the human hurricane. Aside from eating her weight in junk food, she destroys every room she lives in." Jessie's cheeks basically glowed with embarrassment. "I've been busy, I swear. I usually clean up better than this." She walked across the room, shoving piles of clothes out of the way to make room for us to walk. It was hard not to laugh at the mortified expression on her face as she tried to ignore the mess we were wading through. "Anyway, what brings you here, Shane?" she asked. "Do we have a mission or something? I know you've been out on crafting jobs nonstop, so I'm surprised to see you swinging by." I chuckled, remembering my insane day. I finished a few this morning, then spent the rest of the day in jerk territory with Cap. It was an experience. It was about 8 o'clock now, so I've been pretty sure she would still be up. I came for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to see if you wanted to get dinner at the cafeteria, and second, because I have something for you. I reached into my bag and pulled out the wand. I made it with my new enchanting skill. It's not fancy or anything, but it should gather your power and let you expel it all at once, so you can make something grow really big and fast in battle. It only has, 7 uses, though. Her eyes wide. She took it from me. "You made me this? That's so cool. Faster growth speed will be huge. I'm working on some skills for plant control instead of just growth, but it works so slowly that even if I pull it off, it isn't combat viable." She swallowed hard and pulled me into a tight hug. "Thank you, Shane. This is super sweet of you. It means a lot that you went to all that trouble to make me a present." She blushed a bit more. "This is the first time that anyone has ever enchanted anything for me." Lindsay plucked the wand from her hands, ignoring Jessie's protest as she looked it over. "Yeah, that's not that strange. Custom jobs are expensive. This isn't the kind of thing you would find on the board. For this kind of fine work, you'd usually go to one of the higher H-rankers for a private commission." She gave Jessie an impish grin. "Take care of this one, Jessie Bear. Crafters with this kind of versatility so early in their career are worth their weight in chits." Jessie snatched the wand back with a scowl, then grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the door. "Well, we're going to eat dinner. Since I know you ate before you came over and you have such a problem with my room being messy, you can clean it for me. Okay, thanks, bye." She opened the door, tugged me through, and kicked it shut, rolling her eyes, but still sporting a slight smile. "Sorry about that. She means well, but she has almost no filter. So, dinner in the cafeteria? Want to go grab Callie? I snickered. Yeah, might as well toss her a lifeline. Poor girl looked ready to tear out her own hair. They have her doing paperwork and filling out damage reports or something. It sounded hellish. Jessie giggled and led the way to the stairs. Do you know where Stricter's office actually is? I asked. I haven't seen him since intake, except on the call with Callie. With how high up he came across, I assumed that he'd have a bigger presence in the guild. We hit the stairs and started heading down, which I was pretty sure was at least the right direction. Jessie snorted. He is high up, but he spends all his time on paperwork. I've run into him once or twice and heard about him a few more times than that. Stricture is all about efficiency. He prefers to do his job in the background and never be seen. He's mostly left alone because that's a very valuable attitude in an accountant, and a very unusual one in an ascendant. Nobody wants to rock the boat. His office is 2 floors down from my place. I nodded. As usual, Jessie got the dish before anyone else. The girl should become a spy master. We stopped at a door where Jessie had told me the office was. I was about to ask if this was the right door when I heard a loud voice ring through the hallway. We gave each other wry grins as I heard Callie bellow, No, because you told me invoices for third-level construction jobs had to be reviewed before we sent them to accounts payable. There was a slight pause before she screamed, How is that a second-level construction request? It's for a goddamn skyscraper. There was a frustrated screech. Shut up, I don't care. I'm going to dinner. Handle it yourself. She stalked out into the hallway, slamming the door behind her loudly, eyes blazing with murderous anger. She stopped short when she saw us. We just stood there, staring at the girl. Her face beat red. She seemed at a loss for words. Jessie, God's bless her, just ignored the awkwardness and gave Callie a friendly smile. Hey, Callie, we're about to go get something to eat in the cafeteria. Would you like to join us? Enchanted item or no, sometimes that girl's social skills were their own kind of magic. Chapter 37. Seeing Callie viciously wolf down cheese fries in the cafeteria made me smile. She ate the starchy food like she was exacting vengeance for her wasted afternoon. Apparently, she wasn't satisfied because she glared down at the food. This sucks, she complained. I forgot why I stopped eating in the normal cafeteria. She took a swig of soda and looked at the two of us, who were both staring at her. Next time I'll take you guys up to the executive lounge again. The food up there is way better. Still, thanks for inviting me. Desk duty has me ready to throw a brick through someone's window. Jessie and I exchanged smirks as we enjoyed our own meals, a steak for me and a huge bowl of spaghetti for her. We were eating in the employee cafeteria at the guild headquarters, the normal one that wasn't perched on clouds overlooking an endless ocean. Despite the lack of wow factor, the food was actually pretty good, at least by my standards. Granted, I wasn't used to eating meals prepared by a master chef every day, so I might have been a bit biased. I took a bite out of my ribeye and raised an eyebrow at Callie. What was that about a skyscraper? She rolled her eyes. Just yet another in a long list of minor errors I've made over the past few days. Stricture is an anal retentive ass. He has incredibly complicated and detailed rules for everything, and if you get confused by some random bit of overlap, he acts like you're incompetent and berates you for an hour. If he wasn't such a wizard at accounting and paperwork, no one would put up with him. As it is, mostly everyone just avoids him until they run into trouble, so I don't even have visitors to distract from how unbearable he is. She shook off her annoyance, shooting us both a worn smile. Anyway, how have you two been? Her lips quirked up in a smirk. I heard Ian took you out to the Jerks territory for patrol today. I don't have the details, but considering the constant barrage of weird those guys are capable of, I'm guessing that was an experience. She was clearly trying hard not to laugh, shoving more fries into her mouth to push down her giggles. I glared. You could have warned me. He could have warned me. Literally anyone could have given me some kind of warning about what I was walking into. That whole section of town is a mix between a bad mob comedy and a damn cartoon. If I never go back there, it'll be too soon. Does recursion affect whole areas? Or are there just so many jerks being pushed toward weirdness that it spills over? Callie's eyebrows went up in surprise. That's a very insightful question. There are places that are ascendant territories, for lack of a better term, but they don't exist on a planet this small. They're called dungeons. They develop a profile similar to an ability and can gain stats as they gain renown. Great places to farm resources. They have a much higher incidence of ascendant materials, though, like I said, dungeons don't show up in places like this. In this case, it's just a bunch of idiots too stupid to avoid recursion caught in a spiral of wacky behavior. She waved off any more questions. The jerks are best ignored as much as possible. They get too much attention as it is. Anyway, I was going to come looking for you. We ran into some luck. The guildmaster managed to get in touch with Harlequin and negotiated for the use of one of their best inventors. They're having him sent over from the capital branch to unlock that ring, so we might have a lead to follow, sooner rather than later. She sounded excited for some progress, and I was happy to hear it myself. I was in an unfortunate position about getting help from my uncle, who would otherwise be a go-to source for this kind of thing. Because of the rules about candidates, he couldn't do more than answer general questions or give me access to resources I could already afford. In some ways, despite knowing Zeke so well, someone like Stella was in a better position to get help from him. I'd been considering asking him about the killer, but then I remembered he wasn't allowed to provide any help against anyone below E rank, and that would increase to D once I ranked up. I finished my steak in companionable silence as the girls talked about recent goings-on. Callie filled us in on some more of the absurd damage form she'd filled out recently, and Jessie showed off her new wand proudly, which got me a raised eyebrow from Callie. She didn't actually comment on it, and I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. I was curious what the hell that look meant. Finally, I finished my food and decided to ask something I'd been meaning to bring up. So, Callie, would you be willing to help me with some training? She looked stunned. I mean, like sparring? Because I promise you, Shane, that is not going to work out well for you. Fighting up ranks is only done if you have an extremely powerful combat ability and heavy favoring of the relevant stats to bridge the gap. There's no real formula for it, but with a crafting ability and your relatively even starting stats, there's no possible way you'll manage it. She looked like she thought I was an idiot for even asking. That was fine because I was pretty sure anyone else would have. Luckily for me, I wanted her to be basically immune to my attacks. I've been itching to test out my rogue abilities, and I still had one attack left with my DS Mastery to use today. I gave her a wry grin. I have a new move I want to test out, but it's too dangerous to use on someone my own rank. Since you're so much stronger than I am, it should be totally safe to test it on you, and I want to see what kind of output I can get from it. I was jittering with excitement just thinking about testing my rogue skills. I would avoid the poisons just in case, but I had so many great moves she could help me with. She raised an eyebrow at the obvious glee in my voice, but shrugged. I mean, as long as you know you're in for a total ass-kicking, sure. I'm curious to see what kind of crazy enchantment you came up with that makes you worry for the safety of people your own rank. She stood up, stretching a bit to work out the stiffness I assumed came from sitting behind a desk all day. She wore a black sweater and slacks, clearly prioritizing comfort while on desk duty and ignoring the guild rules about being in costume. Her neck cracked loudly as she pushed her head to either side, popping the joints, then rolling her head in a circle between her shoulders. Okay, let's do this then. Follow me to the training room, and we can see what you've got. She strolled out of the cafeteria, past the sturdy wooden tables full of other capes eating together, and by the long metal counter where the food was served cafeteria style. I followed, thinking about all the powerful rogue moves I knew. In reality, my options were limited. Poison was out, and stealth was a no-go since Callie's perception was in the triple digits. Anything with shadow was out, as was anything past the first tier of the skill tree. Luckily, rogue was the heaviest part of my build, so I still had a few options. Jessie followed us as we headed for the training room. I was pretty sure Callie was going to tank my attack, because if she felt like dodging with her might, it wouldn't be an issue. So I decided to go with a blitz attack. I had a blow called Mercy Kill that dealt 150% damage in exchange for emptying stamina, and that attack should be perfect for this situation. That skill tree had some really other interesting moves farther down, but Mercy Kill was the only first-tier blitz attack I had, so it would have to do. I reached into my bag and pulled out my bat with a grin. I had no illusions I could hurt Callie with this attack. It wasn't about that. In fact, this was better. I wanted to see how much damage I could do when I went all out. 6 mites worth of pure force, 3 more from the bat, with 150% damage on top of that, totaled 22 or 23 points of might. That was more than 20 times the force that an elite mortal athlete could manage. Even if it didn't bridge the gap, it would sure as hell make her take notice of what I could do. We reached the training room, and she took off the sweater, revealing a white tank top underneath. She kicked off her shoes and walked to the center of the mat. She grinned at me. With a 10-point impact lead, and probably more than 10 times your vitality, I'm not going to bother defending, but if you make me take a step, I'll get you an all-access pass to the executive lounge, just to make things interesting. She was bouncing on the balls of her feet, making it easier for me, but she still looked confident. I nodded seriously. Reaching inside, I resonated my minor enchanting mastery with my lesser doomed sovereign mastery, along with my fantasy, might, vitality, perception, and focus, just to be thorough. I wanted this blow to land at exactly the right angle. Granted, she could easily dodge it no matter what stats I used, but she wouldn't. I bent my knees, gripping the bat, and wound up for a shot. I did my best to engage my back, my shoulders, my hips, and every other possible part of my body as I stacked Mercy Kill onto my weapon and swung right at her jaw. I felt the backlash slam into my hands as I hit her. Callie had more than 6 times the impact I had, and even with all the various boosts and amplifications, I absolutely could not hurt her. Then I caught her as she was bouncing, and when she came down, her back foot slid just an inch back to steady her. She blinked at me. I was a bit busy tending to my hands, which I was pretty sure only avoided breakage because of the shock absorbers in my suit. I doubled over, hissing in pain at using more force than my body could safely handle, but still proud. I dropped the bat, which pretty much crumbled to dust when it hit the ground, and I winced before smiling up at her. She rubbed her jaw. It wasn't even red, but she looked impressed. Damn. I think even Cap would have a problem throwing a punch like that. Whatever that was, it's pretty damned impressive. You were right to test it on me, because that probably would have killed most H-rankers. She grinned at me. The question is, can you do it again? Because if you can do that in a fight more than once, we might make an actual combatant out of you. Chapter 38. The next 5 days were a blur of activity. I was even more committed to making the most of my wishes, bringing myself up by another 18 points for a grand total of 50, putting me halfway to G rank, as well as getting 2 more instances of minor enchanting mastery to stack on top of my current skill. It wasn't enough to bump me up to lesser, but my rune carving was much smoother and faster now, which was a huge plus. Wishmaster candidate status, H rank. Ability, Lesser Wish. 4 times a day, grant a lesser wish in return for proper compensation. Wish must be feasibly achievable by the candidate's own efforts within a 3-day period with current statistics. Might, 10. Impact, 2. Fantasy, 11. Vitality, 9. Focus, 6. Perception, 9. Creation, 6. Skills. Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery. Minor Piano Mastery. Minor Cooking Mastery. Minor Gymnastics Mastery. Minor Swimming Mastery. Minor Guitar Mastery. Minor Singing Mastery. Minor Enchanting Mastery. Minor Inventing Mastery. It had been a productive few days. Fantasy took the biggest leap because people seemed to be most willing to trade that stat. Getting creation off people was like pulling teeth, though. But in the end, my days of grinding had been worth it. At this rate, I would hit G rank in a couple of weeks. While this little marathon was going on, Zeke's inventor finally made an appearance, and he was in the middle of cracking the encryption on the ring. He'd brought some sort of specialty decryption device to work on it, and the gadget was chugging along. My only real problem had been that I just didn't have enough enchantment attempts per day. Callie had agreed to help me test moves, but I'd started making gear to capitalize on the amplified damage from my rogue skills, which limited my testing. I needed to rank up, get my enchanting to lesser, or both. Once I did that, my combat style would be viable instead of simply being a one-off trump card. Still, the days had been worth it, because I had finished my newest creation, a pair of tonfas, a martial arts-style melee weapon made of the sturdiest wood I could find. With 10 might, my attacks were massively stronger than before, but each tonfa was only good for 1 shot since the runes were a bit more involved than my bat. I couldn't wait to get lesser enchanting mastery so I could buy some proper ascendant materials to enchant, but until then I was carrying the 2 tonfas on me at all times, keeping 1 enchanting slot open in case of an emergency. Because I was caught up with all my work for the day, I decided now was a good time to stop in and see Callie. She still owed me access to the executive lounge, and besides that, I just genuinely enjoyed spending time with her. Her whole mentor vibe had mostly faded since I'd proven I could handle myself, and I stopped in to visit her most days when I was picking up new jobs, if only to alleviate her boredom. Stella was forcing her to stick it out until the inventor cracked the encryption on Addicbat's scan ring, and the work drove her insane. I made my way up to Stricture's office and tapped on the open door to announce myself. Callie was in slacks and a t-shirt, once again ignoring guild rules about being in costume. I stood at the door, watching her scribble hastily on a bunch of forms for a minute, until I got bored and cleared my throat. Callie jumped, scared out of her focused state. She glared up at me, pretending she hadn't made a high-pitched squeak when I'd startled her. "Has anyone ever told you it's rude to sneak up on people?" she hissed. "Or loom like a big annoying scarecrow?" Her face was flushed with surprise, and I smirked a bit. She just rolled her eyes. "Anyway, what do you want? It's only..." She checked her scan ring. 3 o'clock. I don't have time off for lunch yet, or are you just here to bother me while I work?" Despite the sharp words, her lips were quirked up in a smile. I knew she enjoyed the break from the monotony. I slumped down in the chair next to her desk. Stricture wasn't there, so I was free to bother her as much as I liked. "As a matter of fact, I'm here to ask you to fork over my winnings from our wager a few days ago. I forgot to ask about it more than once, but it's time to pay up." I was really looking forward to visiting the executive lounge whenever I wanted. She groaned. "Shit, I thought you forgot about that." She glared at me. "You weren't supposed to win that bet, you know. The guildmaster is already annoyed at me, and she's gonna have my ass for this." She sighed. "But a deal is a deal, I suppose. Fine, let me finish up these forms, then I can take my lunch early. If Stricture has a problem with it, he can complain. I'm burned out for today anyway." She winked at me, then scribbled her name across the pile of papers in front of her as quickly as possible. She must have been working slowly, because it only took her about 5 minutes to get done. She stacked everything neatly and hopped to her feet energetically. "Okay, done. Now come on, let's get out of here before Stricture comes back and ropes me into delivering his daily requisition folder to the crafting hall or something." She grabbed my hand and tugged me after her toward the hall, only for both of us to freeze as we realized Stricture was standing in the door. The severe man gave a humorless smile. "What a lovely idea, Nightstrike." Callie let go of my hand, shoulders slumping in defeat. He raised an eyebrow. "I take it you remember where it is?" She sighed and nodded hopelessly, heading for the corner. She opened a drawer, pulled out a folder, and carried the large stack of papers toward the door. Stricture watched her impassively for a moment before rolling his eyes. "You can take your lunch when you get back, provided you don't take too long." Callie grinned at the man, giving him a sloppy salute. "Sir, yes, sir." Before he could rethink his choice, she bolted out the door with the papers, practically sprinting to get out of there. Stricture heaved a heavy sigh and walked over to sit behind the desk. He sorted up papers as he double and triple-checked that everything was where he'd left it. Anal retentive was a pretty accurate description on Callie's part. He seemed to sense me staring and raised his eyes to me calmly. "Can I help you with something, Solomon? If you're going to wait for Nightstrike to return, I would prefer you do it outside, where you won't distract me from my tasks." As he stared up at me, his face was completely unreadable, as it almost always was when I saw him. I didn't really feel like waiting in the hall, so I strolled over to his desk. "I wanted to ask, I know you're amazing at paperwork, but why the insistence on paper forms? Wouldn't things like that folder be so much easier to send over scan ring?" While I was trying to distract him from making me wait in the hallway like a school kid, I was also genuinely curious. Using notes for something like the commission board made sense because it was untraceable, but it seemed strange to use paper for every single form he filled out. His eyes snapped at me, narrowing in annoyance. "Because electronic messages are impersonal. Each of my forms is an important document meant to be treated with care and respect. The paperwork done in this office keeps the entire guild running. The people who suffer from the recklessness of untrained rookies such as yourself, or the oppression of criminals and gangsters, deserve the courtesy of having their concerns written out by hand in a careful, methodical manner. I take pride in my work, and I will not relegate it to drop-down boxes and multiple-choice bubbles." I was surprised by the venom in his voice. Clearly, this was a sore subject. I reached for something else to talk about, but the only thing interesting about Stricture was his tie. He seemed to enjoy wearing silk ties with his suits, all in a variety of colors and designs. This one looked different than the one he'd been wearing during my intake. That one had been... I froze. It was orange with purple swirls. Orange silk with purple swirls. Exactly like the small scrap of fabric we'd found when we tracked the evil eye through Attic Bat's bunker. Several things about Stricture clicked into place. How he always knew where everyone was, how he was left alone by the guild members most of the time, how he was irreplaceable but never bothered to go out on patrol or do anything that would promote his reputation. But most of all, it was the memory of how he had walked me up the stairs to the guildmaster's office personally, as if he went there all the time, as if he had easy access to the most powerful F-rankers in this branch of the Unity. That access would let him link that dagger to Stella with just a bit of effort. Stricture seemed oblivious to my realization, and I smiled at him calmly, trying to remain perfectly composed as I responded to his passionate speech. "Ah, well, that makes sense. Sorry to bother you while you're working. I've just always been curious about that. I'll wait outside for Callie." I forced myself to move at a slow, casual pace as I turned and walked out of the room, took a hard right, and headed for the steps Callie would be coming up. I didn't want to tip my hand here. I didn't have proof. As I walked at a deliberately slow pace down the hallway, I noted how empty the halls on this floor were. I'd seen that before. No one came here, and I cursed my luck as I tried to resist breaking into a run. I heard a voice behind me. Stricture was calling to me, but I didn't want to answer. I was afraid he would corner me. Coming after me was odd behavior for him. He never left his office. He must have noticed somehow and figured out that I knew his identity and wanted to shut me up. I picked up speed, walking faster, before I realized that this was suspicious as fuck anyway, and I might as well run. So I burst into a sprint, heading for the stairs. I didn't hear his voice behind me anymore, and I bolted for the steps. I needed to get to Callie. The evil eye was a high H ranker who had killed someone in G rank. Even without a magic dagger, that wasn't a person I wanted to fuck around with. My measly 10 might wasn't going to help me against someone like him. That fact was made painfully obvious as I saw him step out of a side hallway in front of me. He'd circled around, probably easily traversing the space at speed with the no doubt much higher might stat he had. I tried to stop, slow down, or change direction, but I was going at top speed and didn't have time to prevent myself from reaching him. The last thing I saw, before everything went dark, was the cold, blank look he gave me as his fist met my face. I just hoped I would wake up again, because honestly, I wasn't too sure that was guaranteed. Chapter 39. I woke up with a headache, which confused me for a minute. Then I remembered what had happened, and I kinda wished I was still confused. Stricture was the evil eye. He'd caught me somehow, tracked me down, and knocked me out. Now I was... Actually, where am I? I looked around. Well, I tried to look around, but my body wouldn't move an inch, so I ended up just scanning the room with my eyes. From my limited field of view, I gathered enough information to tell me I was probably going to die. The room around me looked old. It was damp, dark, and made of wood with a musty smell. One very dim light bulb cast a small circle of light on the floor in the middle of an empty space. I stood there, frozen, like an asshole. My head was killing me, and I was having trouble focusing, so I didn't hear anyone approaching until the door opened. Stricture walked inside. With a frown, he closed the door behind him and glared at me. "Do you realize how much trouble you've caused me?" I didn't, nor did I care. Neither of those things meant shit to him, though, especially since I couldn't actually open my mouth to speak. In retrospect, a guy named Stricture having the power to render people immobile was stupidly obvious. It also shed light on the tiny slip-up Addictive had made during his final moments. Getting hit with that during combat would trip anyone up. I strained, trying to break it, but I couldn't even tense my muscles, let alone exert my strength. Stricture rolled his eyes, sitting down on a chair he'd retrieved from a darkened corner of the room. Don't bother. I synergized several restraint skills with my minor binding power to create my lesser restriction ability. Throwing it off without an impact advantage is nearly impossible unless you do it right at the start. Now, we need to make this quick, because I have to dispose of you and get back to guild headquarters before anyone notices my absence. That brat Calliope is probably looking for you as we speak, which should distract her from looking for me, at least for a while. I glared at him. I couldn't do anything else because I couldn't fucking move. He rolled his eyes. I'll unbind your mouth, but there are rules. I need to know what gave me away, so I can make sure someone else doesn't figure out before I finish my last kill. However, that doesn't do me any good if I get caught now. If you scream, I'll kill you. If you refuse to answer my questions, I'll kill you. If you try to trick me, I'll know, and I'll kill you. You may speak now. Tell me you understand. My mouth strained a bit as I opened it, but I worked my jaw and loosened it enough to talk. I understand. I'll answer your questions. I just want to know. Why? I actually didn't care why, but this asshole liked to hear himself talk, and time he was mid-monologue was time he wasn't cutting my face off. I expected some kind of rant about his glorious purpose or his destiny, but I was pretty disappointed by what I got instead. He shrugged. Power? I'm right on the edge of G-rank right now. I was stuck before, couldn't get any traction, and switching sides is a well-known way to gain stats. I wanted more, though. I wanted a name that would ring throughout this whole planet. I wanted a reputation that would ensure I reached F rank, then E rank after that. Once I kill Stella, I'll be reviled. Not only will I be a terrifying serial killer, I'll be a traitor who carved a bloody path out of my own guild. The rewards will be immeasurable. I blinked. That was actually kind of a solid plan, except for one small thing. You realize, even if killing her somehow boosted you to G rank, there are a dozen executives and an F-ranked assassin from the main branch in the city. You'll never get away with murdering her. They'll kill you before you reap any benefits. Stricture was a sneaky asshole, but he wasn't some kind of assassin god. Once he killed Stella, he would get caught. He rolled his eyes again. Which brings us to why you're here. I need to know what they know. I've already arranged passage out of the system with the Black Sorrow cult once I'm done. As for the actual killing, my knife will be more than enough for that. In fact, you'll be a huge help there. Your murder will distract everyone involved. Stella's brat is your mentor, and little Callie is obviously sweet on you. I'll dump your body on the other side of town, then slip in to finish her off while they're all investigating your death. Now, how did you know it was me? I opened my mouth to respond, but stopped. That actually begged a better question. How did you know I knew? Granted, I'm not a master spy or anything, but seeing me get squirrely after your little speech wouldn't tip you off that you were blown. So, why did you chase me down? It seemed like such a random choice, and if he wasn't sure I knew, then this whole situation was the stupidest possible response to his suspicion. He had to have some sort of confirmation I'd figured him out. The grin he gave in response to my question was smug and vicious. The expression seemed out of place on his normally blank face. He held up a hand adorned with a single black ring. A commission for my friends at the Black Sorrow Cult. It's called a secret band. You bind a secret into the metal, and every time someone new learns it, the ring heats up slightly. An early warning system in case of discovery. The temperature went up a few degrees when you were staring at me, and once you panicked and left in a hurry, I knew I was compromised. Now, I'll ask one more time before I start hurting you. How did you figure out I was the killer? I kind of wanted to tell him to go fuck himself, but he would have murdered me without blinking, and as my head started to clear, I formed a semblance of a plan. It would take me a bit to get my head together enough to pull it off, though, because I only had one chance, because if it didn't work, I was fucked. His vitality could easily be 5 times greater than mine and still be H rank, so I couldn't afford to miss with my first shot. Luckily, I did have a skill in my DS bag of tricks to help with this. Probably. The skill in question was meant for escaping physical bindings, but it did work on stuns in-game, so there was a pretty good chance it would get me out of this. Now, my only real job was to keep him distracted until my head stopped ringing like a church bell, which meant playing along. I found a scrap of fabric at the scene of Addicbat's death. The guildmaster has it now. I didn't recognize it because it was small and such a weird pattern, but then when I saw you today, I recognized the design from the tie I saw you wear the first day I met you. I wouldn't even have noticed if you hadn't slipped up during the fight with Addicbat. I'd been hoping he would ask me what the slip-up was, thus delaying my death longer, but sadly he just groaned in frustration. He was tougher than expected. It can be difficult to estimate someone's stats based on their reputation. It's easy to miss things, and people don't always talk about their impressions. It's not an exact science. Besides, how was I supposed to know the paranoid lunatic had the whole place wired for surveillance? He sounded genuinely annoyed, and I had to fight back a smile at the minor victory. Regardless, he seemed to have gotten the answers he wanted because he stood up and slipped a knife out of a sheath in his jacket. It looked weirdly familiar for some reason, and when I realized why, I glared at him. Were you seriously using your murder weapon to slice an apple at the guild? I didn't know why that pissed me off so much when he was already going to kill me with it, but it really, really did. He just grinned at me. What can I say? I have a flair for the dramatic, even if people don't know it. Anyway, I'd close my eyes if I were you. Based on the expressions on my victims' faces, watching your blood pour out onto the floor makes it worse, for some reason. He shrugged, then drew back his knife, readying to end me. My head was still pounding, but not so badly I couldn't resonate my skills at this point. So I forced my way through the pain and activated a particularly useful rogue skill. The skill was called Double Trouble. It let me shake off a restraint, usually things like grasping vines or stone shackles. It worked on stun spells too, so I was pretty sure it would free me. Besides transporting me right behind my enemy, it also left behind an illusionary double in the restrained position. I peered behind Stricture's back and reached on to grab my tonfas. I was understandably annoyed to realize I didn't have the damn things because no one was stupid enough to leave a captive sitting around with their weapons in easy reach. Luckily, I did still have something, even if it was less than ideal. My suit had stored the damage from every blow I'd taken since I got it, an ability I'd never actually used. I put myself in position and smashed my fist into the most devastating spot I could think of, the base of the bastard's skull. I didn't have any martial arts training, and all my gaming experience involved stabbing people, so I just hit what seemed like the most fragile spot. As I did so, I activated Mercy Kill as I released the impact stored in the suit. It was literally the worst possible idea I could think of, but it was also the only idea I could think of. This asshole was stronger and much better trained than me. If I gave him the chance to get up, he would fucking butcher me, which meant I needed to end him first. I didn't have time to debate the ethics of killing a serial killer or worry about my fragile psyche. I just needed to finish him. The problem was that I was still limited to 2 skills per day, and while both were available, I had already seen what happened when I depleted both points of impact and my enchanting one after the other. As my fist hit his neck, energy rushed out of my hand, amplified by Mercy Kill and my own full 10 points of might. As high up as he might have been in H rank, Stricture was still an H ranker, with the same amount of impact as me, and vitality wasn't defense as much as regeneration. My blow smashed mercilessly into the back of his neck, and I felt and heard his spine snap as all that force landed. As I blacked out again from overexertion, I could only hope that it had been enough. But let's face it, I wouldn't exactly be waking up to sulk about it, if it wasn't. Chapter 40. I woke up with my head in pain, again, but at least I woke up, which I hadn't been at all sure would happen. Apparently, my desperate last strike had worked. I groaned and sat up, a bit shocked at the give of a mattress under me. I looked around, finding myself in one of the apartments at the guild headquarters. I felt good, weirdly good. That meant I'd gotten some new stats from killing Stricture. I pulled up my stat screen, curious about what I'd missed. I assumed my notifications had come and gone while I was out. Wishmaster candidate status, H rank. Ability, Lesser Wish. 4 times a day, grant a lesser wish in return for proper compensation. Wish must be feasibly achievable by the candidate's own efforts within a 3-day period with current statistics. Might 15, Impact 2, Fantasy 11, Vitality 12, Focus 13, Perception 22, Creation 6. Skills, Lesser Doom Sovereign Mastery, Minor Piano Mastery, Minor Cooking Mastery, Minor Gymnastics Mastery, Minor Swimming Mastery, Minor Guitar Mastery, Minor Singing Mastery, Lesser Enchanting Mastery, Minor Inventing Mastery. My eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Sweet Revenant, how long had I been out? 13 Perception, 5 Might, 3 Vitality, and 7 Focus? My eyes focused on the bottom of the skill section, where I could see that my enchanting had actually reached the lesser rank. The stats were the craziest thing, though. I was up to 81, only 19 points away from breaking through to G rank. The door clicked open, and Callie came in. Her face lit up when she saw I was awake. Jessie barreled in after, followed by Ian, Shadowthorn, and the guildmaster herself. The tiny blonde hurled herself into my arms, squeezing me tightly. Almost losing a friend so soon after her brother's death was probably a terrifying experience. I squeezed her back, arching an eyebrow at everyone. I had the strangest dream. You weren't there, and neither were you or you, and I had to fight a serial killer by myself. I smiled to take some of the sting out of the dig, but it faded when I saw Ian and Callie wilt. I winced internally. I'd never been great in social situations. Apparently making jokes about your own close call with murder at the hands of a psychopath was in poor taste. Noted. I offered the group a smile. Hey, I'm kidding, guys. Even I didn't expect to randomly stumble on the Evil Eye's identity and get dragged off to his evil lair. Speaking of which, how'd you guys find me? Callie raised a hand. That would be me. When I came back and you were gone, I got worried and started looking around. I have the minor tracking mastery skill, if you remember, so I followed your trail for as long as I could. I lost you a couple times, but after a few hours, I managed to track you to where you were being held. I think Stricture planned on coming back and waylaying me after he disposed of you. I called the others for backup, and we busted in to find you laid out on the floor next to his corpse. Internal decapitation, as far as we could tell. Her voice went dull as she recounted the events leading up to my rescue. My eyes went wide. That was much more impressive than I had expected. I'd gotten lucky there. If he hadn't died in one shot, I would have been fucked. I looked around. So, exactly how long have I been unconscious? Because I've got a lot of stat points that I didn't have before I passed out. Mostly perception. I purposefully didn't mention how many points. I was pretty sure being at 81 after only a few weeks of being a cape was not normal. I was going to need to take a bit of a break from gathering points. This achievement would probably explain me breaking through in a few weeks, but even with that feather in my cap, this was way too fast. Stella answered. About a day. I'm not sure what you actually did, but whatever it was, it really did a number on you. We also put out a press release about the Evil Eye and your role in the case. An active serial killer is a problem. A defeated serial killer is a coup. Granted, we didn't feel the need to mention he was one of our most respected H-rankers, but still, people are aware of what you've done for the city. She smiled at me encouragingly, and I flushed a little. I may have some unaddressed issues about not being acknowledged by mother figures. Learn something new every day. Jessie, who had been sitting next to me on my mattress, glanced up at me through teary eyes. Benny and Maria called me when they said they couldn't get in touch with you. I made sure they knew you were okay, and Benny said he would tell your uncle. He heard about what happened on the news and told me to tell you, and I quote, "Good job on the serial killer thing, but it doesn't count as a win if they have to carry you away from the fight." I snorted, and she smiled brightly. Maria seemed much more worried, but I did my best to calm her. She blushed. We've been talking a lot lately. I raised an eyebrow. I was a bit surprised, but I was happy for them. Zach was an asshat, and Maria deserved better. Jessie was super sweet, and I thought they made a cute couple. Besides, while Jessie was cute, I may or may not have been leaning in a different direction with my affections. I shot Callie a smile. Thank you. Seriously. If you hadn't found me, who knows what would have happened. I might have starved to death in that place or gotten killed for my gear or something. Instead of the dismissal or sheepishness I expected, Callie's expression became furious. How can you say that? She spat the words through gritted teeth. I let you get kidnapped by a psychopath right under my nose. Her bright blue eyes were blazing. You came to visit me and ended up almost getting murdered. Between this and the risk I put you through during that nonsense at the fight, how can you even look at me right now? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I was frozen by the sheer venom in her voice. Her reaction shocked me. Callie didn't tear up. Hell, she rarely stopped smiling, even if most of the time the expression was more like a smirk. I just kind of gaped at her before closing my mouth and giving her a stern frown. Did you know the move I used to kill Stricture was the one you helped me practice during our first training session together? I asked. She blinked. I'm not someone you were hired to babysit, Callie. I'm an ascendant. Your job as the highest-ranking member of my team was to prepare me for danger, to make sure I could survive, which you did, and now I'm alive because of it. She seemed to be at a loss for words, which I took a kind of petty, childlike pride in, since she was usually so quick to retort. Stella broke in, giving the flustered heroine a break from being the center of attention. So we were able to confirm Stricture was the killer. He had the murder weapon out when we found you, but how did you figure it out? A second later, she seemed to realize how that sounded. Not to imply you aren't intelligent, Shane, but for him to just grab you like that, you must have witnessed something pretty damning. I shrugged, then explained about the secret ring and silk tie. Stella gritted her teeth in anger. The Black Sorrow cult. Of course they would help him with something like this. She gave a bloodthirsty grin. I suspect after I inform him of this incident, Harlequin might see fit to renegotiate the terms of their shop contract in the local WCP. When she realized what she just said, she blushed, making her the fourth person so far. Maybe there was an epidemic. Seeing an opportunity to cut in, Shadowthorn cleared her throat. Apologies for the interruption, Stella, but I was hoping to speak to the young man about a few guild matters. Might I borrow your conference room again? Her voice was polite and respectful, but Stella's eyes narrowed at her. Jessie had told me the two of them had worked together at the lower ranks and that Stella wasn't a fan of Shadowthorn. Callie, meanwhile, looked about ready to turn the other woman into a pincushion with her shadow blades. Stella let out a long sigh. I don't suppose you'll tell me what this is about. As his direct superior, it is my right to know what the Capital Branch wants from one of my initiates. She glared at Shadowthorn suspiciously, but Shadowthorn simply accepted the scorn. She had been nothing but nice since she'd arrived, and I kind of felt bad for her. Not that I'd put myself in the middle of this mess. Granted, I didn't know why Stella disliked her. It might have had nothing to do with Callie's situation. Shadowthorn looked tired as her shoulders slumped. Fine. I would have preferred to do this in private, but seeing as how you do have the right to know, I'll come out and say it. Due to certain provisions in Solomon's seed contract that needed to be signed off on, he technically counts as an initiate of the Capital Branch rather than this one. Because of this, the Guildmaster has made the executive decision to offer him and the other members of his team of appropriate age the opportunity to attend the Ascendant Academy in the capital. That seemed like a good thing to me, but judging by her tone, she doubted the other people in the room would agree. Callie stalked across the room, eyes blazing, and slapped Shadowthorn across the face almost too fast for my eyes to track. Cradling her hand, she stormed out of the room. The older woman's sad eyes remained on her back as she stalked away. I was stunned. I had no idea what the hell that had been about, but apparently Shadowthorn did. She had clearly been expecting that slap and had just taken it. Everyone else seemed pretty shocked too, but I couldn't tell if they were shocked by the slap or the academy offer. Shadowthorn turned to me with a polite smile. Sorry you had to see that, but the offer stands, Solomon. Your starting stats were impressive, to say the least, as is your knack for skill acquisition, but mostly it's your growth we're interested in. To go from a newcomer to strong enough to kill a peak H-ranker in such a short time. My face must have paled because she held up her hands. Please don't worry about us prying. It's bad form to ask for a person's stats, but you clearly have some skill or ability that lets you fight on a level that is far above your experience. Such things are always valued. She turned to leave. I'll leave you to think it over. No need to rush. I'm going to be here for another week or so, sorting out the paperwork. This branch will need a new accountant, after all. And with that, she strolled out, leaving us all in stunned silence. Chapter 41. I found Callie sitting in a nearby apartment with the door partly open. She sat on the bed, staring at the floor. It was strange seeing her look so meek. She was usually bold about everything. I knocked on the door frame, but she just grunted without looking up. I stood there for a minute, waiting for her to speak. Well, that was dramatic, I finally said. She snorted out a laugh at my understatement, breaking out of her mood a bit. Heaving a long sigh, she slid over and patted the bed. I walked over to sit down, still waiting for her to respond. She bit her lip. He's doing this on purpose, you know? I raised an eyebrow, and she must have been looking at me out of the corner of her eye because she answered the implied question. My father, he's doing this on purpose. I made friends here, so now he's offering you a spot at the Capitol when I explicitly told him to fuck off for years. He knows that either I go with you guys, or I watch the only people I spend time with leave. That confused me a bit. You have other friends, Callie, people you met on your undercover ops, the other executives. What makes us leaving such a big deal? She looked up at me, hurt, and I put my hands up defensively. Not that I'm going to accept, just if I did, would it really matter that much to you? I felt so awkward asking that, but I really wanted to hear her response. Even if Callie was way out of my league, it was still nice to know she cared, even as a friend. She looked at me like I was an idiot. First of all, you will absolutely accept. I won't have you cripple yourself because you think I'll be sad. Second of all, yes, moron, I would care if you left. Not just you, Jesse, too. Hell, Ian is the closest thing to an actual peer I have here, while the other executives are years older than me. This is the first time I've had friends my own age. He knows that. He knows I'll want to stick with you guys, and he knows it means I'll be going to the Capitol, where he wants me. And I hate it. I didn't know what to say to that. She huffed out a laugh. Annie knew what she was doing, too. For some reason, she thinks that if she reaches out enough times, I'm just gonna get over it. That we'll go back to being best friends, and I'll have some small-scale seizure and forget that she only got close to me in the first place because my father asked his fucking mistress to keep an eye on me. Her tears were wet now, not just with sadness, but with anger. And you know the worst part? I want to hug my best friend again, to tell her all the things she missed, to go to the ice cream place down the street where she used to take me after patrols to talk about our day, but I can't, because she ruined it, all of it. Because every time I look at her, I see my mother's face when he told her that he was leaving and taking his girlfriend and their new baby with him. I see the shame on her face as she waited outside for him. She was crying for real now, actually weeping, albeit silently. So yeah, I know she misses me, and she feels bad, and part of me wants to forgive her, but I just can't find it in me. And now he's found a way to turn the first real friends I've made against me, to use you guys to force me to do what he wants, and I'm going to have to see her all the time. Not to mention, I have to either leave Mom or make her move to the same place he lives, and I can't do that to her. I wanted to comfort her, but I felt like this was one of those conversations where she just needed to vent, and I should shut up and listen. Her chest heaved with anger as she kept talking. I don't blame you guys, obviously, and I'm always blaming him for everything anyway, so the only real person to direct that anger at is me, for being so fucking gullible that I'm falling for his manipulative bullshit again. I put an arm around her, slowly, not sure if that was welcome and ready to back off, but after stiffening slightly, she leaned into my shoulder a bit. I thought about what to say. Because of my own dad, I understood how cold, detached manipulation could hurt. My dad was always a frigid person, all about the letter of your word rather than the spirit, and dealing with him was frustrating and often hurtful, even before he disowned me after I got my ability. I finally settled on something I'd wanted to say to myself more than once, and I hoped it would help. Fuck him. She turned to look at me in confusion. Your dad, Annie. Fuck them both. Who cares what they want? Who cares what anyone wants? You just do what's right for you. Let him spin his webs or whatever. Ignore his bullshit. I was on a roll. He thinks he can just move you around like a piece on a chessboard, but you're getting stronger all the time. You'll be F rank soon, then probably E rank within a few years. Someday, you'll pass him, and all his petty tricks and bullshit schemes will be useless. No one will even remember who Midnight even was, except as a brief note in your biography. So let him play his power games. He's an old has-been who barely made it to E rank, and you're going to go so much farther than that. She gave me a wet, toothy grin. Ah, the old you're way better than him and he's going to eat your dust pep talk. A classic, but still very effective. I give you a C for originality, but an A for passion, and an A+ for being a good friend. I blushed a bit at the light teasing in her voice and looked away. She reached up to turn my head back toward her. By the way, some of that sounded like it might not have been aimed at just me. No pressure, but if you ever want to talk about your dad, I'm always here to listen. I smiled back softly, staring into those bottomless blue eyes. Then I heard a throat clearing from the doorway. We both jumped, and Callie pulled her hand back like she'd been burned, and we scrambled away from each other, both of us realizing how we probably looked, both sitting on a bed with her stroking my face. Jessie gave us a wry smile, and her voice was filled with mirth. I came in here to check on you, but clearly someone else had it handled. I can go if you want to pick that back up. She gestured to the door. Door closed, open, what? Callie hurled a pillow across the room at the tiny blonde, who ducked it with a giggle before standing up to smooth out her black leotard. She glared at Jessie. You know, I think I liked you better when we first met, back when you're all meek and fangirly. Despite her tone and narrowed eyes, though, her lips were quirked up in a small smile. But we never asked how you feel about the offer. It's a big change. Jessie's smirk wilted, and she frowned, shrugging. I don't know. Alan would have been so excited for me, and honestly, leaving behind this city where everything reminds me of him might be good for me. I'd miss Lindsay, though. She blushed. And Maria is still 2 years younger than me, so it's not like she can go with me. We just started talking more. She bit her lip. I'm glad Shadowthorn gave us time to think about this. I don't want to rush it. That was a good point. Damn. I'd been so psyched to go, I hadn't considered what I would be leaving. I was pretty sure I could bring Benny. He was 18, and despite the isolation imposed on lower-ranked cities, it should be easy for me to make bringing him along a stipulation. He would be an ascendant soon anyway, not that they knew it, and being initiated at the capital branch would help him get into the academy. Plus, I was pretty sure I could give him points without spending my own if he wished for them, though it would be slow and really expensive. "Callie, can I bring a friend with me?" I asked. "Assuming they can leave on their own, I mean, even if he isn't an ascendant." She shrugged. "There are 100 billion people in the capital. Not all of them are ascendants. It works out to around 1%, the same ratio as here. Everyone else is mortal. Moving between cities is a pain in the ass normally because of the information curtain, but up is easier than down for that exact reason. So, yeah, you should be able to bring someone with you. Just mention it to the guildmaster." She winced. "That reminds me, I don't think Ian will be coming, which is a shame. It'd be nice to keep the team together." It would have been nice, but I could see why she thought that. Ian was Stella's son, and he was likely being groomed to take over as the local guildmaster. Plus, he was too old for the academy, and it wouldn't be fair to drag him along. I sighed. "Well, I think I know what I'm doing. You guys need to make your own choices, but if you decide to come, I'll be glad to have friends with me." I smiled at Callie encouragingly, and she returned the expression. I clapped my hands and stood up. "In the meantime, I think I could use a bite." I held an elbow out to each girl. They rolled their eyes and ignored my gallant gesture, prompting an offended gasp from my lips as they stood up, ready to head out. I assumed they wanted to go to the cafeteria, but a thought occurred to me. "Hey, Jesse, I know how much you love ice cream. I heard about this new place nearby from a friend. Want to try it?" Callie's eyes widened and snapped to my face. I gave her an encouraging smile. She swallowed hard and gave a shaky one back. Jessie had either missed the looks, didn't care, or was tactful enough not to mention it. She just cheered excitedly. "Of course! I haven't had ice cream since we went out with Benny and Maria. Hopefully you're hungry this time." She gave me a skeptical look. "For such a big guy, you sure don't eat much." It was hard not to glare at the bottomless pit in the shape of a girl as we followed her out of the room, but somehow, I managed. Chapter 42. Since I knew I was leaving, I could make preparations for my trip. The first thing that came to mind was obviously grinding up my last few points to G rank so I could give Benny an ability. But despite how cool that sounded, I decided that ranking up now would be too suspicious. Massive influx of points from killing Stricture or not, the Capital Branch would be expecting an H ranker, and if I had a whole 10 more points of impact, it would be a dead giveaway. Once I got there, it would be simple to explain away my rank up with the resources and fame I'd gotten in the larger city, but until then, I was stuck where I was. Still, I called Benny to ask him if he wanted to come with me, and he practically jumped at the chance. My friend had been having the time of his life with his inventing, and I knew he would be excited to go even deeper into this new world with me. I briefly wondered what his ability would be when I unlocked it. I was pretty sure having a skill didn't predispose anyone to a specific ability, so it was unlikely he would end up a mad scientist. After getting in touch with Benny, though, I had one very important thing to handle, so I scheduled a meeting with my uncle. I was expecting to be put off because Zeke was a busy guy, and a meeting wasn't the same as a phone call, but surprisingly, he accepted and fit me in the same day. I took a bus down to the WCP building, using my black card to bypass security as usual, and headed down to where I knew his office was. I got in nearly immediately, and I walked over and slumped into the chair. I was in costume because I'd been here in costume before, so I had a valid reason for coming around. I wanted to avoid associating my normal identity with the WCP anyway. I took my mask off as I entered the office, though. Zeke smirked at me as I sat down. "I'm impressed, kid. You managed to get rid of that asshole all on your own. Granted, getting snatched by a serial killer was kind of stupid, but you made it work." Zeke was leaned back in his chair, sipping a scotch and looking just as sloppy and unkempt as ever. "I'm guessing you're here about the whole academy thing, right?" My eyes widened, and he chuckled. "Kid, I have people in every gang in this city, and the Unity too. I knew about that before you did. I nodded. Yeah, I do want to talk about that. But before that, I want to ask about Stricture. You told me you couldn't help me because of the rules, but he almost killed me. What would you have done if I died? I knew he was under orders, probably contractually enforced orders, given some of the things he'd said about my dad. But I admit, I was a little angry still. I knew he was stronger than anyone on this planet, even if I didn't know how strong. He could have helped. He just gave me back a sad smile. I'd have killed him myself, given you a proper funeral, and probably headed over to the Black Sorrow cult's territory to fuck them up for a couple decades to deal with my grief. He must have seen the hurt on my face. I told you when you started this path how things would go, Shane. I told you I wouldn't be able to help you against people your own rank. I wish I could. I wish I could just crush all the problems in your way and feed you the resources you need. The tightness in his voice and the clench of his teeth told me how angry this situation made him. But I can't. I'm bound by contract to act in a certain way. Your father made me sign a binding agreement that I would follow the rules of that selection and help give you the best chance to advance. Eli always did have too much faith in rules and structure. He snorted. It was one of the main reasons he and your mother would fight, and why he made sure she wouldn't come back after... His eyes widened as he snapped his mouth shut, and he doubled over in pain. A mark appeared on his forehead, glowing red, a brand of a skull with devil horns. He breathed through his nose for a bit before straightening up, face pale and sweaty. Shit. I drank too much after I heard about your close call. That was stupid. He chuckled bitterly. Sorry, kid. Slipped up a bit there. But as you can see, I'm not free to talk. Like I said, an edict from your old man, and I'm not going to gainsay him. He'd said those exact words before, but where the last time I'd heard stubborn loyalty, now they sounded different to me. They sounded forced, like he wished they weren't true. It occurred to me that I had made a lot of assumptions about the position my dad had left Zeke in, and it made me hate him a little bit, knowing that he'd done something like that to his best friend. I tried to imagine putting Benny under some kind of gas or compulsion, but the image wouldn't come. I'd kind of shoved thoughts of my mom to the back of my head when I'd heard she didn't want to be here, but it sounded like I didn't have the whole story. Abandonment issues aside, it might be a good idea to look into her a bit more. I sighed, knowing I wouldn't get more from him. I couldn't get more. Okay, Zeke, how does this work? Can you protect me from here? Do you go with me? Will the Capital Branch let you just show up like that? I'm not really sure how any of this is supposed to go down. After the up-close and personal demonstration that there were bigger forces acting on my uncle, I didn't want to push him into a position where he might get into trouble for coming with me. He seemed to have guessed that worry, though, because he burst out laughing. Gods, kid, don't get the wrong idea. My bindings apply to the candidacy and the rules I have to follow as your guardian. Local interaction between me and the branches on Callus aren't covered. He blinked. Oh, I never told you what rank I was, did I? No wonder you were worried. I shook my head, and he grinned like he was in on some private joke. I'm a B ranker. The Capital Branch can bite my ass. If I show up and tell them to jump, they'll already be a foot in the air by the time they ask how high. My eyes widened in shock. B rank. B rankers had point values in the tens of millions. They were people with legendary ranked abilities and skills. I swallowed hard. I mean, I knew you were strong, but I figured you were like a D ranker. B rank is a lot. Honestly, the scale of it was almost too large for me to comprehend, but considering how difficult the curve became from even H to G, I had to imagine it took years and massive amounts of resources and renown to reach B rank, especially since I was pretty positive Zeke was mainly a crafter. He basked a bit in the smugness of being so powerful before he continued. Anyway, I'll leave this branch to my second and head to the capital with you. Honestly, the deacon over there already knows about me anyway, though he doesn't have a clue why I'm here. Once I show up, he'll probably step down out of respect rather than piss me off, but I doubt he'll accept. Running a WCP branch in a 100 billion-person city isn't the same as running this one. It's a ton more work, and I'm far from interested. I snorted at that, a smile creeping onto my face. I see how it is. You're acting like you're doing this to keep an eye on me, but it's really your diabolical master plan to get more time to be a lazy drunk. I should have known. I gave him a sly smile. What about Stella? I've heard you two had quite the star-crossed romance. You even got all protective when you found out the Black Sorrow cult was sanctioning a hit on her. You should have seen her blush. I expected him to wave that off or roll his eyes, but Zeke actually looked uncomfortable. My eyes widened. Wait, Ian isn't actually your kid, is he? Zeke glared at me. No, he is not my kid. She had him before we met, but Stella and I are complicated. We're not an all-the-time thing. We both know we aren't compatible long-term. She's ambitious as hell, and power aside, I am a lazy drunk. Not that she knows how strong I am. I think she suspects I'm E rank, maybe D. He sighed, slumping back. But I'll miss her. She's a world-class pain in my ass, but she makes my day a little better. Some advice, kid. Don't put off romance until you're stronger. It causes plenty of problems. I winced at having brought it up, seeing that he was genuinely unhappy thinking about it. I decided to change the subject. Anyway, I'm arranging to bring Benny with me. The mess with stricture gave me a ton of points. I'm clocking in at 81 points now, and I'll have enough to give him his ability when I hit G rank, I think, or close to it. I was pretty excited to find out what that was going to be like. Literally giving someone superpowers. It sounded amazing. I'd even considered giving them to Maria, too, but she was still 16 and couldn't come with us, so I decided to wait. He whistled at that. Shit, kid. Even for a candidate, that's fast. Technically speaking, you can hit G in 23 days, but that's only if you spend all 4 wishes on stats every day and never miss any time. I know for a fact you've given people skills and accrued some resources, and it hasn't even been 3 weeks yet, I don't think. He smirked at me. I told you starting with every stat would be a huge boost to you, didn't I? Having those options, not to mention having the stats to use to make an impression, it's a hell of a starter package. I had to give him that. Having to earn a new stat or alter my fighting style to give myself a reputation that would give me points in a stat I didn't have would have been hellish, not to mention how useful my points were to my DS mastery. Seeing he was still looking drained from whatever the hell that brand was on his head, I stood up, nodding to my uncle and giving him a cheerful smile. I'll let you get back to work. I have to check with Shadowthorn, but I think we're leaving in a week, at most. My smile turned soft. Maybe that'll give you time to say some goodbyes? Zeke's answering smile was tired and almost sad. I'll get everything in order. See you soon, kid. I slipped my mask back on and headed out. As I climbed back onto the bus and headed home, I mulled over what I'd learned. Things in my life weren't what they seemed, and I might have an even better reason to be pissed at my dad than I thought. I wasn't sure what exactly was going on, but I was pretty sure. It was time for me to start looking into it.